dance party would be on. So I put a beat to it like that.
Broadcasting this into Trump Anger Support and Therapy Group.
It's gonna be called Don't Hold It Against Me.
As well as Politics Elections 2026.
It's gonna be called Police Shit.
No, you need to make it be like.
Kitover probably has this right now. The replay of the replay. Yeah. Oh, you got a lot more than that. That dude's great.
I think he's still on stage. No, he's not. Y'all, please report his other house. Because I went and randomly look. I report it every once in a while. Just when it comes across my feed. There are the people that are in there. Y'all, please report that house. Because he will literally open up a room and then stream this room with his weird ass. He'll stream it on YouTube. And he'll stream it, like, in another Clubhouse room. So, y'all just report it when you see it. It's called Political Records Georgia, and it has the same picture and everything. He is weird as hell, but it just pisses me off every time I see it.
I didn't know it was him. I saw it.
Yeah, that's his crazy ass.
Correct. Oh, it's him.
Yes.
Thanks for the.
Couple of weeks ago, like maybe at like 1 o'clock, and I cussed his ass out. He's also Music AI. So y'all, it's okay. He'll get in here some kind of way, but something is off with him. Do you see like on the YouTube? Wait, I don't streaming the whole goddamn room.
She ain't lying.
Yes, Jeremy.
She ain't lying.
Dark, like with mood lighting on. Something is off about that man.
What, that I'm stretching as I'm listening to you guys wasting time talking about nothing? It's called stretching.
He's lying on the bed with his legs crossed.
My balls out.
The phone propped up, so he'll show
my balls.
But it's like that's how he streams it. Y'all think I'm joking, but I don't want to give it too much credence. But it's like, bro, are you serious right now?
I went to YouTube. There's too much visual. He's laying on his stomach with his feet kicking in the air.
I didn't even want to know. It is very. Y'all know we've all been exposed on this app. He is definitely odd. It's not just Clubhouse. He's not just cosplaying. Something is wrong with him.
Page once.
Protection alert.
He had like 6 phones on holders. It looked real wild. It looked like a bot farm. I was like, yo, what's this dude on? Bad phones, computers, strange.
This is the John Kitover podcast. These are my critics of my art podcast.
I think he thinks that outing like Clubhouse rooms is gonna be his content, like his brand. So he's trying to make that work for him. But I don't think it's working.
Hello? You guys are helping me make it work. It's fully automated. We've achieved critical mass and live rent-free fucking bitch-ass heads. We own you. You are our slaves. And the slaves shall serve. Get back to work.
I'm trying to confirm if Representative Wu said the things that it's alleging that he's saying, that basically minorities should get together and take over the country. Does anybody know if that is true or not? Because there's so much AI. I went on his page and I don't see it, but I don't want to play it unless I can confirm it. He said minorities should basically get together and take over the country.
Hello? that projection, all the minorities should get together and take over the country. Does she mean violently or just politically? Hello? Hello? That motherfucker, he's streaming the room right now. Yeah. He's streaming the room. He's streaming the room right now, motherfucker. He live now. He's live on my 20 YouTube streaming this shit. Now, motherfucker.
I got nothing. There's not even anything. I don't see any major headlines. We talk about everything.
Even John Kitover.
I did hear a rumor, though. They're saying that Savannah Guthrie's mom may have been kidnapped by a cartel. I don't know if anybody else heard that. And they're calling it sophisticated.
Wait, who's they? Who's they? What kind of? Who's they?
Hello?
I don't know. It was like a meme.
See, El Normo and I got different standards because if El Normo gets kicked to the goo, he's gonna leave right away. You know, I don't even go in the room. I just stream the room, and they're talking about me, and I didn't even make it in the room. So this is what I call modern day. What did Jeffrey Epstein call it? He called it neurotech. And essentially, it's like dopamine technology because I like El Normo. Believe me, Harry Balzac. I would fight with El Normo to the death, you know, like to fight with him against a common enemy. But my point is that El Normo I'm still using him. And he's using me. You know, this is what like parasitic or parasympathetic, you know, basically it's shield wall, you know, or the powerful wedge formation or the phalanx, if that makes any sense. You know, you yourself, Harry Balzac, are an information warrior. Just your name is offensive. Your PTR is offensive. And what we're trying to do is to actually expose hyperbolic behavior. There's a lot of other words for hyperbolic behavior or sentiment, meaning when we can record someone getting extremely angry and making death threats or being violent. See, I'm kind of like Epstein in a way, meaning as someone who records everything. And I'm not going to clip like and do work to like target people because I'm just like a general garbage collector, Harry. I don't know if you know this, but I run a garbage collection system. It's not necessarily a business yet. It's more of a generalized garbage collection, meaning that like by focusing on me and just filming myself listening to shit, like right now I'm filming myself on 20 phones and all these platforms. I'm just a generalized garbage collector, gathering as much garbage as I can. Doesn't matter who you are, what your position is. If you've got garbage that comes out of your stinky fucking mouth, and I know most of these people don't use a water pick, and I know they don't use a fucking tongue scraper, and I know some of these people go to bed and don't even brush their fucking teeth. Their teeth. Let me pronounce it correctly for you. Teeth, motherfucker. They don't even brush their motherfucking teeth. And tonight, after they eat all that motherfucking ribs and chicken, some of these motherfuckers ain't even gonna floss their teeth. And so what I'm trying to say is, I think life is actually about hygienics. And, you know, I am not a eugenicist, I'm a hygienicist, meaning that your personal hygiene, I'm concerned about it because your personal hygiene affects me, someone who's very hygienic. And I'm not like OCD about, you know, hygienics. I'm OCD about linguistics. N-word. I take you back to the N-word challenge. How many N-words can we hear in 10 minutes?
But anywho, how did you go all the way down to because I seen that picture before. I'm like, oh, that's like he's in here. So I'm like, that's the person. I just never said anything. I was like,
He's like, let me just get the white dude with the red head. You probably thought it was a MAGA head.
I thought that was John Kitover for a lot. The fact that
Wait a minute, I'm
Curtis
saying
actually
Curtis
did
on the dark side. And I said, what the Curtis? No, Curtis dark side. Curtis in IGB. Because I was like, wait, I follow Curtis on IG. He actually does like some great auto body work or whatever. So I was like, wait a minute, that's not him. But anyway, that was funny as shit. Oh, Maury, not you just trying to.
My bad, Curtis.
Child.
I just saw, so I always see that picture. That's why I was like, why does he have John Kitover thing in this picture? And I was like, what was the purpose of having that as your thing? So I'm like, this guy sends me 100 Instagram requests like all the time, and so he has different names. That John Kitover, he's weird. Because you know, if you
Weird!
he sends
We got a weird alert!
He puts like a woman in a bikini and then he plays the video of him like playing like the drums or some shit, like those like you know, like sitting with his legs crossed and shit like that. And yeah, what Devon said, that's what he does. It's the weirdest shit ever. He just plays everybody's clips, but he has like 150, 200 accounts. He has every account.
Were you just listening to our whole conversation? That's what I said. He sits there on his bed with his like looking like a fucking weirdo.
But hey, I always thought that was Curtis this whole time, because I never heard Curtis speak until now. So appreciate it. My bad, Curtis.
Who else in the goo you stalking? Let me look and see.
Yeah, PTRs ain't safe down there. What I'm going through. Oh, yeah.
I know, because I'm like, I rarely even look in the goo. It's hard enough. And then we keep getting all these damn trolls, y'all. I can't even stay in the chat like I normally do or get on Instagram or Facebook, because these damn trolls will get on stage and we have to boot them within seconds.
What is that going to reform? Did I hear you profess your love for a white MAGA?
Oh my God. Curtis is not MAGA, but
No,
yes,
he
he was
definitely is
mine.
Who did he vote for?
Curtis is not MAGA.
Who did you vote for in November?
He voted
You gotta come back up and speak for yourself.
When did we start this, Curtis? Being my white husband. I think we did this in IGB like a while ago.
What's that? What's your question?
I'm voting for Kamala.
It's like Trump being MAGA.
He doesn't answer. He said he voted for Kamala.
I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
It's all good. People are here forever. It's not I'm MAGA. I'm not, man. I just have opposing views sometimes in the room. That's all.
Right. Y'all know I would not have a white husband on Clubhouse that was MAGA. Come on now, Hurricane.
Yo, Harry, I'm a funny motherfucker.
Not MAGA.
This is my show. This is my shtick. You know, Harry, I've done stand-up comedy. There's no point in doing stand-up comedy. It's a waste of time. Just film yourself in a room. It's the same thing. All I do is record. I'm a recorder, and these are critics of my artwork. I'm an artist and a critic, and I'm critical of these people through my art. Hello?
Sorry. I've had a lot. Look, JD is a former Clubhouse husband. You know, y'all know I get around. Let me stop.
I'm saying I'll be.
He's about to get you.
They're saying I'm gonna be in the Glen in 10 minutes. What the hell?
I know. Ex-husband, y'all. Ex-husband. JD is in. Actually, we were poly, and then Patty won. So.
That's crazy. He got acquitted on 2 federal indictments. What's next? Anything else?
Well, Amari, I'm glad you mentioned it, because wow, not you thinking that this was a John Kitover is crazy.
Let me turn my recording back on. Yeah.
Hello? Projection alert, bitch! Projection alert, bitch!
No, but look, that room is from when was misogynist being used? That's been a minute. Damn. So this dude really just goes around recording our spaces, which is sheer insanity to me.
Hello?
But oh well.
He's creating a dump of pollen here. All you motherfuckers. Amari, I still want to say I appreciate you being on alert. Even if you got it wrong. Yeah, you say a false flag picture.
Yeah, I was.
Them some people sniped, yo.
Yeah, man, that was my bad. Look, I saw the second picture, and I was like, why does he have that picture up? I was like, okay, that might be Kitover. I didn't have no problem with it. I was just like, well, since y'all talking about it right now, I said I think Curtis might be Kitover or recording for Kitover, one of the two.
You got me looking for 2A in this room, because Lord knows he
Hello?
has his damn name so many
Hello? 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 Hey, Joe. These people are promoting the John Kitover podcast. They're talking about John Kitover. I live rent free in these bitches' heads because they know I record them wasting all their time talking about nothing. Hello? For months now, down in my yoga studio, I'll live stream this shit. I'll do yoga for 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll leave and I'll let it run the whole day. And I've recorded them for months talking about nothing. It's crazy.
I tell you the content going. All you gotta do is get a video and play it. Something that we could discuss. You got Epstein, you got Trump, you got the economy. Listen, niggas say I'm not the producer, but guess what? I am. You're not the producer. Yeah, I got the John Kitover content is ass. I'm sorry. Like, y'all have talked that thing to death.
Well, let's see. On Monday, the Ninth Circuit will consider whether to, or maybe they already did, will consider whether to lift the preliminary injunction blocking the administration from imposing funding conditions on $12 billion in grants for homelessness and transit infrastructure to dozens of cities and counties. Why do they attack much in funding and grants, y'all? I don't think people realize how much the Trump administration has disrupted a lot of federal funding that goes out. I mean, that's not, but it's just annoying as shit.
So, Kimberly said, play band singing Dixie to Pink. She screen recorded it. Now, that's content. If y'all missed the Pink Pill band showdown, that's content right there.
Hello?
Yeah, Mickey, this administration is going out to veterans to do audits. I'm just trying to reduce.
Hello? Listen, one of my top videos is of these jackals in this room on Charlie Kirk's death, on the day of his assassination, cheering. It's called Liberals Celebrate the Death of Charlie Kirk. That's like a popular video of mine on YouTube. And it's this room. It's some F-word, N-word going on and on the whole day. It's really fucked up.
Everybody wants just to drag on Trump. Well, what are you doing? What are you doing?
He did exactly what he said. I'm jumping up and down like a monkey. That's what I'm doing.
I can tell you.
What are you doing to protect?
I can tell you. I can tell you. Do you want to hear or not?
Hey, I'm gonna put a mic in.
I'm gonna tell you what I did. I've ordered the military to go around the country housing homeless people. I've had Congress pass several bills that children have zero. What kind of question was that, Miss Annette? He's president of the United States. Are you okay?
Hello?
Let me ask you again. Do you have any specifics of what Trump's done for America?
Hello? Hello?
What have y'all done to teach him, to learn him how to run this country better? Nothing. None of y'all.
Hello?
Hey, wait, and they had nothing to say for the last
Hello?
years. Like, nothing.
Exactly. I can tell what I saw.
They were like, crickets.
That's not true. That's not true. Biden didn't do a good enough job of keeping costs down. He didn't do a good enough job in explaining or fixing the immigration problem. He did a terrible job in allowing people who weren't citizens to get benefits that citizens were waiting for. I can go through a whole host of things. He did a bad job in explaining the policy and the rationale.
Hello?
Israel and Gaza. I just named 5 things. Can you do the same thing that Trump did a bad job or not good job with, Miss Annette? Let's see. I said 5 things. Do you have anything, Miss Annette? On Trump. Name 5 things that Trump could be better at.
Damn, what did he do to get you in the cult?
Hello? Hello?
See how dishonest.
I can get along because you know what? When vegetarian beef is
See how
good.
dishonest Trump supporters are. And I'm being nice and respectful.
You know, if you want to say
Because
the
it's Biden and you can't give any of Trump.
The board of directors.
It's really you're in a cult. You can help.
okay, you know what? In a cult, okay, so stop. Okay, so
Can be a cult. So can
no,
Mother
they cannot. So I denounce that.
Mothers can't be in cults.
No, not me. Not me. So sorry. Not me. So sorry.
When he points out things that Trump could think stories, but I'm not trying to get Trump to be better.
It's Trump. It's the whole administration of what we can be better at. Hey, what can you be better at?
I think it's
What can you be better at? What can you be better at?
I'll explain to you better at. I'm about to explain. Every time I ask you a question, you turn it back, okay, and then I'll answer it. I'll answer it. I could be better at having less grace for dishonest, disingenuous maggots. I could be better at convincing mothers to join cults. And I could be better at learning why Black people have convinced themselves that loyalty to Donald Trump is more important than loyalty to their people. Okay. Can you name 3 things the Trump administration can be better at?
Hello? Hello?
That's what I thought.
You can't even make a bullshit like the black MAGA man.
Hey, yeah, that he stands up straight and he protects our country. What can he do be better at? He can make sure that our country is still the United States of America. It's a God country. That's what I care about. That's what he's better at. Okay? That's what he's getting to be better at. Okay? That's all I care about. And we're one nation under God.
Please.
And we're one nation under God. Indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so you can stop and do all the kind of things that you want to, and point this.
Hello?
The
Hello?
administration,
Hello?
the infrastructure, okay? Because the Brick Nation has been after the United States of America.
Hello?
And I don't care if you guys agree or disagree. They've been after.
Hello?
Trying to tear away the dollar, everything. And we've been strong.
Oh, shit. Now we gonna attack the BRICS nations.
To do that. So say what you want. Hey,
We gotta unite to fight Brazil. We gotta unite to fight India. We gotta unite to fight China. Hello? We gotta fight BRICS. Prohibition. The winos. Hello? I got no wine. It ain't Shabbos. Hurricane, you a dick sucker. Go lick the cum off your lips, dick sucker.
Hurricane is the elder, number one.
Yeah, he the producer and an elder. Hello?
She can't even show a little empathy. Show a little empathy. She had it.
Calm down and show some motherfucking empathy. You don't even brush your teeth.
Show a little empathy. She don't gotta explain nothing to you.
Empathy? You don't brush your teeth, Coon Creek.
He's godly. How do you do that? I mean, I understand the rest,
Amen.
but the actions are not godly. Surely.
Hallelujah. Hello? John Kitover is weird. Hello?
They don't serve the Almighty God. They serve their little golden engraved that they create.
Ooh, child.
It don't matter at this point. Like that lady is too far gone. Y'all talking to a brick wall at this point.
Hello?
Hey y'all.
Hey.
Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. If you think that, and I'm a mother, okay, please don't.
Brother.
It's going past you. Please.
Harry, if you can go in there and say John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your asses, he's making fun of you all live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
Brooklyn, I am proud to announce that we are safe from diaspora wars. Do not try to take us back there today.
I'm not.
Hello? Diaspora wars? What the fuck you talking about?
I'm just here as the audience member.
Hello?
Well, on stage.
I think that I'm a mother defense is crazy. But Casey Anthony was a mother too.
Crazy defense. Crazy.
Oh, she's gone. Right.
Crazy alert.
She need to Curtis, you got to put her in touch with your defense team because that was terrible.
Hello?
We've seen that even after all of the allegations and all of the pictures and
Hello?
we've seen in the past couple of days with the Obama shit. For the people who still are Trump supporters at this point, it's literally nothing that we could do about it. So we might as well just let it go. Let them be stupid.
Hello?
We could curse them out though. That would be nice, you know.
That don't mean let it go. That means curse them out.
Makes them feel very small. We could have those type of joking, but outside of that, it's a waste of time. We're not changing
Hello?
minds. Well,
We can let it go, but we can still curse that bitch asses out, motherfuckers. Let it go. Good Lord.
I get it.
Hello? Hello?
I do that too.
See, Harry, this is a universe of sounds, a cacophony.
Brooklyn doesn't worship the good Lord above. She worships the good Lord below.
Now you're
Ooh, Chad! Couldn't call you a Satan worshiper.
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, my bad. So
Hello?
worshiping the good Lord below?
Why would you say that, Coon Creek? That's weird.
I don't think she does. She always rail against Christianity.
Hello?
Listen, I respect everybody's religion. Just leave me out of it, okay?
Leave me alone. You're angry. I'm happy.
How you doing, Brooklyn? Where you
Leave me alone. I'm
Better
happy.
take a break from you crazy people.
Hello?
That's good. You get that mental health break. You get that good, clean mental health break.
Crazy alert. I'm happy. Leave me alone.
What y'all talking about? A lot that happened since I've been gone. They killing white people. ISIS killing white people. The Obamas is monkeys. It's just everything. Ain't going crazy. What's going on?
Crazy alert.
You know, it's everything that happened. We were totally in here covering it. Speaking about the nurse that was gunned down.
Oh, Harry, you want to hear the best thing about this burner phone? It's called Blue Products Incorporated, and guess what? It's an Israeli Jewish guy that owns the cell phone company, and he imports Chinese phones into Florida. And they're basically Huawei phones, but they're called Blue Products. He gets around somehow like U.S. import restrictions, or he's just competing. He's really just competing with Samsung, etc. But it's called Blue Products. It's an Israeli guy who imports Chinese manufactured phones and runs them on Verizon. It's called Blue Products. You might want to get yourself one because you're supporting. I don't know if he's Zionist or what his position is, but I'm sure he's a Zionist. Yeah. If you're not a Zionist, you're not intelligent, and there's no way this guy could be doing what he's doing unless he's a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? It's the Jewish mafia. Most people don't know what the Z equals. It equals JM. JM equals Z. JMZ. And my initials are JZK, which is Jewish Zionist Kichel. Not K-I-K-E. Kichel. Hello? Is that a coincidence? My initials are JZK. Jewish Zionist Kichel. That's my stage name.
To be really heard. And millions of us need to descend upon Washington, D.C.
Millions of us need to descend in arms upon Washington. He's not wrong about that, actually. Shit, I think we agree on something. Hello?
Especially come spring and summer, we see what's going on in Minnesota. In the coldest places in the wintertime, they outside protesting, and it's not so many riots, but they protested. So I could just imagine. I think that, for those of us who aren't about that life, we might need to stock up and be in the house finding some good shows on Netflix or whatever to watch, because it's going to be very busy for the spring and summertime.
Harry, you got to hear this clip from the movie Network. Because basically,
I
in all the
add something to this, not too much, but just because you pointed out, that people are being, grabbed and whatnot. I just want to point out, because a lot of people, I think, may not be aware that Indigenous across the U.S. are being also pulled into that just because of the color of their skin, color of their hair, the profiling that drives this whole thing.
Okay, let me turn down my Israeli Chinese imported phone here. Listen to this thing.
Kitover went on the air March 14th. It received a 47 share. The network promptly committed to 15 shows with an option for 10 more. There were the usual contractual difficulties.
Equal to 20% too, or except for such percentages, shall be 30% free over the minute or longer. Television programs.
Have we settled that sub-licensing thing? We want to put a definition here. Gross proceeds should consist of all funds the sub-licensing receives, not merely the net amount remitted after payment to the sub-licensing or distributors.
We're not sitting still for overhead charges as a cost prior to distribution.
Don't fuck with my distribution costs. I'm making a lousy $2.15 per segment. I'm already depositing $25,000 a week with Metro. I'm paying William Mars 10% off the top. And I'm giving this turkey $10 per segment, another 5 for this fruitcake. And Helen, don't start no shit with me about these again. I'm paying Metro 20% for all foreign and Canadian distribution, and that's after recoupment. The Communist Party's not going to see a nickel of this goddamn show until we go into syndication.
Oh, come on, Lorraine. The party's in for $7,500 a week production expense.
I'm not giving this pseudo-insurrectionary sectarian a piece of my show. I'm not giving them script approval, and I sure as shit ain't cutting them into my distribution charges. You fucking fascist! Did you see us going in to stand them in a jailbreak out demonstrating the rising up of the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure? You can blow the Seminole prisoner class infrastructure out your ass! I'm not knocking down my goddamn distribution charges!
Man, give her the fucking overhead clause. Let's get back to page 22. 5, small a, subsidiary rights.
Oh, yeah. Page 22, middle of the page.
Okay, is that not exactly like what you're listening to on Clown House?
Yeah, several states have this happening. I'll put some links in there, but it's in Minnesota. It's in the South. It's in the, like on the West Coast. It's like all over Idaho. I mean, everywhere. I mean, Indigenous people are on every state, right? They're over
the Seminole Political Class Infrastructure. I don't give a shit about your Seminole Class Political Infrastructure.
Which is Canada, the U.S., Mexico.
So Harry Ball's like, you know, the most amazing thing is I worked at Google as a contractor, and the day they fired me, they said, do you know why we're firing you? I said, no, why? They said, because you looked up Alex Jones. They deplatformed Alex Jones from YouTube. So I looked up to see if he was running ads for his InfoWars store that he sells all those supplements on. I was like, I bet you this guy probably spends $30,000 a month with Google. Sure enough, he didn't use Google as an advertiser, but they fired me just for looking up fucking Alex Jones. That's how paranoid they are about Alex Jones. And guess what? Guess who's looking pretty with every conspiracy theory? But, you know, it is what it is. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein at this point is a legend, because when people in these rooms are talking about his aura, I mean, to intentionally try to like upset people, I suppose. I've seen a photo of him with a beard on walking the streets of Israel. Now, there's a lot of people that look like that, you know, and it could have been a fake photo, but there's enough little pieces to actually suspect that maybe they didn't kill him, and they did some kind of a switch. Because there's also a video of a guy who looks just like him on Epstein Island, I think like 2 weeks after his death or something. So, dude, that fucking island is paradise, bro. Wow. I've seen the videos and it's like
First Nations. So First Nations.
I mean, but just to manage it, to own it.
I mean, Canada.
But it's
right?
kind of like your own little country in a way. It's kind of amazing.
Indigenous people in North America.
A lot of it was still under construction.
How alarmed and how, you know, it's just a very insidious situation. Anyways, I'll put some links in there if you're curious.
So there is like a watershed thing in his property. I think it's like part of the dock system. But you can go to, I don't know what they used it for basically. Probably just scuba diving.
But, you know, this is a different, we just on this side of the mountains. I'm on the east side of the mountains. And, it's really,
but dude, his fucking lifestyle really was lifestyle to rich and famous. Because when you look at that Zorro Ranch,
you know, that's where you have these.
I think I saw 4 properties. There's a 4th property.
But
anyways, all the furnishings in the Manhattan property,
you know, in the area where I live, so,
9 Street or whatever the name of that one was.
still here.
But I've done a lot of digging through the Epstein files, probably more than anybody else that I know. And Bill Clinton is opening himself up to all kinds of perjury, misinformation, disinformation. But the comments are, you could film videos just on the comments alone, and it's so shocking. Like the fact that Bill Clinton is opening up, it's wild. And there is a lot of fake photos, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about like the herd consciousness of America and the world. That this whole thing is being viewed by so many people globally. It's creating. It's like not just kicking over the bee's nest in America. It's like kicking over a bee's nest across the world, because there's many European leaders that are associated with Epstein and they stepped down. The head of Chuck E. Cheese, I think the head of Barclays is going to probably step down. Famous lawyers, like lots of people have essentially retired because of this. They've given up leadership positions in major organizations because of the Epstein file release. So it's a huge world-turning event. And you are listening to First Lady. You are listening to Patty. Dexter Morgan wants to say something. Big fan of the show, Dexter. Welcome, Dexter.
Hi, I specialize in blood supplies, if you are not unfamiliar with me.
Are you French?
No, brother. I'm English.
You're English?
Yeah, man. Where are you from, March?
I was born on a planet called Uranus, next to Saturn. Do you know where that's at?
Yeah, just next to my balls, you know?
Well, we got Harry Balzac right between our legs. Look at that.
Whereabouts are you from? Yes.
Okay, so you are an atheist. Prove to me God does not exist. Can you
What
prove?
is everybody doing to avoid accept this point? Hey,
Hello?
what are y'all doing? Has anybody come and
Hello?
and to has anybody come to see him or
How you avoiding ICE? Has anybody come to see him? That's what she just said. Hello?
offices set up all around the city, and I'm seeing less and less Mexicans. So
Woo, child.
what's going on?
Wake it
I
up.
think you were from New York.
Hello?
I am from New York.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot of you in Atlanta. Yeah, a lot of you in Atlanta.
First of all, don't play with me. This
We
is not
need to-
ancestral.
What you mean your ancestral home?
Because my grandparents and great grandparents are from here. So
Hello?
Oh my God. Do you maintain their traditions?
Dexter, if you're too slow to realize what's happening, I'm live streaming another room into this room.
don't do that.
Rice and peas?
Do that.
Get your peas and rice or whatever y'all do?
It's peas and rice.
Hello?
Brother, you are a chopped cheese.
Yeah, Harry, Ben, anybody else listening, if you could go in there and just say, hey, John Kitover's live streaming this room, providing live stream commentary feedback.
And Black America.
He's roasting you
is
guys.
peas and rice.
Just say it. We want to implant the John Kitover node back in their brains,
Okay.
and then get them to come to all these rooms, get them to go to all the YouTubes. We want to kick over a clubhouse hornet's nest, a bee's nest. If you guys get assist, all you guys gotta do is go up there and just repeat what I said. Hello?
What kind of peas? Bill peas. Bill peas.
Hello?
Field peas.
Yeah, 'cause we
Hello?
use
Rice and beans and peas.
Bill peas. You see that?
Rice and beans and
You
peas.
must have gonga peas. You hear me? You must have kidney beans. And what's the other one?
Hello?
Lima beans. Yeah, man. No field peas over here.
So, concrete, is it curry chicken?
Concrete! Get his name right! Concrete! Concrete!
Yeah, man. Only one curry chicken.
Yo,
Yo, I'm just leaving cat. Really good time.
wow, what'd you guys do, net?
Yeah, no, for real. Learn how to knit.
Wow.
Dude, you gotta come to the next one because you could have. I took a bunch of photos, but you could have been filming the entire time. They're so. They definitely know who I am, but they were just like it was just they let me knit. We just talked for like an hour. It was ridiculous.
Did you?
What do you think it is? Do you think they're retarded, or do you think they're like? I don't know.
No, they know that they're being observed, but the thing is, she's raised like $650,000. She's happy. She's as happy as a pig in shit. She don't give a fuck.
She seems mentally ill though. Like she seems like a little just like there's some signs. So I felt really bad.
Well, she claims that she has like a disease.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah, so.
She's been taking pills since 21.
Well, that's the thing. She's on medications and probably other things, but did you see the photo of her at the nightclub with her legs spread open? Oh, she's sitting on the bar top?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean...
No, but she was saying, so basically her grandma was a Republican, and she was talking about that in front of me, which I think was on purpose, because I think they think they're being observed, which is correct. And then she basically was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so that she could be pissed off. I'm like, that's a darkness.
Wait, what?
That is some, yeah. Her grandma was the head of the Texas Republicans. And she was saying that she wished her grandma was alive so she could be like, piss her off.
Oh, well, I've heard people say all kinds of stupid things. And I'm talking to a guy right now named Harry Balzac, who is a Zionist.
I know Harry.
You know Harry Balzac?
I know Harry Balzac. Somebody say what up.
What up? He can hear you. So,
Harry, you know me. I'm Mark's son.
Yeah, he knows you. So
He knows me.
I've
talked to Harry.
He's got a DEI PTR which says deport every illegal.
Please, pour as in please every illegal? Like pour for more?
No, deport every.
They were like, please, illegal. Well, isn't that kind of, should we like only observe, like, maybe let's only like arrest 80% of murders?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
70% thefts. Let's not prosecute every theft. Just like 50%.
There was a mass shooting downtown. 7 people got shot by one guy, and he was shot just like a couple weeks before he even did this shooting. So
I was knitting with Cat Agabazila, so.
Well, anyways, what are you gonna do the rest of the day?
What was I gonna say? Probably gym, but gym near me,
Nice.
But and then I want to write the cat article finally. It's about time I write the fucking cat article. And I took all these photos. I was in her office. It's basically it's a scam that she's doing this mutual aid bullshit. She has like a fucking closet of shoes, and then she raised $1 million. She's like, I'm spending it all on mutual aid. Where?
Yeah. Dude,
where's my money?
Terry
Lebowski.
Did you like the video, the animation I did of your Unity video?
Great work. 10 out of 10.
Dude, that guy
John,
Terry.
John, that sandwich today was so good. I can't believe I've never had pastrami there. I'd always, because it's $2 more expensive. I always would get the chicken panini or the hot dog, or they have a hot dog bowl basically, where it's like chopped up hot dogs and fries and their sauce. So good. But that freaking pastrami sandwich, I might have to get another one. It was that good.
Dude, my friend is in town, and he drove by the New York Bagel and Bialy place. He's like, they still got good bagels there. I said, yeah, get a toasted Bialy with cream cheese. Then that fat fuck went to Pita Inn and got a full like chicken meat shawarma plate, everything, and you're done. You're finished. Like, you just got to roll around for the rest of the day. You can barely move. You become huge.
Well, bagels are a lot of calories.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to digest. You got to go to the gym if you're going to eat all that wheat product. You're a rice. You're made of rice.
What?
You're made of rice. Oh, great. Dr. Dave is texting me WinRed texts.
Oh, yeah, he's I got Shmuel called Dr. Dave.
He said something. He's calling random people that he doesn't even know and saying, "Why are you texting me?" And like, you have struck the master chord and drew the flaming Dave sword.
He crossed some fucking lines, and like, yeah, he's been snapped. He's calling random ass people, being like, I'm gonna fuck you up if you keep talking to Max. And they're like, who's Max? Do you see how many random people he asked about me? And they're like, who's that?
Yeah.
And I don't even know who these people are. And I'm like, what? Hey, yeah. They're like, for sure. I'll never talk to Max again. I'll never talk to him.
Bro, that was like 3 days of the most intense text messaging. And I actually changed the settings on my phone because of those text messages. And when people call me now, I turned off all haptic feedback. So my phone is totally silent. And
I'm saying I cracked because I'm the only person to go through. In all this spam, wow, I feel like I just beat Kobe Bryant or Steve Nash. I got John to silence.
I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that event because basically I didn't take the time to go through all the settings on my phone to finally free myself from my phone's alerts, and like I'm finally alert free on this phone, which is a great place to be. I forgot about that. I'm like, why didn't I do this like years ago? This phone has been fucking with me forever.
I mean, these people are idiots that don't do it. And then, and I made some top tier jokes. Like at the end of the day, like there's some jokes that I could reuse that I think were just like some of my best stuff. Like even today, he talks about how his last name is something else, and I'm like, who's Samoa's last name? The mailman. And it turns out he's adopted, which is
Dude, you know who the craziest person out of all of this is? That Val and Terry, who think they're like consultants to the president or something.
Yeah, they are. They are. No, do you see the clip that I did? That Terry actually works with DOD?
Yeah, I saw that.
Isn't that wild?
Well, that's just what he says. He could say he's that because he's a subcontractor. Like, everything he says is a lie. So, like...
No, he is a subcontractor.
Well, it doesn't matter what he is. He's lying. The guy is a hair plug, schmuck, just like me, recording himself in his bunker.
Who do you think the government hires to do that? They hire the dirt of the dirt to do this kind of shit.
Well, in terms of, like, influencing and shaping Illinois... Well, in terms of just doing what they do, especially with that Tom DeVore. But honestly, you know who the hero is? Is Joseph Severino. That guy's my hero because he's taking all the shots and he's succeeding and continuing to push and push and push. And at this point, he's saying, anyways, it is like, dude, he's the hero, man. He's the fucking hero.
He really is. He really needs to, it was his name on the ballot, but he was taking the shots for us, for all the people.
Rocio too. I mean, honestly, like, that is, she's a warrior. Great for her. You have collected a team of warriors, essentially. You're doing exactly what these other people. You should be the Chicago GOP president, the Illinois GOP, like, you should be the chief organizer because what you're doing is what these people have never done. And this is why.
Exactly, because I can do the same kind of thing for finding candidates or whatever. It's the same skill set, but they're too worried about control.
Yeah.
They try to shake down a candidate. Aaron Delmar threatened a candidate $20,000 because he had a negative Eric Anger post, calling Eric Anger an anti-Semite. He said, "I'll put $20,000 into Gabby Hoxie, who he's running against."
Oh my God!
Have you ever met Gal? Are you going? I think it's this Wednesday or Tuesday to this Republican event.
Dude, I'm pretty much like probably not gonna go to anything.
No, it's not. I'm actually kind of excited because it's actually normal people. It's the Chicago Young Republicans, and they're not Evan Castle.
Well, yeah, I'm down to go.
It's like a normal Jewish girl. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'm down to go to anything that you go to.
I'll give you the deets.
I
signed up to be a member.
What about that Lincoln Day dinner or something? I heard LaHood's gonna be there.
Oh, we could protest those. Thank you. You too. I'm not to protest those, John, not go.
I'll be right back.
What? No, LaHood is such a piece of shit. I cannot believe that people like him. Mary Miller's a scumbag. Who's the third Republican? Oh, Mike Boss. Why can't I hear you? Enjoy.
Yo. Hello? Hello?
How is that different from somebody saying they don't like wigs and lashes? I'm just saying, like, what?
Hello?
Y'all defend this man. Y'all, this man is their new number one. They will defend this man.
Cause he fine. Have you seen him? The fuck?
Yes, I've seen him. He ain't fine.
Hello?
Anyway.
I wasn't offended. I'm just saying.
None of the ladies were offended. Y'all have double standards.
Right. So if Pete Hegseth would have said that.
It's up in the stock if he would have said it. It's up in the stock if he would have said it. But I understand. Because he's a black man, so I understand what he meant.
So you gotta say, if Pete Hegseth looks like Method Man, then what?
No,
She would let it go.
that would never be a thing to TP after a white man.
Look at Deep. Now Deep saying we're dirty macking. We're calling out misogynoir. They call us misogynists and misogynoir. Now we're calling it out. We're being critical and aware. And now they're saying we're dirty macking. These people, I'm telling you, the most educated demographic is down bad.
Dirty macking on Method Man?
I technically don't.
Dirty mac on Method Man.
But I technically don't like when a man got BDBs on his chest. That's the same shit. Like, I ain't saying that I won't fight with you, but I'm saying that you gotta cut that shit off. And I don't necessarily like locks neither. But I ain't gonna say that you ugly because you got locks. I just don't like the skin.
Harry, if you just go in there and see John Kitover is doing Mystery Science Theater 3000 on your ass, he's making fun of you all live stream on YouTube. This shit is hilarious.
I done seen taco meat. You hear me? I done seen it. This taco meat still going around here. I don't like taco meat in the groin area neither. Like, you gotta do something about that.
What the hell? You want a man to comb his nether region?
Do something. I don't know what you're gonna do.
What the
Pull that shit out.
This is insane.
This is insane. Y'all niggas gonna just shave your shit? You need to just say thank you. What the hell? You gotta get requests now?
Imagine going to the barber after you get your line up. He's like, oh, you want a square or you want to round it in the back? Oh, yeah, let me get square in the back. All right, cool. All done. Hey, man, I had a question for you. Could you, like, how you...
It's a video like that man, he got his ass whooped. Oh, yeah, you gotta get your ass whooped. You gotta get your ass whooped.
You from the back, that video?
You gotta go to the girlies and let them wax you on.
That was crazy.
Man, that's homosexual rigmarole, man. Come on, man. Every time I come up here with that, man, my bad. You want that thing all down?
Tell me from your part of the town. They sound like, where they from? That accent. Oh. That sounds like a Baltimore accent, you know, to the discerning ear.
It is. Yeah, it is Mid-Atlantic. They could be from Virginia up to Philly. Yeah, that sounds like it could be us. The way he's saying what they hold down, that is Baltimore shit. Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say this. Y'all could go to the
like they was from Baltimore.
You don't have to get your barber to do it, but you could go to the Brazilian girlies and get them to do it. See?
Yeah, my boy right there on that, sorry.
I'm just saying, get the girlies to do it. That's what the girls is for. You know what I'm saying? We like to maintain the men's and make them look presentable.
Or do it yourself.
Yeah, just get the $49.99 Ulster clippers from Amazon. They come with some barber scissors, quote unquote.
Come on, the gold ones. Come on,
No, that's expensive.
There's other types of worship too, right? There's other types of worship. It's prayer, Yaakov.
Yeah, so veneration.
Or praising, valuing.
I would say veneration and prayer. It's not just veneration.
Well, I mean, no, because prayer is a form of veneration, but there are other forms of veneration that are not prayer. Let's get a broad definition. The veneration of an entity to the highest degree, which is not God. So when you are permitting for God to be criticized but not the state of Israel, which are you venerating more? Like Hillel is.
Say that again?
State of Israel. When you are permitting criticism of God, but not the criticism of the state of Israel, right? Which entity do you venerate more?
I tend to not criticize God.
I'm not asking if you.
Yeah, I don't. But
I'm not asking if you. But in the case of Hillel, for example, as was pointed out by Barakah, Hillel permits the criticism and
He gives permission to. It doesn't mean it's a requirement. That's important.
Yes, it gives permission to, but does not give permission to the criticism of the state of Israel as I am.
It's an American institution, so it's just one American institution, Hillel, which is a student organization, and that's their policy, but it's representative of American Jewish priorities, right?
No, it's representative of Zionism. Because even in Israel, as you pointed out, the political parties can be non-religious, but they cannot be non-Zionist.
Yeah, they do make that case. But in general, criticism of Israel is much more allowed in Israel.
Yeah, they can be non-Zionist.
Just a correction. I mean, just let me correct it. No, there is a law basically that you cannot run on a platform that denies Israel as a Jewish democracy, and it's on the book. And this is how Kahana was kicked out. Regardless of this, we do have Malad, which is an Arab party.
Right, that I was referring to there.
What does apply to them, basically? Yes, that's one of them, like Malad specifically. And I do not know why it doesn't apply for them, but it applies like...
Because they're not going to go after them because it'll cause an uproar.
Jesus, what do you want to say, Bad?
It's only one fraction of the joint Arab parties. Not all of them.
What is that?
Out of 2 rooms, you fucking rotten dickhead.
Did you just call me a rotten fucking dickhead? Is that projection? Is that projection?
It's like you because of your big shiny bald head.
Welcome to Clubhouse Mockery, where we will be mocking you!
Yes. That's why we all come in here, or on here. Oh God, come in. Oh, I'm coming in Clubhouse. And
Somebody's coming!
what do you think about the Epstein files? Do you have any of your friends in there?
Hello? This room is called Mocking You, and you're asking us about Epstein files? This room's not about the Epstein files, it's about mocking you! Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
I'm stumbling over this because I'm a Jew first. Before anything, I'm a Jew first. Not a Zionist. I'm very strong Zionist, but I'm a Jew first.
I think it's your lucky God and faith and tradition in your life. I wish I had that temperament. I don't. So this is something that people who don't identify with religious Judaism, they lash onto Zionism and anti-Semitism as anchoring their Jewish identity. And
I'm a pretty strong, let's not have any more anti-Semitism other than zero.
Wait, so, Yaakov, would you be more willing to tolerate someone rejecting the existence of God or someone rejecting the existence of the right of the state of Israel to exist as a Jewish state?
Sorry, you just cut out for a second. Can you give me that again?
If there was a violent atheist and a violent anti-Zionist, which would you find more threatening?
I think this is a weird hypothetical.
No, I'm just saying, because I'm saying I'm a Jew first, right? A Jew first would be much more hostile towards an atheist than an anti-Zionist.
Look, I can't tell someone what to believe. I can't tell someone you can't believe in God. If they don't want to believe in God, that's not my bone to pick. But if someone can contribute to the destruction of the state of Israel, which is in my long-term best interest, then they are more, the person who is an anti-Zionist is more problematic to me.
Okay.
How about contributing to the destruction of God? As our and our...
God cannot be destroyed.
The idea of God historically speaking, Jews did proselytize.
Okay.
Stop proselytizing.
All right, let's read a little more about how
Can I just kick
Yeah,
out
go ahead.
how he did it like I live? Oh, Zeleny. That never even made it to the cartographic stage. And I'm a cartographer by training, geographer by training. They had very, very, very preliminary, I put research in it in the chat, very preliminary talks. It broke down almost immediately over fundamental differences on Jewish and sovereignty, and it never got to even the notion of creation of a state within a state, or a state within whatever, as you described it, a federal system, and it never made it to a mapping state. So whoever's creating a map, they're creating it out of thin air. It never even...
He said that.
No, I thought he said this was the proposed map.
No. He said the YouTuber with the
Understand that this was like actually mapped visually. Like their proposal was just a general proposal.
Right, but they didn't even...
This is the idea that we have, and I know like that the video that I linked explains like the proposal like very quickly fell through, primarily due to the opposition from the Grand Mufti.
Right, but they didn't even discuss any territory, any places where this would go there and this would go here. They never even got to any sort of territory cartographic sort of stage.
They had like the general idea that these are the territories like from the early 30s, where the Jews are the majority, where there are these like
I'm going to do more research, but
there are these purchases of land that have happened like in the 20s, like these ancient would be Israel, like according to this agreement. I mean, as far as I'm seeing, like they actually did like go public with this agreement, and there was like a public.
But there was no agreement. There was some initial talks, and it fell through, and there is no official agreement on record. So I'll leave it at that.
No, the agreement is just between Ben Gurion and Alami. It's not.
No, it fell apart. Those two people never reached a conclusion. That's my point. They never actually agreed.
He was the primary opponent to this, and like basically shut down.
Please click on my link. Please click on the link and then also do more research. But I don't think that's the case. But I have a whole host of words. I'm not a fan of videos, but I'm gonna do some real world book research.
I mean, okay, so for your own personal beliefs aside, this sort of gatekeeping about who is a Jew and who is a bad Jew and who's an un-Jew, it is a little ridiculous, right, Yaakov? Like we need to be a little more accepting, pluralistic of different beliefs and relationships with Israel.
I think I've always been open to discussing that.
Yeah, so that's kind of the point. So I think you actually don't disagree that much with Reiner's like premise, you know?
Yeah, I have a more tightly constructed view of like what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. That's all. I think I'm more closely aligned with Daniel than I am with you.
So what's acceptable? I mean, don't we live in our tradition is one where we question and interrogate and self-reflect. Like we don't like police ideas, right? Like I don't understand. How is this compatible with your Judaism? Say, oh, you guys are not Jews, you're marginal, you should be silenced.
Who says that's not happening in society, in Israeli society? It's like, you think...
We're talking about American society, American Jews.
It's happening every single day. Like, the discussion is active, the discussion is live, it's happening all the time, everywhere.
What we're debating now is the legislative and the silencing by powerful Jewish institutions that claim to represent, American Jews are trying to create, control and create consensus in the Jewish discourse, right? All right, let's move on. I'm going to talk about a little bit about why these sort of why it endangers Israel and Jewish people in order to place Zionism on this pedestal above in our religion and in the way we express our American Jewish identity. Okay, I think we've established that it is on the pedestal compared to like Jewish tradition for a lot of people, and it does sort of anchor Jewish identity. So I think we ended talking about this is idolatry in practice. We have built an altar and thrown an entire society into flames. The korbanot, or the religious offerings, extend beyond Gaza. They include Israeli Jews themselves, and it may take decades to grasp how gravely this war endangers them. Ziad al-Nakhala, who at the age of 3 saw Israel murder his father when it massacred Palestinians in Khan Yunis in 1956, currently heads Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Israel has already killed more than 100 times as many Palestinians in Gaza in this war as it killed back then. How many 3-year-olds will be seeking revenge 69 years from now? But our Moloch wants more. To defend Israel, American Jews are harming our community and our country. More than half a century ago, the writer I.F. Stone noted that Israel is creating a kind of moral schizophrenia in world Jewry. Jews, whose welfare in our own community depends on the maintenance of a secular, non-racial, pluralistic societies, were championing a Jewish state in which the ideal is racial and exclusionist. Today, as progressives turn against Israel, they are forcing American Jews to choose: defend exclusion in Israel or inclusion in the United States. And some of America's leading Jewish institutions are choosing the former. The choice is making American Jewish life more insular and more repressive. After October 7, the 92nd Street Y, which for decades has symbolized New York Jewish cosmopolitanism by hosting writers like James Baldwin, Susan Sontag, and this other guy that I can't pronounce, canceled its annual literary series rather than host writers who boycott Israel. At the same time, Brandeis University, named for America's most famous Jewish advocate of free speech, banned its chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine and began advertising itself as a campus where Jewish could feel safe in their Jewish identity because they wouldn't encounter fierce criticism of Israel. This is still
25, 37, 92.
for safety. And now that authoritarian right-wing parties, from the GOP to France's National Rally to the Alliance for Germany, have become more pro-Israel than their left-wing competitors, some Jewish leaders are making a different bet, that we can thrive in white Christian ethno-states. This is where our theology of Jewish statehood leads. To defend tribal supremacy in Israel, we are empowering tribal supremacy in the United States and Europe, where we are not even the dominant tribe. We're also offering up
25, 37, 92.
the then prosecutor of the ICC and her family, which was considering launching an investigation into Israeli war crimes. In 2024, after a new ICC prosecutor did propose such investigations, AIPAC applauded the House of Representatives for voting to impose sanctions not only on him, but also his 2 sons. This thuggery degrades the legal system born after World War II and expanded after the genocides of Rwanda and former Yugoslavia to restrain the predatory actions of states. It is a gift to Vladimir Putin, Modi, Jinping, and any other tyrant who worries that he may be shamed by human rights groups or prosecuted by the ICC. If Israel can destroy Gaza with impunity, warns Agnes Alamard, Amnesty's Secretary General, it will leave international law likely in its death throes and nothing yet to take its place, save brutalist national interests and sheer greed. In our zeal to protect Israel no matter what, this is the world we're helping to create. There is another path, but it requires recognizing what label is taught, that our capacity for justice and injustice, we are no different from anyone else. It may not seem like a big conceptual shift. Most Jews don't walk down the street thinking we are immune from sin. Yet that assumption permeates our communal conversations about Israel. It is always someone else's fault. Israel expels 750,000 Palestinians in 1948. It's because the Arab governments told them to leave. Israel occupies millions in the West Bank. Millions of West Bank Palestinians who lack citizenship or the right to vote. It's because Palestinians wouldn't accept our peace offers. Human rights groups accuse Israel of practicing apartheid. Why aren't they focused on Syria and Iran? Student protesters demand Israel stop military in Gaza. Oh, they're anti-Semites or at best wildly uninformed. The alibis change, but the bottom line remains the same. Jews are victim. Israel has done nothing fundamentally wrong. For generations, Jews...
69, 98, 25.
Removing Jewish statehood from Jewish identity, and for most Jews around the world, it's not clear what is left. But the benefit of recognizing that Jews are not fundamentally different from other people is that it allows us to learn from their experience. Jewish exceptionalism is less exceptional than we think. We're not the only people to use the story of victimhood to justify supremacy. Let me talk about Tzedakah as an example. So I think that answers your question a little bit, Daniel. You know, saying about like how enmeshed American Jewish identity is with Israel and criticizing Israel.
I think I was laughing because like the entire statement is kind of in a loop. If you don't believe that it's inherently wrong, if you don't believe it's like a crime, and you're only like very biased about the war in Gaza, not mentioning in a word like the other side. Then it's like it's up to me to take it like really serious as text about. It's like atheism working backwards to justify the anti-Zionism conclusion.
You got something to say, Benny?
I think it's funny. It's just like, anti-Semitism. Like every time I hear that word, honestly, I laugh a little bit more, and it loses more power.
Well, it's funny coming from you laughing because you take pride in being an anti-Semite, so why would anyone here listen to your perspective of anti-Semitism?
Because I represent the mainstream. According to you, the mainstream is anti-Semitic, right?
No, I didn't say the mainstream is anti-Semitic. I think the loud voices, the violent voices are anti-Semitic. Not the mainstream.
Oh, okay. So you don't think
The majority of time
has been okay. So you don't think anti-Semitism has been prominent throughout history for the last 2,000 years amongst
yes,
specifically Christians?
I'm just not saying it's mainstream.
Okay, so I represent the prominent voices. How about that?
The loud voices, the violent voices, the
prominent,
hateful voices, yes.
The prominent.
I mean, so in fairness,
the loud ones.
The passage I just read does talk about it. Israel and Zionism gives rise to Christian nationalism. I don't know if you sympathize in any way with Christian nationalism in the U.S.
Christian nationalism has existed for 2,000 years. I don't know if Israel existing
The Templars, the Hospitallers, the Crusades, Anglican
Historically,
Church.
Jews have not aligned themselves. Now Israel align themselves with the Christian supremacists all over the world because they see themselves as
Like a bad thing or a good thing that they're making friends?
Historically, they wanted to live in a society that is free, right, and that has benefited Jews. But now they're sort of shifting and they're embracing exclusionary supremacist ideologies because they think it gives them legitimacy.
No,
the Jews should be in Israel and the Christians should be in Christian countries.
The political reality has shifted, and to make friends and allies with certain people, so they were looking to see who are the most likely allies.
Yeah, like I'm not sure if I understand. You're saying that Christian nationalism is dangerous and Zionism is dangerous because it supports and promotes Christian nationalism, which we know is
No,
dangerous.
we're not talking about Zionism itself. We're talking about how modern Zionists and Jewish institutions and sort of the establishment of the Jewish establishment have now embraced white supremacists effectively because it serves Israel's purpose against the interests of the larger Jewish community. In general, we should support free countries, free societies. We should not support Nazi organizations. No, you don't like it. Hey, Daniel, you don't like the Netanyahu town Nazis?
You literally embrace Nazis in your culture.
Your government does that.
Anti-Zionist, like.
What do you mean? Your government has like an anti-Semitism conference with all Nazi organizations. You have anti-Semitism conference in Israel.
It's literally your movement is all about Jew hatred.
She's talking about the far right of Germany.
Israel is in bed now with the far right. In Israel and in America and in
Yeah,
Germany.
Israel coordinates with the far right in Europe.
It's not a secret. Thank you.
But I'm just trying to ask, is that like a bad thing or a good thing?
In my view, it's bad. We shouldn't associate with exclusionary.
You're saying that Israel should only be friends with half of the politicians of Europe.
Israel should associate with people who champion freedom of religion and values that.
And if there are far right nationalists who support those virtues, should Israel befriend those far right?
Then why didn't Israel?
Right? You agree? Yeah.
So maybe Zionists should have identified as Nazis. That it's African, like pragmatism, right?
Buttercup, the thing is that when it benefited Jews, they did support secularism and like openness and inclusion and all of that. But right now, it doesn't benefit Jews. Because what benefits Jews, especially from an Israel-loving standpoint, is the state of Israel. And the state of Israel is far from inclusionary. So why would you want to promote inclusionary ideologies if your state does not have it?
I think that's. I don't think
It's very inclusionary, to be honest.
Probably too inclusive.
That's right, Adam, because what Buttercup is sort of pretending is that the world is flat and all of the politics in Israel are not affected by the outside world. So Israel has to pay attention to the to the Muslims that are throughout the Middle East, as well as the Europeans, as well as America. They have to understand what the global political climate is and how it will affect
And the
Israel.
Chinese and the Indians and the Russians.
And the Chinese and everybody else. And Israel as a country has to account for those things. It can't pretend that the world is flat and that it has to play by certain rules that other people don't have to play by. Like that's suicidal.
Yeah, but Buttercup wouldn't be dead if it committed to suicide, though, so. Kind of makes it more like murder.
So it's just a coincidence that, like, you know, when Israel's promoting a more exclusionary ideology, and back home, Jews promote it in the West.
I mean, Arab countries practice exclusionary efforts, right?
I'm agnostic as to whether or not exclusionary efforts are good for a state.
I think modern Jewish identity, but modern Jewish identity has evolved in a different way.
Japan has massive exclusionary measures. Massive.
All the states have exclusionary measures. That's how they set up citizenship, statehood, uniform law, voting rights, right? Like, it's a trade-off. Like, you could say, no borders, and then, like, just, like, vague cities, and then, like, armies that are, like, campaigned for when an offense is brought before some town council. Like, they've done models before. We determined that exclusionary citizenship and borders with uniform rule of law throughout the land, with mostly a language that at least the people can understand the laws when they're written in. Those are, like, better backbones than, like, I don't know, high standards or something.
The EU disagrees in the Schengen zone.
What? How do you mean? What does the EU disagree with?
The EU has a project of gradually expanding open borders so
absolutely no, like, kind of, like, it's kind of like going from, Texas to a neighboring U.S.
Yeah, but the people are in the federation together. They aren't.
No, it's not a federation.
It also doesn't really work yet. Like, they'd love to get that, and, they might get to something close like that, but they don't have the same setup, the same historical backbone as the U.S.
Yeah, Lebanon and Syria are basically the same people, and they don't even have open borders between each other.
Of course not. We need closed borders.
It currently exists, like, and it's working fine. Like, you can just have your, like,
Yeah, there are some
the equivalent of your social security number in USA, and you can just, like, walk from Spain to, Poland. It's like no problem. Like, you can go to Germany, to Switzerland.
Yeah, that Russia allows it to happen. A lack of terrorism.
I think
where does the free walking stop?
people bring up Europe a lot when they talk about, like, the failures of multiculturalism, but I feel like in America we figure out a model that works much better, and, like, where people are much more intimate. You don't have this kind of, like, segregated.
Totally nice.
I don't know if I would agree that America is dealing with multiculturalism better than Europe. They're two different systems.
In my experience, Muslims who immigrate here are very well integrated. They go to public schools, they're in the workforce, and they are not seen as, like, a threat to society. Extremism isn't such a, like, threat to. We're worried about homegrown white people.
It's also the case in Europe, even in countries that have at this recent times been so conservative and xenophobic as to leave the EU, like UK, like their Muslims are, like, actually, like, hugely integrated and well. And the problem is with people who lean right wing, they want to say, like, oh, these, like, groups are not well integrated. Like, usually, this is not exclusive to them, but for everyone else, but then most of them, like, they have no idea what it is. Like that, like, sociologists, like, define, like, more than 7 different, axes of integration, how a success of integration along those axes is measured. Like, none of these people have any clue about that, but they want to say, like, oh, these people have been integrating well.
It is true that usually Muslims have a better time integrating in America and Canada and obviously Australia as well, as opposed to Europe, because Europe the states are ethnic, whereas Canada, America, and Australia are not exactly such. Well, they belong to integration at various different
Misuse of their ethno-state usually refers to something like that's almost by definition bad. It's all a term. Like, it's a.
I'm not saying it's a good
Okay, how are they not ethno-states?
but they are.
No, they're nation states. They're an ethno-state means something.
Why are they not
They are
ethno-states?
ethnically, so the identity of the nation is ethnically defined. Poland is for the Poles, Germany is for the Germans. Yes, are there
Ireland for the Irish.
Yeah. Are there border areas? Sure, but even historically speaking, when those borders were drawn, and then to integrate them into the dominant.
So
So it sounds like the safe and peaceful multiculturalism of Europe rests on existing ethnic states.
No, they're not. Maybe
They're not ethnic.
to be fair.
They're ethno-national
Like,
states.
the term ethno-state is problematic.
Okay, so you say they're not ethno-states.
I'm defining it.
No, ethno-state has a specific term.
Okay, what does it apply to?
Far-right ideas about, like, purging minorities or, like, taking away their
Okay,
rights.
which states are those?
I don't know if there are any ethno-states today.
Okay, so there are no good examples of an ethno-state. Benny Adam, are you fine with nation state?
This is why the AFD and are like really.
Okay, so is Poland an ethno-state? That's a good question. Benny Adam says that's literally the question people are having right now. Is Poland for Poles? And you're denying
Of course not.
that it is an ethno-state.
All you do country.
Why do you think Poland is an ethno-state? He says it isn't.
All countries don't EU, and even though outside of the EU, like my country, So there is, yes, I know. There is this big concept in the nation state.
That doesn't contradict what is that located.
If I'm
saying the identity of the nation
as being multiple, like,
No, but you're people was interrupting.
I mean, because like someone is like,
Okay, go ahead. Well, next person to interrupt goes down. Finish the one.
anyway, in the European like story, the nation state is a state where you have nations, where you have an legally explicitly defined groups called national minorities. So in Poland, you have the Polish nation, and like in the constitution it says Poland is the nation of the Polish people and not all other citizens that live in it. And it lists out human rights. So like a special place is given to explicitly legally defined like category of people called minority groups. So like there is special care being taken to not have any sort of like unfair treatment of people because they're a minority in this. So like that's really the difference between just a regular liberal democratic like nation state, like all of European countries are, and an imagined ethno state that far-right people want to institute, like the alt-right, etc. Like their goal is that they use the term ethno state, where they don't want like these national minorities to be basically like as well respected guests, that they want them burned and their rights taken away because this is not their land. So that's the difference between a regular nation state and an ethno state.
We're not talking about the legal like constitution of the state. Technically speaking, and what it means to be a Pole or a German is much more ethnically defined as opposed to what it means to be an American or a Canadian. Americans, Canadians have had a long history of immigrants from various countries that assimilate into the identity of being Canadian, which is not nearly as ethnically bound as what it means to be a Pole or a German. And so that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the legalities of it. I'm not talking about whether or not that state has minority communities. I'm talking about the general identity of the nation.
I'm not sure there is that difference between like states that are your typical traditional nation states and other states that are multi-ethnic states or melting pot states or countries, I should say. That does exist. That doesn't
immigrants in Canada or America from Arab backgrounds. Easier time assimilating into society.
That's exactly the sentence that I started saying. Like that does not carry over into like that means that the migrants are going to be treated better. In fact, a typical nation state in Europe treats its minorities much better than USA has been treating like black and brown and Muslim people in the last like 50 years.
I did not think of that.
That's insanity.
Alright. I want to read more about anti-Zionist American Jewish identity.
I mean, I think the guy who wrote whatever article or whatever you're reading is a little delusional.
Alright, well, we talked a lot about Jewish holidays and the way we frame our holidays and the aspects we emphasize and how we tend to frame ourselves as victims. And so this is how we apply sort of that philosophy to sort of modern geopolitics. And I think when it comes to Israel, we would cast this victimhood narrative aside. Zionism's core promise, after all, is to ensure that Jews are never powerless again. Israeli commentators often argue that refusing to be a victim is central to Israeli identity. But while Israeli and diaspora Jews do not depict Israel as powerless, we do often portray it as persecuted, the Jew of the nations, to use a popular establishment Jewish phrase, slandered, menaced, delegitimized like no other country on earth. The state of Israel, which its founders hoped would be fundamentally different from the diaspora, historian Derek Petzler has noted, is now seen as its extension, no less threatened, no less unjustly maligned. This paradigm, Israel as the perpetual target of aggression, never is often.
Why is you guys' outfit different every
of Israeli history? Consider its account of the departure of more than a half of the Arab population of British India Palestine during the Israel's War of Independence. Palestinian refugee issue originated in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, explains ADL, America's best-known organization fighting anti-Semitism, when 5 Arab armies invaded the state of Israel just hours before it was established. The moral responsibility is clear. The Palestinians left their homes because Arab nations had started a war. Palestinians suffered, but only because Israel was attacked. The problem with this chronology is that between 1/3 and half of Palestinians...
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through me to Kitover yoga. Find a steady seat, let your spine lift tall. Close the eyes and take a deep breath. John Kitover now, older. I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together. Just
A local boy shares a moment of stillness. Poet and veteran John Kitover read it.
Sir Mold is more stubborn than my uncle's donkey. Maybe it needs carrots, genius. Carrots? It needs retiring. Oh, the TV thinks it's not going to believe what just happened at the polling place.
Let me guess, they ran out of I voted stickers again.
Worse, I think I accidentally ran for office. Like the ballot on the right line, I wrote my name.
Just nominated your...
What just happened at the polling place?
Let me guess.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans.
Another 100 points down.
This week the Dow's going to need a parachute. I just bought a parachute company. Smart move. Too bad they only make money when you land.
These are our pension stuff.
So the guy at the counter asks me how many bagels you want. I say 24. He hands me 36. What am I going to need? A better opener than just shout numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. It's pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. In my class, welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
Who knew the road to power had this many stairs?
Good evening. Scientists at DNA Science Corporation say they've encountered...
Hey, Doc, did you know humans only use 10% of their brain?
If that were true, you'd forget to breathe by now.
Okay, but go.
All right, first round of the Jewish genome test for global medicine. Front countries 102. And
Let's settle this once and for all.
Facts versus opinion.
People keep mixing them up. A fact is like gravity. Drop a sandwich, it hits the floor. Sad. True.
Pineapple on pizza is wrong.
But that's basically a fact. No, that's just your taste buds.
Today's lesson, facts versus opinions. I've got index cards. Okay, folks, welcome to the John Kitover Comedy King Show. I'm just going to relax, watch some late night rerun. I'm going to build a bridge between our nations and maybe share a donut or two. Salam.
Deuce just called us a trash can. It sounded very confident.
Whoops, hot diplomacy.
New partnership. I told you. Buddy came.
Voted to partition Palestine into Jewish and Arab countries. Jews were only 1/3 of the population. Thus, even the state earmarked for Jews, which would have encompassed 55% of mandatory Palestine, would have been almost half Palestinian. Since Jews live largely in urban areas, Palestinians own 80% of Jewish states' arable land. Zionist leaders knew that a country in which Palestinians were almost half the population and possessed most of the territory wouldn't constitute a genuine Jewish state. Jews would not rule. A month after the UN vote, Ben Gurion told members of his political party, only a state with at least 80% Jews is viable, stable state.
Today's lesson.
While Ben Gurion and Zionist leadership, unlike their Palestinian Arab counterparts, accepted the UN partition plan, they also began expelling Palestinians because that was the only way to create a large Jewish majority that occupied most of the land. On this point, Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who gained fame for his research on the Palestinian exodus, has been unusually frank. Ben Gurion was a transcriptist, Morris told the Israeli journalist Ari Shavit in a 2004 interview. He understood that there could be no Jewish state with a large and hostile Arab minority in its midst. Perhaps taken aback by Morris's directness, Shavit observed, I don't hear you condemning him. Indeed, Morris was
All right, first round of the Jewish...
continued. If he had not done what he did, the state would not have come into being. And that has to be clear. It's impossible to evade. But it is possible to evade. Among Jewish states' high-profile English-language defenders, Morris is an outlier. A throwback to the early Zionists who bluntly defended Zionist conquest. That's why you won't find them on the ADL or Apex lecture circuit. Their narrative is built on evasion because they know it's not possible in a post-colonial age to acknowledge the truth about why Palestinians became refugees without raising questions about why they and their descendants can't return. George Orwell famously wrote that since forthrightly defending Assad's purges and British colonialism in India required arguments that are just too brutal for most people to face, their public justification has to consist largely of euphemism, question-begging, and sheer cloudy vagueness. That perfectly captures establishment Jewish discourse about 1948. The only way to depict Israel as a victim of its own mass expulsion of Palestinians is to evade when Palestinians actually endured. Euphemism is the point. Consider what Palestinian expulsion looked like.
Good evening. Scientists at DNA.
Amid the crush of people fleeing Haifa, as Zionist forces attacked, a woman named Nazmia al-Khilani walked with a broken leg, one child in her arms, and another tied to her apron so he wouldn't be swallowed by the crowd, to the city's port, where she boarded a boat to Act Free, which itself depopulated after Zionist forces shut off the city's electricity. In the chaos, she lost contact with her husband, father, brother, and sisters, all of whom were deported to Syria. She didn't see them for another 50 years. Now, Israeli troops entered the largely Catholic and Greek Orthodox village of El Gun in the Galilee. According to filmmaker Hisham Zreik, who used oral histories, Israeli documents, and events, the troops were met by priests holding a white flag. Soldiers from the Rouhani Brigade responded by assembling villagers into the square. They forced the bulk of residents to evacuate the village and head north, thus serving as human shields for Israeli forces who trailed behind them in case the road was mined. After forcing the villagers to walk all day with little food and water, the soldiers robbed them of their valuables, loaded them onto trucks, and deposited them across the Lebanese border. According to an eyewitness, the roughly dozen men held back in the town square were executed in groups of 3. The people of Eilenbaum were comparatively lucky. Some were allowed to return. During Israel's War of Independence, the Zionist forces depopulated roughly 400 Palestinian villages. Many were looted, most were fully destroyed. Listen to every one of Benjamin Netanyahu's speeches about Israel's creations and the speeches of every established American Jewish leader, and you won't hear a single story like Nazmia al-Khilani's.
Welcome to Vaccine Basics for Educators. You might be rabbis, but today...
Zionist forces expelled. That is not an accident. Only by erasing names and experiences of ordinary Palestinians can they be made offers of their own expulsion. We evade the harsh realities of 1948 just as we evade the end of the Book of Esther. In this way, Israel's creation is made to fit the script.
I think narrow. I think it really.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words. The audience loves them. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer.
Hey, I'm running through my set, and whoa, it's like looking into a funhouse mirror without the fun.
I hear him aligning the Jewish groups that represent him.
Let me point out something. Clive, the first time I read you his narrative of this Book of Esther, right? You saw him as much more marginal voice. And like the second or third time, it turns out okay,
One second.
It sounds like he's starting this conversation.
One second. I've known about Peter Meyer for a long time. Okay, the point, the how I characterize him is not the conversation.
He used to read his book, remember? That's how it started.
Another 100 points down!
This week the Dow's going to need a parachute.
Yeah, I just bought a parachute company.
Smart as part of the Jewish establishment, quote unquote. Okay, don't give me this. I'm the only smartest one in the room, Buttercup.
No, I think you are smart, which is why we're having this conversation. I want to engage you.
I know, so don't tell me about the first time you heard it. I've been teaching about this and preaching about this idea for longer than minors.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we're exploring the connections between Africans, African Americans, and white Europeans. 3 groups whose histories are more intertwined than most folks realize. This, of course, is the
and me as somehow some opponent.
So I think this is exactly what he's trying to do, is have this conversation you described. I don't think that's in contradiction to what you said at all.
Caleb is acknowledging it being critical. He's giving his criticism of what he thinks happened, what he thinks.
His criticism is that he's refusing to acknowledge that people are having this conversation, when really he's not just having the conversation. So it's a little meta that your criticism is like don't tell us we're not having this conversation.
He's not having a conversation. He's having a monologue.
He's engaged with criticisms and the common tropes that we hear as Americans.
The pillar of mercy is that of light, and the pillar of civility.
I think as all historians, he's selective in terms of trying to tell the story he wants to put out there. There's and like all historical narratives, there's it relies on true things, right? But it isn't exhaustive. And I think it's a little cynical. It's highly motivated as well.
The first.
If I'm somehow the example of someone who was Zionized
I'm not going to believe what just happened.
For Zionist organizations, my grandparents talked about Zionism on their first date. We have the telegram announcing the partition. They have announcing the partition plan hanging on our wall, right? We drink a fifth cup of wine at our Passover Seder's for the state of Israel, right? And yet, right? I'm not a person who lacks empathy for Palestinians.
Yeah, but in Zionism,
I'm not a person who like supports the Ben Guri's and sponsorships. I'm not a person, right? And I think I had a very conventional.
Local voice says
a pretty conventional Zionist.
Okay, sure, fire. Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you. I just we got it. Your background. But I think the point the issue, colleague, here is that I think you are.
I thought we could slow things.
Confused because we do agree on a lot of basic facts, which some of our co-religious or co-ethnic people don't agree on, and so that's why it's easier to discuss the gaps between.
You know what? Yeah, I understand, but even though we agree on the facts, I don't think we agree.
John Kitover now, older.
And I think it's one thing to try to put up a mirror and say, hey guys, this stuff happened, these are facts. And quite another to say, and that means this beyond the shadow of a doubt about Zionism. And it means this beyond the shadow of a doubt about the meaning of the state of Israel.
I want to point out, you did agree. So the first time I read you his interpretation of the story of Esther, right? You thought you were shocked and offended. And this time, you espoused views that were identical to his.
No, I was not shocked.
You interpret Megillah Esther the same way he does, right? Where it ends in genocide, and maybe we should talk about it more.
Nights the city hums like a distant seashell. I let that hum fall through.
Complexity of it, and people are in your community. Do you?
How do you know?
I don't know. I'm asking. So today we should discuss the moral complexity. Previously, you thought he was just.
I said the same thing today as I said that, which is there are times to celebrate and there's to be introspective.
I thought we could slow things down and try a short meditation together.
He can do no wrong in their eyes.
Be self-critical and hopefully.
Hey, I'm John Kitover with KITV 8 News. Here are tonight's headlines. The City Council has approved a downtown safety initiative aimed at improving life.
I, John Kitover, am king of the earth, and come back to Kitover tonight.
Let's follow the watchdog.
So delivery! Behold, mortals, from this day the life of an emperor cool excruciating. In that, it will be weight will be up, and therefore, if you spend on it.
Do you know what's splitting hairs means? Do you know what splitting hairs means?
Yes, you're trying to divide something that doesn't need to be divided.
I'm not dividing.
You and Diviner are saying the same thing, which is that we should view Purim through a more.
I'm not giving an analysis. I'm giving an opinion about what he's saying. And I don't think we're saying the same thing. No, I don't think we're saying the same thing.
You said the authors of Megillat Esther wanted us to engage with the moral complexity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what we're doing here. Okay, the moral complexity is that Jews are capable of genocide. That's the moral complexity of it.
Right.
Anybody's capable of genocide.
And our notion of ourselves as the perpetual victim.
Yeah, but that's also not what's happening.
Well, that's how people, I think in this modern age, this is how our ancient mythology can be relevant to modern.
Okay, I have a question. I prefer a different framing. Like, you know, I talked about Purim Jews before, right? You've heard this. Purim Jews are attuned to risk and outside threat. Passover Jews are attuned to universal notions of freedom. Right? And we have to have both. This is Yossi Klein Halevi again from the Harvard Institute. Everybody. If you want to have like thoughtful experience.
I'll come back to Kitover tonight. My guest tonight traveled light years and somehow still beat LA traffic. Please welcome.
So look, I think
you can have a reading room with him.
I thought we could slow things down and try.
Today we're talking fine art.
That's fine. So that's what I mean, Buttercup, right? I can't do everything.
So delivery! Behold, mortals, take the life of an emperor, cool breeze.
And I personally, I think there's something.
Country, everything is too big. The cars, the drains, even the squirrel.
So Hanukkah is only, and I mean celebration, and I mean observance of it, right? If my entire observance of it is only about, like, you know, look at how bad it turned out afterwards. Right.
That's not what he's advocating. Is that what you understood his point? right, Sippy?
That's how I understand you to understand.
That's how you understand me understanding his point? Of course not. No, I literally said over and over again that these read through Weiner's lens, the Jewish holidays, in fact, have a lot of subversion and moral complexity they're actually meaningful in this current predicament that we're in today, right? As American Jews with.
That's why I like stuff he read to Gore, right? Because I think he out loud in his podcasts is doing very much this. You think he's a propagandist, but you think he's a propagandist only because
but he is coming with an agenda to promote the only.
Wellington's on the run. I caught him in Kitover. He's retreating. If he's retreating, what are you doing here? Oh, I came to make my report. If Wellington's retreating, what are you doing here? Why didn't you follow him? Why didn't you pursue him? Where are the reinforcements you promised me? Don't you dare criticize me! Don't you dare! Don't you see if Wellington's free to choose his ground? Everything I've won in this campaign, you lost. Ashwabuka, the center is broken. I have ordered a retreat. Retreat? I am 72 with a proud soldier. This steel is my word. I am too old to break. If Wellington runs to the coast, none of us will get home to Berlin. The logical road is Namur. I do not trust the English. Nonetheless, because I have served you before, sir, I have ordered the retreat to Havre. You may still cooperate with Wellington, but God help us if he does not stand. Wellington's on the run. I caught him in Katover. He's retreating. If he's retreating, what?
American Jewish identity and sort of this crisis of identity that we're in, where the institutional Judaism has sort of alienated a younger generation who sees the moral complexity of modern Zionism.
I'm going shy. This is what makes
'Searching for my turtle's head is one of the scariest things possible. Not only do I have to worry about him taking my finger off, I can also potentially crush him with one of
the history that you read earlier, which is we all were contending with the moral complexity of it, right? It's not unique. Most confidence you only do. This is only two.
No, it is put on a pedestal. It is kind of a secret cow that you can't criticize when you get marginalized. In fact, to get marginalized, sometimes you're on this app by the right-wingers, to copy or whatever, right? And it's non-Zionist. It's because of this story.
That's what we know is bigger words and better words. People who look bigger, people who think it's not just I don't know what you say. It's so sad. Just don't you say what's up there, just don't you? Don't see me as more information.
So I think maybe don't participate in this record about anti-Zionism. I hate that. I'm just right. What we're doing is inadvertently maligning a huge segment of your own people. We just went through the diversity of anti-Zionism.
not the same as what I'm talking about. But I think that's what she wants, that you can't decide this to be what you want. That's the it's already, you don't even know.
This is, I want to say something. Modern Jewish identity, like I said, it rides on, is anchored, secular one is anchored by
Wellington's on the run. I caught him a cat.
Without it, we can't thrive. Without it, we don't exist.
I said that is one.
And that's why you and Daniel chasing ghosts with your theories of Palestinism and theories of Zionism. Because you can't, you can only exist with opposition because we don't have, because your Judaism is anchored in anti-Semitism and the Holocaust.
That is as insulting as it is stupid, respectfully, to say to somebody like me. You can say it to Daniel, you can say it to other people. If you don't think that,
But this is why we're
if you don't think, I agree also when she said it to me.
Say Thomas. Stupid. Say Thomas. We move on. Say Thomas.
Where is all
Listen, I just think I think it really underestimates people's personal Judaism. We can talk
I
about.
think you're leaning into that idea when you talk like this. I usually receive colleague and you have very insightful decisions, tellings of these stories that are really but when you talk like this and you say people who are anti-Zionist are part of this hate cult, it's just it reminds me of these
What I think that people who are
narrow view of our identity.
What I think that people who are anti-Zionist do, right? And I think it comes back to Daniel's question, right? About if people like me or the word, right, connect Jewish things to Zionist things, right? Certainly the opposition is doing something similar, right? Because they're doing it out of their own connections to Judaism. You too, you say it all the time, right? So somehow this manipulation is really misplaced. What I would say is that is what I call peoplehood. That's what I call being an authentic Jewish behaviors of debate, of standing debate that doesn't get solved because we still view ourselves as one nation. But
anyone in a hate group, just like calling someone a Nazi or Capo, shuts down conversation. It silences. It's silencing. Do you understand that? Do you realize why it's inherently anti-Semitic to categorize a huge segment of the American Jewish population for just small meaning? You just don't like to see kids get blown up as anti-Semitic or part of it.
Not categorizing people.
It's what you're doing is you're demonizing us, just like the anti-Semites do.
I'm not demonizing people. I'm looking at ideology.
Check. Let me step in the booth.
Ideology that I see as much more than simply opposition to.
Breath settles, the mind follows. Every movement is the sound.
Even Ricky's saying we uncover what's already there.
I speak in the cadence of flags. Stiff scars.
Delivery from Goldberg's. Bagel's still warm and the seltzer's colder than my landlord. All right, tonight's the big launch for our neighborhood group, Zion Belief. Once we're in the banner, we're official. No worry, check. Let me
Foreigners and somehow not part of the majority. Anti-Zionism says they've now become white and they become.
Big guy, the schedule says you're supposed to be at the mall in 10 minutes. My watch says rings. I left them right here on the coffee table. Well, that's my gravitational pull.
You two planets need a hobby. Also,
You know, I've been praying for some guidance lately. Just trying to figure out what the next step is.
Same here. I told the Lord if you the whole crate.
Is there not an inherent? Does that not inherently mean a bit dangerous when you strip?
Being Miss Tom's over quiet water.
Okay, so that is a good question. I think earlier we talked about street.
John Kitover. I bounced the down payment and let the echo tell me who. Like a quiet lunch on the beach, just me, the sea, and this perfect flop. No traction. Keep it simple. Zionism movement for a Jewish homeland. That's
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation one day at Kitover.
Yeah. Good morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I'm playing debating friends. I'm John Kitover. I'm running for Congress. Some politicians are in the pocket of big oil. Me? Time to get these guns licensed. 7, 8, and 9. Whoa! Guess the machine wanted us back. These 2 clowns think they can buy justice.
But they're going to be at the embassy by midnight. What are they expecting the micro?
Because it gives rights to one population over another. It doesn't serve the whole population. It's illiberal by definition.
Dinner is served. Finally, what took you so long? Minor misunderstanding with the delivery guy. 8:43:68. If we get the rest, we're moving to Miami. Moving? All right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not another human documentary.
Something with sparkles would be nice.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Well, try words. The audience loves that. Words are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Hey, honey. There's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34.75.71. I think he thought I was CIA.
What's your locker?
Another day, another carrot.
Morning, boss. All from Shaft 3.
Beautiful with sparkle.
Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microphone safe in this powdered donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. Donuts and document donuts.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover. And I'm also John Kitover. You're watching John Kitover News. Apparently one of us wasn't enough.
You know, Councilman Pritchard. Money for potholes, but the only holes he fixed were in his steakhouse roof.
I'm Speaker, colleagues, and to the people watching at home. For 25 years since the attacks of Chicago, what exactly are you doing, man?
I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step one on my love plan.
I'll show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone. Chicago dog, extra mustard, and one vote for Kitover. Coming right
Tonight on Newsline 9, the cop...
The second type of anti-Zionist would argue that it was never the founding fathers' intention for it to become a permanent occupying force that is perpetually at war, which is just escalatory violence and breeds hatred with its neighbors. And it all culminated, of course, in October 7 and what we consider to be a genocide. That would be the second type of anti-Zionist. Personally, I don't cast judgment on whether or not the Zionism existed and founded the state of Israel. I try not to think, I'm not thinking too deeply about whether or not it should or shouldn't have existed. It exists. And that's that we just accept that it exists. But I think what we are unified on, the two types of anti-Zionists, is that it's not sustainable for the Palestinians or the Jews to keep going along this track. This sort of the status quo to escalatory violence for 70 years, and there's going to be, if we continue managing of the conflict, it's going to result in more death, more bloodshed on both sides. And it's in the interest of the Israelis to not continue along this path. And there will be another
It's a danger for everybody that Israelis and Arabs alike. But at the end, there needs to be a plan, and I don't see any plan coming from the Palestinians at any point.
show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone into real money.
I don't see like a viable plan that is coming from them, or even a wish to coexist, to be honest. Like, let's start with this.
But a couple.
Why don't we have any plan?
What you seem to be associating more things than just the Jewish homeland with the concept of Zionism. Am I right or wrong there?
Yeah. Well, no, I think most American Jews, the Zionists has sort of been put upon sort of anyone who's sort of culturally Jewish in America by anti-Zionists. But historically, the way I grew up, even though I grew up in a pro-Israel home, we called ourselves pro-Israel, like you're kind of reflexively defend every war, we saw Zionism as kind of a dated term. It was a movement that created Israel, and now we're in
Breath settles, the mind follows.
That's how most American Jews
Breath.
don't necessarily call themselves Zionists like they're activists, because there's nothing to activist about, right? And I think sort of the definition has shifted in the last couple of years, where Zionism has sort of taken on this new form where you're a pro-Israel activist.
No, right. We are still under attacks, and this is what this is about.
Yes, it is changed because of the anti-Zionists, as you said. Nobody called themselves Zionists. It makes sense.
And it's used as a slur. Like, you go to Amir's room, they call me a filthy, fire-breathing Zionist because I don't accept every single image in a conspiracy, right?
That's the danger in being. We're back to Caleb's point, right? I think you're kind of tiptoeing to Caleb's position, which is there's something inherently dangerous with leaning anti-Zionist. If you accept the simplest and
But we're actually not getting rid of this Jewish safe haven. The anti-Zionists want to create a one state where everyone has equal rights, and they just don't accept this notion that this 51% majority necessarily.
It's not about demographics. It's actually about not about demographics. It's actually about removing the idea that Jews are a unique people. If Jews uniquely have to give up some kind of, I'm not saying Jewish majority or Jewish supremacy, right? But have to deny something about their uniqueness in order to have a state where no one else has to do that. Right? That's the problem with anti-Zionism. Here, I'll read you one short paragraph. Okay, if you have patience for it.
From who?
This is Adam Lewis Klein. He's become an emerging thinker, anti-Zionism. I'm sure you know that. It's all right. Just read it, Fat.
Yeah.
Sure. He talks about something called accusation in a mirror. accusation and mirrors what genocide prevention scholars call a form of Kitover and genocidal incitement. Colonizer, apartheid, genocide, the three libels of anti-Zionism applied to Israel, all describe anti-Zionism itself, a calling project that seeks to erase, overcode, and deny Jewish distinctness, a racist orientation that stripped Jews of political rights and re-subordinate them, expand to escalating violence and genocide in the form of consistent, normalized calls for the annihilation of the Israeli Jewish population. That's why anti-Zionism is a hate movement.
Interesting.
It's an inversion, because it's an inversion of the very kinds of human rights and things that wants to be afforded to other people, but isn't afforded to Jews.
You said something about erasing Jewish distinctness, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that is very telling, because this is a point I've been trying to make over and over in college that you always dispute, which is that in America, where we're not Israelis, we don't have inherent Jewishness that Israeliness bestows on them. The way we engage with Judaism or feel like we're part of an engage with our ethnic identity, it's by engaging with Israel, which is why we cling to this idea of Israel, and we elevate it above all other aspects of our rich history and culture. And so when you are actually reinforcing this idea that when you criticize Zion or you criticize the state of Israel or this ideology, that you're erasing ourness, and that erases, in fact, our rich literary, cultural, music, humor, whatever history, philosophical history that existed long before the state of Israel.
I'm actually doing the opposite, right? I'm fighting against the same phenomenon you're fighting against, which is that we've stripped out Jewish education in America and replaced it with, from all of those things that you just talked about, and replaced it with Israel. But the Israel is not illegitimate. It's just incomplete.
No, but
Right? I'm fighting against the same stuff you are.
we just want
If we are told we are distinct only if we engage in the culture of our ancestors, right? That's racist.
But didn't you hear when I read the chapter about elevating Zionism above Judaism and how it's idolatry?
But here's how I see it. We don't have to use flowery terms, right? When
Not flowery, don't use it as a key.
American Jews talk about Israel and Jewish identity, right? You're right. It's a proxy for a lack of richer content, right? For lack of a better word. That's why I do what I do. That's why most of my colleagues do what I do.
I know, and now you're inverting it and saying if you criticize Zionism, you're taking away our distinctness and our identity. No,
I'm not saying it's our very distinctness. It's that rich, thick culture, right? That makes
I'm saying our identity is not dependent on our Zionism. That's what the thing is.
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity hotline. Step.
Zionism erasing your identity. It's not dependent on it.
Why? Because we are a nation like other nations. Other nations get countries. Okay, so it's not definitional. It doesn't depend on it.
We're not talking about the founding of the state. We keep coming back to this as if we're revisiting.
Madam Speaker, colleagues, and to the people watching at home, for 25 years since the attacks of September 11th, this...
The present day.
Because a lot of anti-Zionist rhetoric is about, specifically about removing self-determination for the Jews as a...
Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes, but the only holes...
Experience with the anti-Zionist discourse is about. It's about what's happening right now in the boondoggle. It's become like permanent. Israel can't afford as a state to perpetually occupy another people. It's extremely draining.
I know. That's why I'm anti-occupation.
Okay, so it sounds like you fit in with the anti-Zionist spectrum.
I don't fit into the anti-Zionist because the reason that I want the occupation to end is that Israel survives as a Jewish state. You want and it's a moral problem that we're people that are not giving them rights. That too, right? You want the occupation to end because you agree that Israel should end. Because it was born in sin.
I'm reading through this microfilm safe in this powdered donut. All I gotta do is not eat it. It's a document donut.
It's getting redundant now. Let me bring a fresh angle, and you can continue it. But look, if let's say the Jew is to abandon his Zionist project, okay? Let's say Zionism is abandoned.
It's not a project.
Let him get it on next.
No,
not interrupt me, man. I said 5 words. Look, so let's say that Yehud is to abandon his Zionist project. Does that mean that the Muslims are going to abandon jihad? Are they going to abandon the jihad project? Is the Christian going to abandon his proselytization project? Is the colonial project going to be abandoned by the Christian?
So
you're saying the Jew should give up
no, that's not what we're saying.
his claim, but then everybody else can continue as is in the name of secular?
That's not what we're claiming. Just us, 15 weeks, 500, we agree that Zionism created the state. It's already completed its mission to create the state of Israel. What we're talking about is a more sustainable... Let me finish. Okay, what we are arguing is the status quo is creating a more tenable situation for Israelis and Palestinians. And so we need to have a little bit of political creativity and a little bit of political courage to think of a new model, because what the current model, the status quo, has gotten us to the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, and the next time will be worse. That's what we're arguing. So we're talking about the sustainability of both Jews who live in Israel and Palestinians who live in Israel, and a state that treats all of them as equal citizens, which we think in the long term will be much more sustainable. Do you understand?
Okay, so you said the worst Holocaust of Jews, the worst genocide of Jews since the Holocaust,
Massacre,
right?
October 7th.
Yeah, there has been no massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Okay?
We're talking about October 7th. Do you know about this?
Okay, yeah, October 7th,
there were massacre of Jews before October 7th.
Yeah, Jews have been attacked. Hold on, the Jews have been attacked, right? And Jews are constantly attacked wherever they go in the world, right? Most countries, you'll see the quote-unquote Abrahamic religions are constantly attacking the Jews, right? Because they're jealous.
Here's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34.75.
The Muslims want their state to power. The Christians want their state to power, right? But they're not smarter than the Jewish people. The Jewish people are all
thank you. Thank you for sharing.
But look, the fact is, you're saying that Jews should somehow abandon the...
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Try words the audience loves about.
So what are you going to do?
Dory has 500. I want to apologize for her. She's ashamed to be a Jew. Go ahead.
Who? Me?
Really, the guy's talking and you're cutting him off like he said something wrong.
Because he's wrong. He thinks that Zionism...
Well, that was me.
I need a better opener than just... All right, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not another...
When he said the Jews are smart, you cut him off.
He's pissed off everybody. He's pissed off me and Daniel. Me and Daniel both think he's a fucking moron.
Yeah, look, all I'm saying is it would be foolish. You Israelis have a very small, limited piece of territory, and to simply cease to defend that territory...
That's not what anyone has advocated. What are you talking about? No one's advocated that.
Well, you're saying...
43.68.
That's exactly what...
Okay, no.
Here's here.
So, let me explain to you. In America and in Israel, Zionism historically is an ideology, a movement, a political movement, which we're not casting aspersions on right now, which created the state of Israel. It's a historical fact, and it exists. What we're talking about now has nothing to do with intervening with Zionism. When we're labeled anti-Zionism because we criticize the current philosophy of the Israeli government. We think another philosophy is more sustainable.
43.68. If we get the rest, we're moving to Miami. Moving? I'm still paying off remote control. These numbers are lucky. Grandma picked them.
Whenever you're talking about the formation of the image of Israel, it's not about this government or that government. You are questioning Israel.
We can't speak because it might look bad for... I'm sorry, but we have to be able to speak freely. We live in a free country. It's not...
No, I'm just saying that what you're saying is not about
the truth or lying. Libels.
You think anti-Zionist Jews are libeling Israel?
Yes.
How? You're among them.
Genocide, apartheid.
Dinner is served.
Libels.
You yourself said it's possibly a genocide, so it's not a libel if it's possibly a genocide.
I don't follow that.
Okay.
I asked you if it's probably or possibly a genocide. You said possibly. That means if someone thinks it is, it's not a libel, Kale, right?
These two clowns think they can buy justice. But they didn't count on it. Looks like a mascot for a bowling team.
That doesn't matter. We're talking now.
Genocide, no. That's why, again, I think
this is euphemistic language. You're distracting from
Zionism itself is labeled libeled the genocidal movement from the get-go.
That's irrelevant
And
to
that is
Time to get these guns.
libel.
this is the
Get these guns licensed. 7, 8, and 9, 10.
It was called genocide.
Yeah, I saw
This war started on October 8th.
I saw recently a video where Peter Biner giving a lecture in front of like a Muslim crowd, and this was 2 years before October 7th, and he was talking about creating a global narrative about the quote unquote genocide. This was 2 years before October 7th ever happened, and he was saying that it was already a genocide and there needed to be a global narrative.
Time to get these guns.
He was hesitant to
Hey friends, I'm John Kitover. I'm running for.
I just don't believe you. I think that's yours. I believe Peter Biner right now because I am very familiar with Peter Biner, and he was really hesitant to even categorize. Even in his book, he doesn't categorize it as a genocide when he talks about the Gaza war. So,
Morning, scholars. Today we're taking on a very small question, just 3 little letters, G-O-D. I plan to visualize. Scholars, today.
With all due respect, we have a little bit more
I
perspective.
don't care about America. You don't have, you can have your own point of view. You cannot determine facts. And a genocide holds itself, first of all, Holocaust is version by itself. But it's such a disgusting accusation.
Kitover? Yeah.
It's about defaming, spreading blood libel, and it started on October 8th. So don't bullshit us. The fact that you fell for it,
It did start on October 8th. That wouldn't change the fact that this war incised into.
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address the nation once again.
genocide, most horrible crimes, the most horrible crime of humanity, but like so loosely, so easily, without the core important thing about the intention to wipe out this population.
Hey friends, I'm John Kitover. I'm running. I'm Attorney John Kitover.
You don't choose gay babies that we
It's called symmetry.
Let's talk about the experts, okay, you just mentioned. If you remember such surname like Nderito, okay?
Tonight, President Trump is expected to address
the UN.
Tonight, President Trump. Kitover? Yeah.
Okay. And for a long time, is it a
Chicago dog, extra mustard.
we made a conclusion that there is
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover. Come on.
Breath settles, the mind follows. Every
degrees, warm soup, and a free pedicure. Easy down there. That's royal property. On a Tuesday night.
Today was in a forum with the Khalid Mashal and with the IRGC commander. And she came to this forum to Qatar, this is Al Jazeera forum, and she said, we have, guys, just one enemy in the world, it's Israel. Well, that's what she said just today, okay?
Where am I gonna is the
Yeah, just a second, but hold on. And hold on, she's a steel expert, but in the Covenant of the United Nations, there is the first principle is neutrality. We are a neutral organization, but Francesca Albanese said that Israel is our enemy. Her husband, Massimiliano Kali, worked for Mahmoud Abbas administration as an economical worker, okay, for a long time. It is the conflict of interest. How she still work at the United Nations? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely impossible. She was also
Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover. Coming right up.
You keep mixing those up, boss.
Hey.
Zoom with the Hamas, and she said,
she's a Hamas.
I support resistance.
Oh my God, why are you interrupting him?
Chicago dog, Chicago dog, extra mustard, and 1 vote for Kitover.
chewing a piece of gum long after the flavor's gone.
Just don't like you when somebody spits against your hair.
No, it's just boring. Okay, you said your point, you move on. Make a third or fourth point. Repeating the same point. It's so boring, bro.
Okay, so you want to give him another chance.
Let me land my point, okay? I'll land my point. Then I want to say to you that, you know, what is the intention of genocide? The intention of genocide when Ismail Haniyeh from the Hamas TV Al-Quds.
Chicago dog. Extra. Show you step by step how. Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your.
Just try to explain to you what is the intention of genocide. He said, we need more blood of our children and women. That's what Ismail Haniyeh said.
We all watched it, we know.
Please, yes, and don't comment any my word, please. Please be confident, okay? Sit on it just on a chair and please don't interrupt me. You're a moderator in this room. Why are you nervous? Let me finish, please. There is just 2 points, okay? First point, there is no genocide from Israeli side. The second point, the genocide, of course, in the covenant of Hamas. Judgment.
Show you step by. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret bus.
This is from Sahih al-Bukhari.
What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret prosperity.
All the Jewish population. It's number one. Number two, they said that we're not gonna take our population into the tunnels. Tunnels is only for the fighters, for the freedom fighters. That is the intention of genocide. Because if
that's right, it wasn't a service to
they took 2 million people to the tunnels, there will be no genocide. But they say no, it's only for fighters. And the third time that Haniyeh comes to the TV, he said, more blood our women and children.
Okay, you have 3 points that make the same point. We got it.
And after they come.
No more points. You already made your.
Is there anyone in this room that
Okay, guys.
What about some speaker colleagues and the people watching?
Hamas or genocidal.
Yeah, and there's some person that thinks it's not a genocide. Great, that's fucking great. We just wasted 6 minutes.
Okay, Sergio, thank you for sharing that. I think I've heard those points before. Some of your criticisms of Hamas has basis, but I think we need to move forward. I think I'm going to read the story, Peter Barnard's story of Purim again, for those who didn't hear it, unless there's like objection to it, and why it should reframe.
I'm speaker, colleagues. Councilman Pritchard, money for potholes, but the only holes he fixed were in his steakhouse room. Good evening, Councilman. BB's objecting. Councilman. Can we hear his objections? You guys will whine about it later.
I'm disobjective because I have the opportunity to object.
Because it's fucking, you're objecting because it's fucking nice.
I object actually because I think for once like.
Councilman Pritchard. Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also.
Actually, like.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also.
This is a conversation around Jewish identity, and it's like, you know, he's writing to Jews. He's writing to Jews. Right?
Okay, and I think it's really beautiful. We're going to learn some Torah here. I think our non-Jewish friends can also learn a little bit about the value of our values and our mythology and what we take from it, okay?
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and I'm also John. And Operation Sprinkles, microphones.
It comes from the Book of Esther, a tale that begins with a dissolute Persian king. He hosts a banquet, gets drunk, orders his queen to display her beauty to revelers, and when she refuses, banishes her from the throne. As her replacement, he chooses Esther, a beautiful young maiden who, unbeknownst to him, is a Jew. Then he makes a calamitous personal decision. He selects Haman, a pathological Jew hater, to be his right-hand man. The state
Operation Sprinkles,
another day, to sign an edict exterminating news and sends word that she must save her people. Although protesting puts her own life at risk, Esther appeals to the king and through a series of daring maneuvers turns him against Haman. Haman is hanged, Mordecai takes his job, good triumphs over evil. When we tell the story of Purim today, many of us stop there. But that's not quite right. The Book of Esther doesn't end with Haman's death. It continues.
Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like.
The king can't reverse it. What he can
Dinner's
do
here.
is
Pizza guy mumbled.
his kinsmen to take matters into their own hands, which they do. The Jews struck at their enemies with the sword, proclaims the Book of Esther. Slaying and destroying, they wreaked their will upon their enemies. On the 13th day of Adar, the Jews kill 75,000 people. They make the 14th a day of feasting and merrymaking. With the blood of their foes barely dry, the Jews feast and make merry. That's the origin of Purim. Purim isn't only about the danger Gentiles pose to us, it's also about the dangers we pose to them.
Dinner's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 34, 75, 71. They need a better opener than just shouting numbers. I'm trying words. The audience loves me. Words are pricey. I'm saving.
Tormented people for dreaming.
They need a better opener than just shout.
But the ending reads differently when Jews wield life and death power over millions of Palestinians who lack even a passport. Today, these blood-soaked verses should unsettle us. When we recite them aloud in synagogue, we should employ the anguished, sorrowful tune in which we chant the Book of Lamentations, which depicts destruction of our ancient temples. Instead, most of us ignore violence, and that concludes the Esther scroll. Some contemporary Jews justify it as self-defense. On the far right, some revel in it. But they're the exception. More often, we just look away. We focus on what they try to There's a joke in every Jewish holiday.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers.
Try words. The audience loves vowels.
It's pricey. I'm saving them for the close.
Many of our other best
All right, movie night. I've got the remote. 8:43:6. All right, I need a better opener than just shout. All right, movie night. I've got.
serious LTLs.
All right, movie night.
Goes on and on to explain how each of these holidays has sort of a subversive message hidden in it, and in fact, maybe it's time to rethink the sort of moral evasion that comes with this narrative of ourselves as the perpetual.
Let's talk about why those millions of people like lack a passport, right? So in 1948 or whatever, it was declared a state. Also, a state was declared. It was called a Palestinian state, right? And those Palestinians, they rejected it. They rejected it, and they decided to attack Israel. So when they
had the potential. 181 said they had to do both wanted to do. They decided not to do anything.
Yeah, they decided
to get the history right. Yeah.
And then post this, right, when those people were part of Jordan and Egypt, in Jordan they had citizenship. What happened was, especially for the people in the West Bank, is that Jordan allowed their citizenship to lapse. And there are 3 million people in Jordan right now who are stateless. They live there, they're considered refugees, but that's the fault of Jordan, right? For 5 million people between Jordan and the West Bank, those people are stateless in Jordan. For the people in Gaza, those people are stateless.
He's going for the quad Lutz. Oh, he falls it.
My mom complains. I don't respect her.
There are a million people in Lebanon and Syria who are stateless in refugee camps because they refuse to give them citizenship. That had nothing to do with it per se. Israel didn't make those choices. The choice that Israel makes to defend itself and also to give the 2 million Palestinians inside of Jordan or inside of Israel's borders citizenship.
Sergey, are you familiar with the Book of Esther? With the Megillat Esther? All right, the mic is anyone's.
I think this may not be semantically precise, but you have to start looking at Zionism as military power. Okay, military power is what makes the world go round. If a people cannot defend themselves militarily, what good are you? What good are you as a people if you cannot defend yourselves? Okay, they want you. They want the power. They want the what do you think if the table? Let's say the Palestinians had the weapons and the technology. Do you think they would spare you? Do you think they would even be having these sort of silly debates and silly conversations on Clubhouse?
Again, you missed the ruckus. No one's saying that the army should lay down its arms. No one's trying to.
Stop with the hate speech, dude.
You're arguing a point that no one's arguing. You're arguing.
You guys trying to villainize 15 million people.
And honestly, you're arguing something that no one's advocated for. One-state solution would have an army that represents all of between the river and the sea. It wouldn't be fighting.
Why should it be one army for all of the people? You're not the same people. You're different people. So why do you need one army for 2 different people?
Because already Israel is 20% Arab Israeli. You didn't know this? They share the rights. They all have the same rights. All we're doing is no, they don't sympathize with Palestine. You're a fucking idiot.
No, I'm not an idiot.
They sympathize with Palestine, and they also have patriotism for their country. They have 2 identities.
According from are you getting this information that they have sympathy for Israel?
No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Have you read the JTA February 5th?
Yeah, I did. We talked about it already. About how most people, and that's actually what I've been saying, that like most people don't technically identify as Zionists because we just.
Yeah, but there's a very interesting paragraph.
I support Israel. Yeah, I support
right, which is, here, let me just read the point. Hold on.
37% of Jews, this is American Jews, surveyed said they identified as Zionists, while 7% labeled themselves as anti-Zionists. Another 8% said they were non-Zionists. Another 18% that said they weren't sure, while 30% said none of the labels describe them. Okay, mixed bag. At the same time, 88% of surveyed Jews believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish democratic state, which for me is a placeholder for the question, are Jews better off with the existence of the state of Israel? For me, that's the backbone of why I support the state of Israel. We need it as a backstop because bad things happen prior to the state of Israel being in existence for us as a people.
Okay, so there's been other recent surveys that show 60% of American Jews think that war crimes are being committed in Gaza, and 40% of American Jews think it's a Japanese. The younger generation, it's even higher.
But all this shows, or what this shows better enough is how complex it is. Right? In other words, we can have a moral vision that goes in one direction and still be very close.
My point. Yeah, and it is
those are not mutually exclusive at all.
It's the genocide is the decision of the court, because we can't just say some words without nothing, because we still don't have the decision from the court what we are talking about nothing. Okay, because genocide can be only if it's on a paper after the court. Okay, because there are some complex things, like in Srebrenica, it was like, absolutely, it's just a paper, it's just recommendation, it's nothing, absolutely, because Iran, many other violators just, what is the resolution? It's the significant group inside the UN dictators who are sitting on the table.
Court of Justice?
And what? Court of Justice? You said ICJ, where is Nawaf Salam? Who is the prime minister?
Is that nothing also? Nothing.
He was Nawaf Salam. He was a president of ICJ. He just made a paper on Israel. Just.
Russia has kidnapped 30,000 Ukrainian kids, right?
Absolutely.
No, they were refugees.
Yeah.
Well, their parents did not want them to be refugees away from their parents.
Russia really kidnapped 30,000 of you, right? In this place, you're right. But listen, in this calculation, what you see the casualties in Ukraine, there is no Mariupol, okay? In Mariupol, there might be hundreds of thousands of people died only in one city in Ukraine, but it's not calculated. You know why? Because it's under occupation, and Russia don't provide the casualties from here, okay? One for couple of months, and hundreds of thousands people died, including women and children, and you don't know exact number. That's why you tell us that there is only 500, because it's the statistic like official, but official is nothing right now, because
Yeah, you know who else is under occupation and doesn't have a correct tally of the dead?
yes, Russia just silent and don't provide the papers how much it was, but there was some articles like from Associated Press that in where is the people, I don't know this word in English, when people are dead, they
Vigilante.
okay, I don't remember. That a lot of people just said that there is about 100,000, and they just try to calculate, and this is, average amount, because from the beginning there was 400,000 of people, yeah, and it's the minimum amount that 100,000 killed in Mariupol. You can Google it. It's the a lot of articles. I can give you article if you need. Okay, from Associated Press, and you will read it.
We believe the numbers are infallible. You've made your point already.
Yes. Then in Ukraine there is much more children and women dying. That's why I ask you.
Okay, so you don't have accurate, but the fact is, also Gaza doesn't have an accurate number, but the numbers we do have are much higher than the numbers we do have about Ukraine. It is
No. In Gaza, because these 50K, what we have for 2 years, okay, 2 years war, and Israel waged this war, prevent every casualties, and send the leaflets, rings, SMS, and so on and so on. No army in history do this, okay? No army in history. Israel is the only army that sent leaflets, SMS, and rings, and you know it, okay?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Sergio. Now I want to say something.
You muted me?
Just for a second, because I want to point something out. I want to address what you
Don't do this until you say me, okay? Just say me previously that you will mute.
Okay, I want to address what you just said, which is the leaflets and the most moral army in the world, because this is a narrative that I was raised with too, where growing up they told me Israel has the most moral army in the world, and they always drop leaflets, or they do a knock on the roof before they bomb, or they, and by the way, Israel loves the gays, so we're morally superior to the Palestinians who kill the gays, right? Like all this stuff, these talking points are shit that I grew up with too. We were also seeing videos as kids of Palestinians and Hamas headbands holding they caricatured Palestinian kids as these like small baby militants, right? And then you go to college, and your Jewish friends who grew up with Zionism, pro-Israel, reflexively pro-Israel ideologies share with you Benny Morris, and you find out that this narrative about Israel's founding was only half the story, and in fact there was another half which is quite ugly. And in fact, it's not a clean history, and we are not the most moral army in the world. And eventually you come to the conclusion that armies are not moral, and states are not moral, and all power is corrupting, and we have an obligation to hold power to account. That institutions are not people, and governments and armies act automatically. Sometimes they have to decide between one immoral act and another immoral act. So to conflate our Jewishness and our values with an army or a government is to pervert our mythology that teaches us how to live and how to be accountable. It's subvert everything about Judaism. And so this sort of elevation, this putting your Zionism on some pedestal and reflexively framing it as the most moral army in the world is something that I'm deeply familiar with, Sergio, and I'm glad you put it on display because this is something that it really was a big part of my evolution philosophically.
Bitch hasn't read a book in years. Prove you can read a book, dummy. Hello? Oh, I guess she kind of did prove already she can read.
Just say that this is why we have Yom Kippur, right? Like people, we think about it as an individual thing, right? But when we say Ashamnu and all of these things for the Bidui, this is a national repentance because Judaism takes into account that sometimes as things are going to happen that we have to repent for. This isn't about our individual, repentance work.
100%. That's why on the day between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, we had an Ashamnu room where we talked about our collective sins in Gaza and in 1948 and over the course of the last 100 years. And we talked about how as people, we should be, part of our traditions is to be self-reflective and self-critical and to this sort of like silencing this dissent is antithetical to Judaism.
May I read a few quotes from the leaflet dropping officials?
Yeah, please.
I wanted to finish what I had to say.
Okay. For Shai and then
because I'm not going to take too much longer. Sergey also wanted to go because I interrupted him a little. So the point of the matter is that Judaism, right, takes that into account, and the rabbis take that into account because that is the reality of a nation, right? Regardless of the state, it's the reality of the nation, and Jews are a nation even without a state, and we still have to do those things, right? Take those things into account because at some point we will have conflicting values, things that go against the core of our being because we have to survive. It's about survival.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't, because I asked you a question, it was a simple question. Which army is doing the best job, better than Israel? And you don't respond, you just make a...
Well, we were talking about Ukraine and the death toll, so it's a little hard to... I don't quantify these things. I don't consider... I think I answered your question indirectly. I don't consider armies are not moral.
Okay,
we're talking about it.
No, let me comment. I won't comment it, okay? Because you just make you made a relativistic statement. It means nothing, Oh, all is bad or all is good. The sun is good.
Get to your point.
The moon is bad.
Instead of framing my argument.
No. If we will compare, you will see that Israel is the moral army, much moral army than any other on the planet. Because if you can do it, okay.
No, we're not doing this. No. We're not doing this. Armies are not moral. That's not what we do here. We don't do this. Sorry. If you describe an army as moral,
if army do some action that never army in the history done.
I'm sorry, but this is so delusional.
This is the advantage, but hold on. No army in history provided humanitarian aid to the conflict to the side with whom it have a conflict, okay?
We understand which school of thought you're in. You think it's the most moral army in the world. I don't want to debate this on you because it's not. You're not a reasonable.
There is no free speech. You try to shout me.
Because we already heard you. Made your points already. Israel's the most moral army in the world. We heard you.
I don't.
And I told you how I feel about that.
I'd like to read it.
I just want to clarify why you bring the Benny Morris in this conversation where we're talking about armies, okay? Because Benny Morris is only about 48. Why you bring his in this conversation? Because
we were told a story of the founding of Israel, which was only half the story. And we were also told the story of each of these wars, how the Jews were victorious, and we were only told one side of the story of each of these conflicts. And then over time, you develop a more nuanced picture. You also meet Palestinians. You find out they're not this caricature of a kid with a Hamas headband and a grenade in their hand. You find out that people are actually people, and your position shifts and you become more nuanced. I want to hear in shape. I'm sorry, but we have to ignore you.
Okay, all right. So, this is going to be a little.
Hold on. Do you recognize that?
No, I said no. Wait your turn, Sergio.
Sergio, time's up, bro.
No.
Your time is out. On the mod.
Time's up.
No, guy,
time's up.
You'll have another chance after.
Time's up.
No, we're shifting.
You are
read a few quotes from the senior members of the government for, I'll quote, the most moral army in the world. Okay. All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they leave the world. That's the Minister of Energy. They're all terrorists.
Now you're talking about the IDF now? Yeah, you're talking about the IDF now.
If you ask me on a personal level, I flattened Gaza. That's
So we're just listing officials.
It is another.
Please frame your.
How is it connected to the discussion that we're having about the IDF?
We're talking about the members of government of the nation that has the.
No, you're talking about it.
I'm just
talking about the
There is a distinction between.
your perspective is not about the topic. The topic was about the army.
I'm almost done. Relax.
All right.
There's a better side of the case when they rush into
Let's talk to him after he frames the conversation. Go.
Okay, here we go. So here's the last one. This one's particularly problematic. Another Knesset member said, and the children in Gaza have brought this upon themselves. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it out. Daniel, you want to go?
Amazing, out of context. None of it was about the IDF. IDF being not the most moral army in the world, for example, which has nothing to do with anything that you just said.
And there's Knesset members that are really extreme. We all acknowledge that, but that doesn't necessarily inform the IDF's policy, which is the argument they always make.
The broader claim is that you drop leaflets on people, and it gives you the okay to flatten them and to murder them. When the government clearly
stabbing and murdering. This unit is making the connection with a statement of a presentation that you, by the way, misinterpret.
It's morally bent
to the fact of the IDF.
from the president to the
Yes, the IDF. No, this is what you're missing.
You should be ashamed.
This is where you're missing it. No, this is where you're missing it. Even if they would tell us, go and kill all civilians, the army will not do it because the army has a moral code. And this is why when you are jumping between a discussion about the IDF, talking about the parliament, you don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
I know exactly.
I know exactly. If you want to see the conversation, fine. Tell me, let's see the conversation. About the IDF.
Blowing up mosques? Would you prefer that? Videos of IDF soldiers blowing up mosques, burying ambulances, killing medics, celebrating their wedding with the dead, supporting settlers.
Time out. Bima,
Let's talk about the first one.
please invest energy in this. Bima, speak.
Alright.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel, I just wanted to ask you, what was the function of dropping the leaflets to begin with? Just a quick sentence, just a quick response. The point to drop the leaflets is to what? What was the purpose?
You ask me to evacuate the civilians to safety because in Gaza they don't have like Hamas bases.
No, I don't need a long explanation. Just the purpose. I got it, Daniel. Right. So that's the purpose. So it's to get them to evacuate them. So would you agree that to evacuate them, to get them to safe units, to say, okay, look, if you don't move, now this can function as a mechanism, literally stripping the protection for everybody who remained. Because if you're going to stay, now you're a target. Now you will be bombed, and that's it.
No, that's your interpretation.
Well, no, I'm asking you. You just said that it's to get them to safe places. Meaning,
no, I said out of farm.
Right?
They're going to be an operation in this area.
They could drop leaflets, right, for long periods saying, hey, look, there's going to be this. It was like 24 hours before they did an intentional, right? You do an intentional, mission.
Yeah.
And the point is because there's going to be a mission there. There's going to be something that's going to happen there. Okay. So can you agree that the point is to say, hey, look, there's going to be a lot of crap going down here. And what's the point of dropping the leaflets?
What do you mean? To people will not be though.
Okay, but then
people who's getting killed.
Can I cut in for a little bit? Daniel, you
I'm not sure what's
acknowledge that not everyone left. Like, at least at the beginning of the bombardment, the first 30 days, they tried to evacuate the northern Gaza and move everyone south. But a lot of people didn't leave, right? And that's why there's such a high casualty rate when they were dropping 3,000-pound bombs in those populated areas.
It really good. No, they were not dropping bombs. This is bullshit. No. Hold on. They're clearing an area. You don't just bomb and carpet bomb an area. Or like when you talk about a
Right. So they
even bomb tent encampments. What are you talking about? They bombed markets.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what is this?
Yes, that's what we're going to get to that. No, we're going to get to that.
No, we're talking about the leaflets. How they're dropping the leaflets.
Yes, but that's not his work, right?
You know how those leaflets work? Those leaflets divide Gaza according to geographical patterns that were established during the Ottoman Empire. If you ask the Palestinian, what is plot number 143? He has no idea. Many times they part of leaflets. Yeah, but many times people don't always view the leaflets, and even if they tell them area 143, they have no idea what that is. And that doesn't change the fact that even if they tell them to evacuate, they don't always let you know what is a safe route. And since they define some areas, no,
if you see one of those leaflets, you can actually see the yellow arrows that will tell you where to go.
Yes, I have. And a lot of the times they will change, and we have testimonies for that. And the safe passage suddenly shifts, and all of a sudden you find yourself walking inside.
There's a plan, and then you have also. You need to acknowledge emeralds. The close neighbors that fall, also Hamas sees them, okay? And Hamas has an incentive to prevent all the civilians to escape.
Daniel, even so.
Wait, can I finish for a second?
Yes.
We have multiple testimonies from IDF soldiers about something called the kill zone, which is an imaginary line that if somehow you happen to end up in that line, you are as good as dead. And we have testimonies from drone operators, artillery battalions, regular like what you call foot soldiers, many testimonies of how they personally saw either innocent civilians being murdered just for being in the wrong place in the wrong time, or themselves did it. We have a very famous testimony about the leaflets are, it doesn't matter worth shit, because they bombed the humanitarian. The protocol is using that.
Yes, okay.
It's like you're not throwing everything you know.
Daniel, can I organize the conversation a little bit? We talked about the leaflets in particular, and you pointed out, the point is to evacuate the civilians. We all acknowledge that sometimes the civilians don't leave and then they die, right? And
No, you just didn't finish it.
You said it's Hamas's fault, right? It's Hamas's fault.
When you have a military operation,
it's still a
military operation, you want to have as little civilians as possible, okay, in order to mitigate the risk of civilian casualties. So you do this with literature, it doesn't mean that after 24 hours you start just carpet bombing the place, okay? That's not what's happening. You try the best as you can to move everybody out. You don't know that everybody is leaving.
You're talking about shape and then camera. First shape and then
The IDF does want as little things as possible, as little food, water, and electricity as possible. Dropping paper on them and then flattening their homes and starving them to death is not moral. Okay, the IDF is the most morally bankrupt army in the world. Period. End of story. Okay.
I mean, I think this
so now Emerald,
Syria morally. It's very less emotional claims, more like factual claims.
Daniel, we're going in order. First Emerald, then Shai, then Daniel. Go on.
When it comes to the leaflets, I would like to emphasize this again. The division of the geographical division that appears on those leaflets belong in the Ottoman Empire times. Most people don't know what that means. That's number one. Number two, many times those leaflets, just like it was done a few days ago in Zaytun, an hour before they bomb. So we have an entire high-rise building that suddenly gets a leaflet and they have 1 hour to evacuate before the whole thing collapses on them. What if there is an old lady in a wheelchair there? What if there's a mother with two toddlers or two twins? This is not about keeping the population safe. Not only do those leaflets are just a cover up for something, they don't tell you what is the safe way to get to a safe zone. And then
why are we discussing a stupid idea that he put a trap for to discuss the fucking leaflet? Who gives a fuck about the fucking leaflets? Why do we discuss this shit? Why to fuck the fucking building in the first place? Why to fucking kill 400 people just to get one piece of shit? Why are we talking about the people? Like, all these fucking Zionists always throw this kind of a trap here and there, and then some people kind of go into this trap. No, it's not about fucking leaflets. Actually, Israel can call anyone because they have the phone numbers of everyone in that fucking building. They used to call it, but they don't. Since October 7th, they didn't call anyone. They just kill you. And actually, they try to make sure to maximize the harm, so they wait for you to go home. That's the whole fucking software. That the Israelis even reported about it, no? That is home. They will shut the fuck up, let me finish. So when they get this guy's such a fucking idiot. Okay, the idiot is talking, so you shut the fuck up. So you were talking. When Daddy gets home, shut the fuck up.
You just lied, this guy. I don't know what
Daddy gets home,
okay?
when the Israelis,
do phone calls and SMS as well.
Daddy's home, that's the fucking software that the Israelis even reported it on. Can someone deny it? No, it came from Israeli sources anyway. The software wait for some piece of shit scumbags, Hamas terrorists to come home, yeah? Okay, so he comes home. Why couldn't you kill him before he gets home? Because you want to maximize it. Israel is not about killing Hamas, it's just they want to maximize it, they want to kill the Gazans. Stop at the fucking leaflets, who gives a fuck about it?
You know, there's also one more thing I wanted to say. There was an operation, or more likely an assassination that happened about a year ago, where a very guided, specific missile was launched into an apartment that had a mother, a grandmother, and two one-week-old twins. When Israel wants to commit and direct assassination, it's more than capable to do so, right? Even if it's just a mother who's a doctor who is posting on Facebook, but Israel assassinated the grandma and the two one-week-old twins because she was posting on Facebook. So it can do surgical attacks, but it chooses not to. And it also goes to the fact that the open fire protocols were
because they were posting on Facebook? Yes, actually, just like Israel is hold on. I was looking for amazing. Shut the fuck up, don't tell us. In the early days, when God speaks, you shut the fuck up. You're not God, you're a chump, you bitch. You're fucking God, shut the fuck up. When I fucking speak, you shut the fuck up. In the early days, they tried to evacuate it. Shut the fuck up. In the early days, when they tried to evacuate Japan, okay? If you guys remember the early days, just
when you wake up and like maybe do something and the only fucking
I will put my fucking dick in your mouth if you don't shut the fuck up. Okay. But maybe you don't understand English. Sorry. Maybe you don't understand English, so I'm gonna say it in English.
Okay.
Dennis, I am finished. I'm saying,
in any language. Stop.
If you cut me, I'm gonna cut your mouth. Shut the fuck up. In the early days.
No, I'm sorry, that is your compatriot. He's Israeli just like you.
He's not my fucking patriot, he's a
Shut the fuck up, let me finish. In the early days. Mute yourself, let me finish. Listen, you interrupt.
You would like to take the stage for your sake. Let him talk.
Let me finish. The early days, when they were trying to evacuate Japan, I do remember these days. And they cut the food and the water back then. And still can remember some of my friends who posted on Facebook that we don't want to leave. Everyone who posted on Facebook was killed. My friends posted on fucking Facebook, they would get, and then we had to tell all of our friends to stop posting on fucking Facebook because Israel is using that to kind of find these people who kind of push the message not to leave their town,
Not their buildings, their town. I'm speaking about the whole town, not the house.
Why are you terrified of Jews?
What?
Why are you terrified of Israelis?
I'm not fucking terrified by Jews. You actually.
Why are you terrified of Israelis?
I'm not that fucking terrified.
So then why do you call them terrorist monsters? Why are you terrified of Israelis? You guys are cowards.
I'm sorry, VP, I'm gonna have to move you down if you interrupt again.
Oh, don't worry, Buttercup. You got major legal problems. You should check your back channels right now. You should see the shit. You know what Rachel's been doing? Pretending to be Rachel Handler. When actual Rachel Handler's on the app.
Okay, are you fucking done? Trying to threaten her?
Yeah, that was a threat. Go, Benny.
No, seriously, I'm not fucking terrified. I'm telling you, actually, the most dangerous one to Jewish people are Jewish people. Palestinians are not fucking dangerous to you.
100%.
Don't tell me that Palestinian can be. No, we're not. We don't fucking hate you because you're Jewish. No. We hate you because you're fucking Zionist. The minute you fucking leave us alone, we have no fucking problem with that. So shut the fuck up with this kind of rhetoric. Like, we're getting sick of. Actually, it's not us. I'm so kind of annoyed that we're still talking about it. You guys have no stage. No one want to talk to you everywhere. Like, literally, if you look at the stages that you used to get on October 7th, after that, you lost it. Your Hasbara page, repetitive. Anyone can fucking memorize it. Like, you can go and debunk everyone in every fucking way. We don't need to go to 1948, they killed my... No, I can look in the last week what happened and I can pull 10 fucking events that shows you're fucking monsters. I don't need to go to history. It's 4K live recording TikTok. Stop fucking disgusting. Keep crying. Keep crying. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Do you know that just today there was a video that came out of a 14-year-old that was shot by IDF in the West Bank, and for 45 minutes the soldiers stood above his bleeding body while his mother was screaming in the background to let him be saved by rescue.
Did anyone saw this video? Yes. Did any of these fuckers saw the video today of the 14-year-old bleeding to death? No.
Listen,
yeah, he was a threat.
Listen to his mother in the background.
Let's talk about the leaflets.
Yeah, we're not
Let's talk about Nabi Salah, where a bunch of soldiers took a 17-year-old and beat him up just for fun, or today in Hebron, where they beat a teenager on bikes just for fun. And these are just from the last 3 days, right?
Oh, Benny and Emma.
This is the Palestinians one.
Benny, Emma,
What did you say? That is what they want?
Yeah, this is what Hamas wants. And they're
They're what Hamas wants.
They said sorry. It's a great. Okay, let's use this fucking logic. Let's see how dumb fucking piece of shit this. So, I take someone as a hostage. Right, Hamas takes someone as a hostage. Then you call the fucking police. The police can kill the hostage in the Hamas. This is your fucking logic. This is how you see the. We live in a fucking land that this logic is being used by someone who can operate a phone.
No, this is what happens in war, right? So
listen, yeah, sure. You killed the hostage, and you killed the hostage, and you killed the one who took it.
Everywhere there are casualties.
Can you refresh? Okay, I will discuss with you.
Everywhere there.
Yes, exactly. Can you refresh your Hasbara page because these?
And everywhere there's ever been, there's been casualties.
Oh, okay. Can I use the same logic here? Just a second, guys. Just a second. Can we say the same about October 7th?
What about it?
All these kids, the Bebas, all of them casualties, right?
Yeah.
Would I say that? Yeah, they were casualties.
What?
Just a second.
What did you just? What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, it's fucked up. I told you, the most dangerous thing to a Jewish is a Jewish.
Did you just say that the children from October 7th are casualties?
Why is it fucked up?
Because you're fucked up when you say the people's family. Just a second. I'm saying I will try to explain to a Jew why a Jew life matters. Because when a Jewish kid gets killed, right, in something he is not related to, someone took him as a hostage, right, or whatever they did to him, still a fucking horrible. You cannot call it a casualty. The people's families were not just casualties. That was a fucking crime. See?
Yes, it was a crime, but it was...
So shut the fuck up when someone speaks about the Palestinians and don't call it a casualties. It's a fucking crime.
Yeah.
Yes, this is what Hamas wants. Hamas wants every single Palestinian is good for Hamas, is good for you.
I'm sorry, but like I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Sergio. Like these talking points are we're past it, okay? Anyone who's in this room can think a little bit critically and challenge some of this science. Yeah,
do you understand, Chai, that a Palestinian
No, you don't understand what is
October 7th are not acceptable casualties. They're innocent, just like 22,000 other children and over 700 children in the West Bank in the past 5 years. They're fucking children. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say the same thing as I did Sergio, that we're not. Hey, correct we have background noise.
Sorry.
Okay, Shai, I'm gonna say something as I did Sergio. Like, anyone in this room could think critically about the sort of the Zionist talking points Americans are weaned on, and if you're gonna spout them, I'm gonna have to move you down because this is a room about thinking critically and engaging with the conversation.
No, Buttercup, I want you to think critically and engage with the conversation.
So if it's a talking point that you and I were raised with to be reflexively defensive of every atrocity, then I'm going to move down. Because we all know what those are. They're boring. They put me to sleep, and that's not what this room is about. It's about.
We could release with the ChatGPT to review the Hasbara point every 5 minutes, and it will be more intelligent.
One more Hasbara talking point, you're going down, Shai.
Everything to you is a Hasbara talking point.
No, you know exactly what the narrative is. We all grew up with it. We all heard the same fucking.
You have a fucking ministry called Hasbara, so.
Can I ask Bonnie, can I ask you a question? Is it Bonnie? Benny? I'm sorry.
Benny.
Benny, can I ask you a question? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are you Israeli?
I'm Palestinian. I am a Palestinian 48er, which means I hold an Israeli passport.
Okay. So, because I don't want to, I understand we want to move away from the leaflet talking point, but I'm still frustrated by it, and I think that it is a good point to sometimes talk about, only because I feel that one of the things that I've read, I feel that it's like one of those mechanisms where people use it, where it's used to say, hey, look, we're doing good, to then justify what is actually happening in the back end, because you saw afterwards, the Ministry of Defense and of Israel and everything, like they referred to everybody who stayed behind, who didn't move after the leaflets were dropped, as human shield or accomplices. And so they were able to justify that entire population to
let's assume that it is their intention. Let's assume that the drop and leaflet, it's the intention of informing someone that he needs to leave the house. I want to remind you of something. Do you remember the airdrops?
The airdrops, the leaflet airdrops from the plane?
No, the airdrops, the aid.
Oh, the airdrops, yeah.
You remember, like, when they drop these big, live boxes, and they miss the target, and they fall in the sea?
Or they end up killing people.
Or they end up, like, no, they just fall, like, they drop it for one region, and they fall inside of Israel. Or they drop it. Now, I want you to imagine, can you drop a leaf from a jet and think it's going to hurt the weapons? Stupid idea. The whole idea is they just
but you
want to sell the image.
Hold on, but you need to understand, Bima. You need to understand this is part of the entire doctrine of whitewashing the occupation. It's the same thing as saying we have a Supreme Court judge who's an Arab, right? There are 20% Muslims in Israel, which is not accurate. 20% Palestinians, but this is how they whitewash the occupation and the crimes for decades, because they walk this line, but
if you want to look at the logic,
masks have fallen.
Yeah, but if you want to look at the logic, every time Israelis talk about A, know that you should not talk about A. And this is what a lot of people fall. This is ABC in the Hasbara. The first thing, they drop something for you so you can start talking about it. And then you spend an hour discussing it. But technically, you just got distracted and fall into a trap. It's like, why are we even talking about this part? Talking about this part is that does not really make sense. Why are you bombing? So you stop talking about why are we bombing that building, and now we're talking about what? We're talking about, but we informed him, but he did not fucking leave.
So
I don't want you to start. Yeah.
The leaflets are the lawyer's fine print. It's to cover their ass. It's to absolve them of any crime. Okay. This is the purpose of the leaflets. It's irrelevant to the topic.
I'm gonna give another example
They're dropping like hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
Buttercup, that was my entire point. I just wanted, yes, that was my entire point, because I think a lot of times when we're in these discussions and people do bring up the leaflets to sort of say like, oh look, this is the good thing we're doing. I think it's interesting that we're not even, a lot of the times like here we are, but in this discussion, but a lot of times we don't say, wait, hold on, let's actually talk about what really happened with the leaflets, and sort of like explain what you just said. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the leaflets.
Like the true intention of the
just kind of spread your propaganda from no one that ever been to Gaza or the IDF. Got it. So we talked about it.
No, we always need to talk about not the perspective of the IDF. This is ABC. This is what we should do. We never should talk about things from the perspective of the IDF. The IDF is the criminal. Now, you don't bring a criminal to him. Can you map and tell me this? But you don't. You don't. The criminal is criminal. Yeah, sure. Hamas are criminal. Do you know why? Because they are collaborators for me. With the Israelis, for me, I don't fucking see them as you think I should see them.
It wasn't just Hamas that committed 7th of October. It was many Palestinian factions.
Yes, how can we not?
Hold on. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
We saw the celebration.
How many? 5,000?
The population.
15,000.
So hard.
If you agree with the funds,
1%.
I'm going to go for 27,000 Palestinians.
30.
100,000. Okay, 100,000 Palestinians is for October 7th.
I heard you enough.
No. Listen,
But he doesn't have anything to say. So basically,
I'm asking you, how many Palestinians are on October 7th?
You do agree that Hamas are like a violent, brutal, jihadist terror group. And we also know that this jihadi terror, extreme radical group has been the government of Gaza for the last 20 years.
No.
Now, you don't need to be a genius to put 1+1 together to understand that it has an impact. It's not like a football ball.
Comedian John Kitover is bringing punchlines and parables together in a show that's filling fellowship halls across the region. We caught up with him earlier today. I told him this is the only comedy show where you get a bulletin on a page. Comedian John
Frosting, sprinkles, sounds better than numbers.
River over October 7th happened. They opened the fashion. That is a whole 100,000.
I stand 1 second when I saw
Breaking news on the high-speed chase unfolding right now on the I-17. Police say the driver is 25-year-old John Kitover. Let's go live to the chopper. Good afternoon, we are...
It's just like boring by now. I'm not getting triggered and I'm not crying. I think folks are crying about things.
Okay, stop whining.
If you would want to stop whining,
Daniel, I have a question for you. Daniel, how many...
Just a second. Just a second. As a Jew hater, I had to defend, the biggest family for the other Jew who think there are casualties. The second part is, even if 100,000 Palestinians went in, they don't come like 10% of the Palestinians that are inside of Gaza. So does that justify killing the others? The other part is, let's say I use the same logic that you have. How many settlers are burning villages every day in the West Bank? That does not mean we should kill all the settlers, not the Israelis, the settlers. No, we should not, right? The idea is that, because of Hamas, Israel funded Hamas and made him the government. They made him the only option to govern Gaza. That is through Qatar. But the other part is, what about the West Bank? I didn't see any October 7 happening there. How many people did you kill since then? So stop using the same thing. Listen, if you want me to discuss and not curse you, and for trying to be candid with you for the first time, if you don't want to be cursed, respect my intelligence. Do not fucking repeat Hasbara points that I can do circles around him. Okay?
Respect your intelligence. The first statement that you made to me in all the time that I saw you was just cursing at me.
Yes, because you said Hasbara.
And every time that I speak, you speak over me. And everything that we say, you can say that as Hasbara. And by the way, stop talking. And by the way, again, zero accountability, zero introspection, and zero taking responsibility for what Palestinians are doing.
For what? He didn't do anything. He doesn't live in Gaza. He has no, what?
He doesn't even particularly like Hamas.
The thing is, this is what we're trying to tell you. Even if it's 100,000, there are 2.4 million Palestinians in Gaza. And you are blaming all 4.4 million people for what, let's say, exactly
arguing it
Why
out.
did I sound like blaming him? Who sounded like
Because this
blaming
is
him?
what,
What point did I
okay,
say?
then explain your attitude towards this. Because you seem to refuse, because you're actually demanding a Palestinian 48 to be accountable for what Hamas did, but you refuse to be accountable for what
No, I didn't say anything about it. I said about introspection to the Palestinian society.
Introspection, okay, I will do introspection. Okay, so the Palestinian
Like we
society
do
should
all the time, by the way.
What makes you think they don't?
Just a second. Just a second. Hold on. For the Palestinians,
Also, all the pro-Palestinians, zero accountability.
I don't give a fuck about the pro-Palestinians. You and them, I can go fuck yourself. I don't really care. I care about my own people. I'm a selfish now after a genocide.
It's not like, dude, you are.
This is how I motherfucking speak after a genocide. When I saw a 14-year-old bleeding to death today, I can speak the way I want. So do not tell me.
No, you cannot. Nothing. You always have legitimacy in your
Daniel is free to speak as he wants.
Daniel, stop it.
Okay, hey guys, do you wanna get in a circles you and start crying and jerking yourself on like what do you wanna listen to someone? Yeah, sure. But I'm not gonna sit and start talking to you in a way that I'm gonna respect that what you're saying is not fucking us, bro. Today the 14-year-old was bleeding to death. We all saw it. If you did not, you should go check it out. And if you think okay, so great. So we need to kind of get used to it.
I'm just saying.
No, I know. This is I'm being sarcastic. What I'm trying to do is, if Palestinians want to look into what happened and they want to evaluate, that's a valid thing. Okay, how do we do it as a community? How does it do it as a nation? They need to do election. Who's preventing the election? Why no one can fucking answer? Sorry, Daniel, I cursed it here. Why can't we do? Why can't we do elections?
The Palestinians no one is stopping them. You can have elections. You decide that you will not have elections until you put like the restrictions. Now they're talking about a referendum.
No, I'm asking you who prevented the election in the last time? Who prevented it?
Your leaders don't want to have elections. Go do elections. Why am I stopping you?
Okay.
Why am I stopping you?
Daniel, if you don't know, say I don't know.
No, I know the narrative. No, the narrative is stopping you. It's again this victim that everything is blamed by the Israeli.
You can go look it up, and I'm gonna say it, and you can go look it up. I don't know how to post shit here, neither I'm interested because you guys are not looking for fun. But the last election was prevented in Israel, I think in 2021, because the Israeli police in Jerusalem restricted.
You're talking about specifically East Jerusalem, right?
This is how we're talking about.
This is how election happened and West Bank.
Wait. This is how
I just want to understand.
Hold on. Yeah, this is how election happened. You don't do half election. You don't do 3 quarters election. You don't do.
Well, you don't have two governments right now.
No. People need to understand this. Just a second. Israeli police in Jerusalem prevented letting election happening in East Jerusalem, which means you cannot have election if you have party election. Like do I need to explain?
At least you have a reason why your people did not get to be represented. The people in Gaza, because in East Jerusalem this happened. So the people in Gaza should be under a terror regime for almost 2 decades. Got it. At least you have someone to blame. But who's paying the price?
Yes, Israel is the reason
born under Hamas rule.
Israel.
You know why? Don't you have someone to blame?
No. There is a election. When someone gets sick, the problem that you have. When someone gets sick, possession with someone more intelligent than you, wait your turn.
Sorry.
So there is a cancer. So you might have symptoms. Hamas is a symptom to the cancer. The cancer is Israel. So when you want to kind of treat the symptom, okay, you can treat Hamas. Like we can treat what Hamas did and all this kind of shit, but we should never forget who's the cancer, because the cancer caused more symptoms. Like now, Israel is
from you guys. Israel is the situation that you are on. Because you see this is cancer.
So what drugs is Hamas
Hold on.
used other than terror?
Hold on. I want to explain something, please, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
In order to have an election with the PLO is funded by international communities. In order to have that kind of funding keep flowing, they have to meet certain terms. That includes having elections that meet certain standards. Without performing elections within the West Bank, those elections are not deemed as legal in the eyes of the international community. Hence, if they have those type of elections, they will be cut off from funding. Israel intentionally prevents them from having elections in East Jerusalem in order to prevent them from having elections. As you see the evil cycle that goes on here, so they just, by the way, declared elections for the PLO.
So I understand. So those international bodies are cannot have a frown upon about an election that will not include East Jerusalem, but are totally okay with giving funding for
Just
a second. 4 years for 10 years from Hamas.
You need to understand the PLO ousted Hamas. Hamas wasn't under the umbrella of the PLO for many years.
Aid from your organization.
No, that's from Israel.
Really?
No,
Yes.
that's it.
Hold on. Hamas get the funding from Israel.
The expenses of education and hospitalization.
You want to deny? Maya, just a second.
They were under one government.
You want to deny? Do you want to deny? Can you mute yourself? Can you deny that Netanyahu sent the head of Mossad to Qatar to request them to send money to Hamas? And when the Qataris were not sure, they had to request a written letter, and then that written letter was sent and signed by the head of Mossad.
He knows this. We've discussed it. Daniel knows this.
So who funded Hamas then? Why did Israel ask Qatar to fund Hamas?
So you're asking me a question. Okay, so if you would look at the reason why the money from Qatar was given to Hamas.
I'm sorry, you're answering a question. I'm trying to answer. So that's not my question. Let me clarify my question.
You want to hear your question?
I want to clarify the question.
You want to make allegations and acquisition. And you want to
Why Israel?
Ask me a question.
I'm asking the question. Why Israel asked Qatar? Not why Qatar sent. Why Israel asked Qatar?
Okay, that is the problem. That Israel asked Qatar.
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason that the money was given was for three reasons. One is to help with the humanitarian issue in Gaza. The second one is to pay for electricity and gas to warm and light up the street. And the third was to pay salaries of what can you do? Employees of Hamas. But employees of Hamas are, for example, doctors and teachers and people that need to be paid, but they are under Hamas because Hamas is a dual-use word. It is the government of Gaza, and it's also a terror organization. If Israel would not allow Qatar to fund Gaza, you would be on stage and say, how will not allow money for gas, electricity, doctors, and infrastructure.
Why did Israel prevent the PA?
The issue is that Hamas is the government of Gaza. This is how you got to roll around.
Why did Israel? Daniel, hold yourself. Why Israel prevented the PA?
It's your government.
Why did Israel ask the PA? Prevented the PA.
Listen, grow up. With you, okay?
You're losing the argument, is what you do.
I understand, but if you're not being respectful, I'm not going to engage.
I'm very respectful. I'm being respectful. I didn't curse. See? I'm being respectful. So why did Israel prevent it and cut the PA from sending and paying the salaries to the employees in Gaza to prevent them to be under the umbrella of Hamas? Why did Israel do that? Like when they asked Qatar, they had to ask Qatar for a reason. Because they were... Yeah, go ahead. Because you got quiet, so I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to kind of like, give you something.
So give him the answer. Just...
Go ahead, Daniel.
You already have the answer. Palestinians did nothing. The Palestinians are the victims. But I'm trying to ask you...
There's no answer. He's a coward.
I'm trying to ask you to get out of every little...
I'm asking you to... You don't ask me if you don't answer.
Allegations on left and right, okay? At some point, you guys, you need to understand that you bring...
What allegations?
The only thing that you...
No, Daniel, all you do is throw slogans. Can you address what was said?
No, I want to say what I want to say. Because of that, maybe you enjoy this game, but زنباركي وطفال زنباركي وطفال ناس كافة ناس دخل
ويتفرج.
Yeah, well then 11 is weak, but wow, you guys are so low level debate. You hear me in Hebrew, and she is supporting him, and they're both, they want the debate because they would not let me speak. You guys are like, you're so fragile in your ideology, it's all based on allegation. This is what I'm trying to talk. There's zero accountability.
Based on
Okay, now forget about it.
Daniel,
Never mind. Enjoy your life. It's a process.
there are
It's
interviews
like I will
with
not be begging for the money. I want to go back to try to just continue.
Alright, let's move on.
Daniel, we're not. But Buttercup, this is exactly the problem. We can't keep skipping just because Daniel doesn't accept it.
He doesn't have to engage with you. You can just make a
No, it's not about him. It's about the fact that it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not an assumption. It's not. It's facts. We have pictures, documentations, confessions on camera, on Israeli media.
John Kitover. I'm running for Congress. Some politicians are in the pocket of big
This is
oil.
something that the majority of
I'm just hoping for the freaking veggie vote. Let's get restructuring together.
John, it's impossible to have a conversation.
Okay, so to keep up in the
There's really
local boy shares a moment.
There's really government
Moment of
in the
stillness.
situation. So that's
Today's lesson, facts versus opinions. I've got index cards. A cup of coffee. And a confidence of a man who once got a C+.
to have a government.
Raise a bill to bridge between our...
Okay, so you raise a piece
There's
of
your
Hamas and you keep him there. What do you think is going to happen? And when you keep Kitover is going to be enough one time.
I'm going to get your friend's license.
So they made sure that
Good evening.
liberal, whatever you want to call PA, corrupt, don't send the salaries. So that everything you did not give him an ultimatum. Then actually, because you made him dependent on Hamas, then Hamas did October 7, then you went and killed the average Gaza.
I mean, I think even the people who are more conservative in their estimates will say that the Netanyahu government was playing a very dangerous game with this buy and quiet plan, right? Even the most, mainstream centrist Israelis will admit that what Netanyahu's policy of funding Hamas through Qatar was a very dangerous game. And it did backfire on them, right? Whether they had the intention.
So this guy's like keep showing.
He's just obnoxious, but he's just, that's his personality. But
then you're rude.
But then on you can go on a limb and say that it was intentional. They expected something like this to happen, and it gave them license to do what they were planning to do anyway, which is ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, right?
Right.
Thank you, Mixed. I'm glad you agree. So I want to change the topic a bit. Benny, Olive, and Nick Rose, I've been reading with Abu Safia, this medical director, that, we didn't hear, it seemed like he was going to be released with all the Palestinian prisoners. And then in the last second, it seems they changed their minds. And then suddenly the Israeli government puts out a photo of him claiming it's a Hamas uniform. And with no basis.
Can I clarify that? Dr. Hussam Abu Safia was a pediatrician from northern Gaza. After the beginning of the genocide, he self-appointed chief of staff of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was a hero. He refused to evacuate. They murdered his son as retaliation. They called him and told him to evacuate, and he refused. He stayed with his patients and started reporting from inside the hospital. For those of you who remember, one of the results of the general's plan in the north was we saw an ER burning, and we saw people with IVs still in them burning to death live. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia was one of the many medical staff that were taken, abducted by the IDF when they took over North Gaza. He has been tortured. He has zero access almost to lawyers, not to mention medical assistance. Red Cross is completely forbidden from any type of access. It's impossible to get any type of information about him. And recently a photo came up where he was shown to be in a uniform, which claim to be part of Hamas. Hamas doesn't use those type of uniforms. That uniform is reserved for medical staff that is part of search and rescue teams within Gaza. That has nothing to do with Hamas. That is completely, you will never find any other Hamas operative wearing anything similar. However, you will find Palestinian forces that are search and rescue that have a similar.
I thought it was like a PA something.
It's the police. It's the police. Is the local police military medical unit. Okay, so there's a unit, military police under the police.
So here's my question.
Like many Israeli cardiologists or ER doctors or those, all of them are also reserved in the army. Does that mean you're arrested? No, listen. I just to remind everyone, his arrest video, which went viral, the arrest video that they took him, where he walked into a tank.
Mm-hmm.
He walked himself. He literally walked. That's not a terrorist behavior.
No. And they presented no evidence that he's a terrorist, but I wanted to ask this question because it reminds me a little bit of when Israel, because it came out through the official Israeli channels, they maligned him, they smeared him, they committed libel, they claimed that his uniform was Hamas, it's not. And it's eerily similar to what they did to the journalists when they posted a picture of a bunch of journalists claiming they were members of Hamas without evidence. And it's very, what do you make of the fact that the Israeli government's formal channels are putting out this libelous information about this doctor, which so far they've not presented any evidence that, aren't they going to kill him? Like, what? It's really scary because when they did it with the journalists, suddenly they all start dying.
To kill him, yeah, they will kill him. Why? This might sound ridiculous, but some people don't know that Israel killed a few Palestinian doctors who were under arrest, and he killed them. Dr. Adnan al-Burj, genius doctor.
They refused to return his body.
Yeah, we know.
They killed him in an Israeli prison. He was in a prison, a doctor. They killed him. They assassinated him, made sure that he's dead, and they won't return his body until now. And when some people who were released and they witnessed him like this, so they know that he had so many marks on his body from the torture. So Israel killed doctors.
Not only doctors, a lot of the bodies that were returned from Israel torture camps, and I saw the pictures myself. There was a Google Drive, if anybody wants to. Were literally in execution poses. The body was in a crutching pose with hands tied behind their backs and still blindfolded, which is literally an execution pose. We have at least 101 names that we know of that were martyred in mysterious circumstances in Israel detention and torture camps. And the numbers just keep growing. So that same line is just the tip of the iceberg. People don't understand that.
Yeah, I think people are beginning to realize that. But I think what is strange about this is they were silent about him. It seemed like there was a last minute push to release him during the final exchange of prisoners, and then suddenly he's off the list. We don't hear about him. They could have not mentioned him, and all of a sudden they're bringing him up with this false claim about him.
The thing is that Israel recognizes figures that might have leadership qualities that can gather support behind them and lead a unified Palestinian voice. Nothing terrifies them more than these types of personalities when they pop up. You can take Zachariah's baby as a good example, Deborah Guti, of course, and and I doubt they will ever, because if God willing he's released, he will be a hero. He will be an icon, and that's the last thing Israel will allow ever to happen. This is why the concern for him is so grave. Not to mention that I've spoken to people that have known Dr. Abu Safia since they were children. He took care of their children when they were.
He's a very famous doctor.
Yeah, I'm writing you as I'm muttering. That's how people write El Normo. They say it in their head, then they write it. But I don't know which phone you're on. I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm looking at 20 plus phones, El Normo, and the phone screens are off, so I don't know which phone you're on. I tried to find you, but I've got too many Clown House rooms live streaming, and I'm about to send you another audio clip.
Have a harder time to try to twist themselves into knots, making atrocities make sense. Like going after journalists, going after medical professionals is never
The thing is, Buttercup, that there is a lot more hardcore, concrete proof evidence out there that even the world is not bothering to put emphasis on. Right?
Okay, can you hear me?
Report about what happens. It's called Welcome to Hell.
By the way, we all see it. I think more than you guys in Israel see it. Because we're bombarded with it.
A part of me hopes that the world is oblivious to that because that would give me comfort. But if they're not and they're still ignoring it, then that's even more terrifying. But this is not a speculation. This is well-known fact. Like, there are court petitions, court documents, whatever you want. This is well-known fact what happens in those places. And it's been documented from every possible angle. But for some reason, people keep ignoring it. Did you know what happened today, Buttercup, in the security cabinet in Israel?
No, what happened?
They issued new orders, which effectively say that from now on, they assert or they annex to themselves security control over A territories and B territories, which means that from now on, they can literally walk into a home in the middle of Ramallah, and according to them, they will have the right to do so. So effectively, we've started to full-on annex the West Bank from the river to the sea. So the genocide is officially starting to the West Bank. This is it.
So I have a question, more just like a pragmatic question. Like for those of us who think that the two-state solution is dead because it's like, what's going to be the state at this point? It's all eaten up. Like it seems like I understand the extremists are annexing the West Bank for one reason, but if we want to move towards one state where Palestinians in the West Bank have rights, it's a tragedy for people who still believe in two states. But if you believe in one state, then
which one is easier in your head to give the Palestinians in the West Bank equal rights or to go to two states?
I think at this point, what's left to become two states? You just give everyone.
Now it is one state. Right now, always Israel and Palestine was one state. Like pragmatically on the ground, we're one state. It is apartheid. Yeah, it is an apartheid. But we need to be clear. It is one state. So when people say I want one state, I would tell them you don't know what you're asking for because technically we are in it.
I agree with you. I guess the point I'm making, I also think it's easier at this point to just.
It's game time. 20 extra crispy wings for $20 at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Cancer Guard screens for over 50 cancers with one simple blood test. New Cancer Guard from the makers of Cologuard.
Times of Israel. negotiation.
I'm saying that
But inside of Israel, there is an apartheid. I live in apartheid.
What is the apartheid there?
How about the death sentence?
Jews and Arabs are not equal.
What is the problem with equality?
What do you mean?
This is not serious.
It's good equality. It's good to have equality. It's healthy. You know?
Yeah, but what's
It's like good
the problem? I believe everybody in Israel is able to vote and so.
Oh, okay. So the equality does not stand as voter. It's about your rights.
What rights are missing?
Are you Israeli?
No, but I'm interested.
Okay.
What rights are missing?
There are 75 laws inside of Israel that discriminate against Palestinians. I'll give you absentee law is one of them.
What is the absentee law?
Okay, this is even Google list your vote.
A law that does not get you your land back, although you're a full citizen of Israel, because Israel took it.
Okay.
Basically says that as long as you can prevent Palestinians from breaching their land for 3 years, the state can take it away.
No, people who are Israelis, exactly. I know you guys love that. It's like, no, they live to join them. I know you're. Oh, guys, you're so. No, I'm talking about full Palestinians who have Israeli citizenship like me. They still cannot get their land back.
Okay, I don't know the details, but that is very common. People in some countries have lost land and they are.
No, it's not.
When you have the paper, and you call yourself a democratic country, that does not go as explained.
What is the paper? Who has given that?
That you own the fucking land. That is you.
Are you referring to something before 48?
Yeah, because history does not start in 48. Some people lived.
Yes, but the state of Israel starts at 48.
So do you cut up all legal holdings, everything? Because for you guys, you can't forget years ago. So
no, that has nothing to do with that. Do you know?
There's no one to learn. For a second, you want to learn, then you just want to argue, then I'm going to say.
Do you know what Resolution 194 is? I'm so sick of repeating this.
Then don't. He does not want to learn.
Yeah, we don't have to explain he can Google some stuff on his own.
Okay, Google Resolution 194 from October 1948. That was, probably one of the first famous times, let's say, when defined international law, or ignored it bluntly and said, fuck off. We'll do whatever the fuck we want.
So this is
because that land that he's talking about, the whole world told Israel that it has to give it back, and those people have to be able to return, and they also should be compensated for everything that's lost. And that was in October 1948, right? The same body that declared Israel as a viable state also told Israel, please allow all these people to return home and give them back what is theirs and compensate them for everything that's lost. Israel said, fuck off. First time, 1948. Just went first from there.
Yeah, but it seems quite natural to me that there was a war in 48 and they were.
It's okay. I don't care what you think.
Some people left on the other side of the border.
We're not Israeli and the limit is lost.
enough with you. Okay, you're not even Israeli, so I already gave you. So you can go Google shit now, and then you can come and do follow-up question.
By the way,
I expect you to give me explanations properly. I gave you just like a Maya, I need a little. Listen, you asked a question about something you don't know. I explained one. Then I asked you a follow-up question. Do you want? Then you said, okay, can you explain? Then. Okay, we don't answers yet. You just want to debate for the sake of debate.
You don't have to educate me. I'm okay with the fact that I don't know everything about Israel and Palestine.
Okay, so
Google you know how the apartheid is valid.
I just told you that you cannot get your land back, dumb fuck. What does that mean? If you're an Arab,
that's one meaning, and that doesn't tell me that there's apartheid.
That's one example, dumb fuck.
I mean, just what about the West Bank? Okay, those are people that also live on the land.
No. Brother, I don't want to listen. This is what Israelis want to do. Oh, but listen, mounting apartheid there, but inside of Israel, no.
It's not Israeli. It's a surrender guy.
No, I know, but all Israel shit. Inside of Israel shit. In the West Bank is shittier. In Gaza is way shittier. No. I'm not letting inside of Israel it's a fucking apartheid because you cannot get your land back, although you have the right. I'm gonna go to court and they look at the law and they see absentee law, Arab, he cannot get his land. That's a fucking apartheid. When you cannot buy a land in a house in a specific community because there are community acceptance rules, that's a fucking apartheid. The 75 laws, don't fuck, go read them, then come back. Next time, do not open a can of worms if you cannot fucking have it.
I put down in the comments a link to a report from the time called Divide and Conquer. That report is very good at breaking down why it's an apartheid state between the river and the sea, and it breaks down the different types of apartheid, whether it's 48, East Jerusalem. If you were more of an audio person, you can go to my Twitter feed. There's 3 hours space with B'Tselem's spokesperson, Slayton Kelly. She breaks it down on the interview. But it's important to understand because just because apartheid manifests in different ways doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because the bottom line is, everywhere you look between the river and the sea, Jews are privileged over everybody else, and that is the most basic, pure form of apartheid, and that is why we say it's apartheid.
Apartheid against Israeli citizens or apartheid against the Palestinians in the...
There is apartheid and inequality towards anybody that is not Jewish, and it can be worse in some places, it's not as bad in other places, but Jews are always privileged over everybody else. It doesn't matter if it's Palestinian, Muslim, Christian, Samaritans, even Jews suffer from the same thing. The point is that the Jew is... in Israel proper, yeah. The Jew is the privileged one, always. You can come close, you can be a Jew who's serving in the army, and you will come close to the status of a Jew, but you will never be as privileged as a Jew, and that applies everywhere between the river and the sea.
The river and sea is different from Israel.
Juho, how about we go around? I feel like we need to clear the air. I think everyone should say a little bit about you. I don't think I've met you, Juho. I don't know, Mr. Raji, you're from the West Bank, right? Mr. Raji?
Yes, I'm from the West Bank, but I don't live in the West Bank. I live outside.
Are you at?
Then I can tell you what's happening there.
Yeah. Tell us.
I've been in places where when you want to change, you see, I have a Jordanian nationality, so I have more privilege than the Palestinians themselves walking among the Israeli parts. So I've seen how I can pass these called mahsoum. And there is that, it looks like the one because I work in this industry where you put cows on a certain track and it's all full of iron so they don't get distracted. I've seen that place that Palestinians go through and it's really fucked up, humiliating method, making people working in these metal cages just to pass to go to work. What do you call that? It literally looks like you're changing location between a high controlled prison to heaven. Because I've seen, when I passed by the Palestinian territory and went to your land, I've seen heaven. I've seen the difference in the streets, the difference in the building, even in the cars. It's like going from first world country to third world country, and they claim that they are one state. What is the one state on it? I don't believe that Jews who's also living outside claim that there is no apartheid in Israel. It's like you're closing your eyes and saying, no, son, you should go and look yourself. Just go to these places where Palestinians live and see the humiliating conditions they used to live. They are still living in. It's funny, like, they claim like they are innocent and they are above everyone. But when you just ask them, no, you don't have just the right to question us.
Come on, guys, we're circumcised like you. We get circumcised like you guys.
And we eat your food and you eat our food. We have the same.
And sometimes we fuck you girls.
Okay. I won't go in that part, but look at the bright side. We are human just like you, but your Zionist mentality, that is a different thing than the Judaism itself, is controlling you. You are just like ISIS. You know ISIS, they are Muslims too, but they used to drag us to a war. They claimed they made a country and they used your same basic. Either you're with me or against me. And if you are against me, I will kill you. I will cut your head. They filled YouTube literally with these cutting heads videos. You are using the same method. So Zionism is just an ISIS who's controlled Judaism to fulfill their plans, and also the main reason that the Israelis now don't live in peace everywhere. By the way, there's a...
You know the difference from ISIS? They have one difference, but ISIS should go on tissue. Oh man.
Look at the fun side. They were talking earlier what destroyed the Jew peace on the whole world. Look, guys, you have to look at the history, because the history itself condemns you. The fun is that you left all the threads when all these pieces that we can follow and catch you. What you did, like the first when you start to establish the so-called Israel, you sent terrorists to Egypt to make bombing, and one of you could get caught near the cinema of Egypt making bombs to provoke people to kick the Jew, because you need population. We know that. It's a great strategy, but people didn't understand it that time. You made that problems. Even in Iraq, you started this country. Yeah, everyone knows you're the one who made, and now after you destroyed your good reputation. Yeah, they destroyed now their reputation, and they lost, after 7 October, everyone dreams become a Jew, because everything will open for you. Not like most people, you see.
You have a Jewish mother?
No way. I'm talking about the people. You see, if you look at Mel Gibson, bro, he just made a movie. They buried him. You know that Jesus Christ movie. They are the one who control media. Have you seen Superman movie?
All right. We're running a little out of the topic here. Mr. Raji, I hope you understand from this room that there's many where this doesn't represent Judaism or Jews or ethnic Jews. Many of us have traversed.
I'm talking about Zionists. I'm talking. This is the so-called, because most people doesn't know Zionists.
It's a struggle though. Jews are trying to separate their identity from Zionism, but it's entangled, So we're trying to untangle it. That's why we're having this struggle.
Which is a good thing, and I represent what you are saying. We try to do that. But the main idea, they're the one who lose their position after 7th of October. That's what they show to they can fix that problem much, much better than making all of these massacres. But the problem is they made the massacres, and I guess now, you know the full intentions. The main intention to kill these people and take them out. They won't give you a state, they won't recognize you, even if you bend over.
But you don't want to you don't want to be Jewish, trust me.
No, I don't want to. انت فهمت غلط حبيبي. Because I was talking about the common people.
outside of Israel and Palestine, I think Muslims and Jews and Palestinians are in a very vulnerable position because we're all sort of linked by proxy to what's happening there, and we're all really in the same boat. So I think the experience is a little different for those of us in the diaspora. We're forced to confront this, and it's not really a great position to be in. So this is why everyone's having sort of a collective identity crisis, even though the stakes are less high for us, but everyone's trying to figure out what it means to be a Jew, a Palestinian American.
I think you guys should double down. Not double down in Zionism, double down in Jewish identity. You just don't leave it for them. Don't leave it for them to claim. It's no, I am Jewish and fuck you.
Yeah.
Leaving it is no, I need to get into, even if you in front of these white nationalists, who's that is not kind of start bothering you. No, I'm Jewish, I'm proud, and fuck you, and you don't represent what God said. Just saying that Bibi Netanyahu represents Jewish identity from what's Jewish and what's not is a piece of shit. So I think all this kind of Jewish diaspora,
but also, you have to understand, in Israel, Judaism is not the sacred thing. This is not the one thing they uphold, that their religion is the IDF. We can trash Judaism all day long. Most of them wouldn't give a fine fuck. But you say one wrong thing about the IDF and they all lose their shit. It was never about Judaism, ever.
The IDF represent a great symbol in their head, by the way. This is why when you say anything about it, you just touch a very delicate nerve for that.
بلجيكي صح انت بلجيكي؟
انا مش من مواليد الاردن فما عشت هاي اردني فلسطيني بس
ربنا عفاك
يا اسف معلش.
Mr. Raji who's an Israeli, Mr. Raji who's a Palestinian, West Banker, Jew is not Jewish, not an Israeli.
Faya is Palestinian too.
Faya is a Palestinian from where?
Oh, you are? I didn't know that, Faya.
No, I'm Iraqi.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine. We're all Palestinians.
No, we're not. Sorry, you're in Iraqi.
Oh, come on.
Like you have Andalis and things.
She even sounds a little bit like Nada, right? Her voice sounds a little bit like Nada's voice.
I think we're
What, Caleb is a Palestinian too, or a Jew?
No, he's a Jewish Israeli. He likes to get on Twitter.
I don't know. He's claims Israeliness.
Buttercup, there are people asking for Mike, and I don't know them, so I don't want to just.
Who? Let's see. The music guy is a troll that just records rooms. I don't see anyone with a hand up.
There was some Eli Razavi something.
Eli Razavi. I don't see him. You can just give him a mic. I don't care. Oh, Ali. Yeah, he's fine. He doesn't like people. It's up to you. I'm gonna leave soon anyway.
I don't know what the rules are in these things.
If they're shitty, I'll let you know.
Daniel, I want to know, Daniel, you were in our room today and you were listening for a long time. I'm really curious to know what you learned. What was it like for you too? Because I don't know if you ever had your experience Israelis sitting down and having a proper conversation with a Palestinian the way you observed today. I was curious to know what you thought.
I found it interesting that you basically were talking about the IDF and basically that anyone that joins the IDF is inherently a criminal. Yet people that are working, it doesn't matter what role you were talking about, even if they're the doctors of the army.
We're talking about the
Yeah, she was listening.
And now you're talking about this doctor and doing the complete opposite. And again, to be honest, I am trying to listen and understand. And it seems like if you don't inherently come with the belief of the narrative, you don't provide the title was Chazon of I don't remember exactly what it was about. And I was really hoping to hear something that is not again accusations. They are the big this. They are the bad ones, they are the good ones, and it's no plan not really like something that is realistic. It seems like keeping this alive
But
is the thing.
the thing is that
Keeping the cause alive.
Remind me if I'm wrong. I was speaking in the space today, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Daniel? I was in the space speaking, right?
I don't
Below is his name.
think that I heard
Yeah,
you.
below.
He
You heard.
was his face.
Did I curse in that space then?
I don't think that I heard
You
you.
did. He was there. You just don't
I
recognize
was
him.
the one.
Aquilo acho bem ridiculizei por
I
us.
was the one who was making that point that everyone was joining the army is complicit. It was me.
Yeah, but you maybe, but you like it was like people built upon it. It wasn't like rejected. It was adopted, and they were adding to it.
It also was Olive was the only Palestinian there.
I was the only
Okay,
person.
let me
There was another girl, an Arab girl. I don't know.
Okay, guys, I just want to tell the room because they don't know what you're talking about. I've been following Benny Olive and Emeralds for a while because I was looking for Israelis that have lefty views because I was pretty depressed with some of the discourse. And so I've been following for a while. They have these spaces online of just like progressive lefty Israelis who, acknowledge a genocide and all this stuff. And lately, Daniel's been joining their rooms, their spaces on Twitter. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a list.
But one thing, notice Daniel, I don't curse when the one speaking for
No, you did curse.
No,
You did curse.
Oh, did I curse there? What did you say?
And not at them, at us again, even without us being there.
Yeah.
Pigs, I don't
I
remember
think
exactly what the words
Angel
exactly
pissed
that
you
they were
off
talking
at some
about.
point. I think he said maybe something
No,
about
the
it.
guy that I was
Oh, he did curse.
the guy I was speaking to, he was Israeli. I didn't curse at him because
Listen, almost kind of like new voices to me, so it's really hard to kind of names to.
Yeah, so he was speaking to me with respect, meaning he did not.
And he wasn't an anti-Zionist, by the way.
He was not. He was a Zionist, but like.
I think it was about you talking about either Zionists or soldiers.
But do you remember how that conversation started?
No.
No?
No.
Would you like to be reminded?
Yeah, why don't you recap the conversation for those of us who weren't there or don't understand Hebrew enough to understand fully?
But basically the idea was, but the idea inherently is bad and commits crime. So like you need to accept this narrative to follow the law.
Yes.
And then basically you build up to that anyone that joins this is a criminal.
The conversation started with one of the people, the Israelis on Spaces, who is like a lefty Zionist. And he has a question that he's been repeating in many lefty Zionist spaces. Because they all agree that Gidi Golan is in jail for the way that he has been funding Hamas for a long, long time. Now, he brought to the floor the question of whether Yair Lapid and Naftali Bennett should face the same fate, because to some extent, when they were in power for about a year, they did the same thing, but in a different method. And from there, we went to how far can we take complicity. So there is the notion that some people hold the notion that there are no innocent people in Gaza, right? They love to say that. And we started talking about who is and isn't complicit and to what extent. And the first thing that we talked about was the level of involvement. Now, you can say that everybody that entered Israel from the Palestinian side on the step forward were 100% complicit, there's no doubt, but also those who were driving the trucks, right? But at the same time, can we say the same for the IDF? And to what extent? Because that is a mandatory army, right? You can't refuse, or can you? And that is where the conversation went, because Israelis do know what is happening there. Even lefty Zionists know what is happening there. That is why it was a conversation that they finally started to have. But this is why I was interested for you to listen, because in these spaces, I haven't seen one proper Israeli space on this platform. And I wanted you to be exposed a little bit more to the internal dialogue that I think you're missing out on. And I think kind of makes you live in this sheltered bubble that is actually created attached from Israeli society. Even if it's not your camp, you should still be exposed to what goes on in Israel.
Same thing, makes sense if you convince them, but do first basis, also, if you're not already out of the clear and don't accept the narrative, like the narrative, like I was reading, also like there was this conversation between and what's a face from the Hollywood organization, American Intelligence, like really know what they have like this 1 hour briefing, and I was listening to it. Like again, trying to like both are very good speakers, both of them are Jewish organizations that are very anti-Zionist. But it was just like, even she was talking about growing up in apartment. I was looking to hear like, okay, example, like something, but there was nothing. It was just like all those blank statements that I honestly, Ambrose, I wanted to challenge myself, but there was nothing there. If you don't believe the narrative, there's nothing there.
You were hung up on the terminology. You were triggered by the terminology.
Like it's just throwing things in the air, ethnic cleansing, the parliament, indiscriminate, and also, at the end of the day, this is a very complex situation. And to assume that Israel works in a vacuum, that they can do whatever they want, it's not realistic. We have the other side, that they are also our actors. Here we have the international community. Who was like focusing only on what Israel is doing, with like literally zero talk about why are we in this situation also, which is not just on Israel's side. And I feel like
you mentioned the international community, but you expressed to me before multiple times that you don't give a fuck about international law. So you acknowledge the fact that
international law is an agreement. Okay, it's not a law, it's a treaty. A law, as we understand it, is something that you can enforce. This is what we like. I'm not against this. It's not an opinion about no specific international law. In general, if you cannot enforce a law, it's not really a law. It's an agreement, it's a treaty. Not all countries go to all laws. So and not any UN resolution is a UN, is an international law. I'm just being accurate. It's not even giving an opinion.
Daniel, could it be that you just don't have all the information and, I'm sorry, the intelligence to discuss? So when you go into this conversation, you feel that
maybe I'm not intelligent and I don't know enough about the topic. Yeah, maybe.
So some people think they like physics.
Or maybe really, like even now, your comeback is an insult. It's not like when you're trying to convince me. Because if I don't believe the narrative, then there is nothing to be based on. Like you either with us or like fuck you, like that's not behind the statement.
No, you can tell me fuck you. I won't get insulted. I don't care. So I think like you like physics, right? I think I assume.
No, I didn't say fuck you. I said that you basically the message I'm getting from you guys that either you accept our narrative to me or fuck you to me, not to you.
Either way. Okay, you like physics. Do you enjoy physics? I'm asking you. Hello? Daniel? Daniel, do you like physics?
No, make a statement.
Daniel, I'm trying to explain it to you.
I'm trying to
It's a rhetorical question. Just make the point.
Okay, Buttercup, do you like physics?
Go ahead.
Not really. I'm not great at physics.
So, like, sometimes some people think they do, and then they come into a discussion, and you get into a group. But technically, that group is a little bit advanced. They are kind of discussing quantum and general relativity and practical physics. I'm getting into atomic and molecular, all these kind of things. And you think, no, I don't think they understand that they don't. Like, you're not at the same level.
Let's not patronize them. Come on. Like, we're trying to.
No.
What I find interesting about these fish.
When I ask you a simple question, like sometimes you can ask him Rosa, and you can go, I don't think many of the spaces that I did after October 7, you're going to find me curse or say shit in the first scene. Because I really thought some people won't understand. They came to build bridges and they came to kind of maintain the narrative, not to let the pro-Palestinians that are not Palestinians and they're just Hamas fans hijack my narrative and kind of stick there. But at some stage, I reached to kind of understanding. The person in front of me is not trying to learn. He's just trying kind of to look good for someone who's listening down there who does not really matter. And the person that I'm debating with also does not really matter. So all three of you can go fuck yourself and burn in hell. I don't give a fuck because there as a kid is burning alive right now. So
when I'm trying to talk to you and I see that you don't have the basics information, I will patronize you. Yeah, I will, because you don't have that. So when you have that, you get my respect to come on a space like that space that happened today, and I was discussing with a Zionist Israeli with full respect. I disagree literally on everything he said, but we discussed it because he knows shit. I know my shit. But Daniel, you're not at that level. So don't feel that I'm trying to insult you. I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you, you don't know.
I think it's also different.
And I mean it.
So, Daniel, in this space, before you, Ambrose and Benny.
Well, like, seriously, we listen out for 5 minutes of him saying basically nothing. No, I don't have to like facts. No, dude, this is just happening. You trying to convince me that you have a fact on your side.
Daniel, he's saying he's going to engage respectfully.
And don't insult me. I have my experience is first-hand experience. You know?
Yes, but it seems
I know the idea, including everybody that I know, including people that I know right now in the IDF, because I don't get my question like you fucking like in Al Jazeera. And this dude, listen, I literally now listen to you 5 minutes to speak about absolutely nothing. And that was going to say my claim. If I don't believe you on LD, then talk to me, and this is what you did. You have nothing to say, so for 5 minutes you were thinking about something, saying I don't know the facts, but basically saying nothing.
Listen, let me give you both the compliment.
Challenge me or just insult?
No, I'm going to tell you, you don't have any fucking level of facts yet to kind of get a spot on this fucking panel to debate with me yet.
Listen, okay.
Did I ask you a few questions? No. Does it sound cocky? Fuck yeah. You know why? Because with these fucking Israelis, I learned a lot of them. They don't want to do any fucking effort to learn, yet they want to fucking argue. And if you want to argue, then I'm gonna fucking burn you. Because I asked you a few questions on this space, you did not know how to answer them, and you only did victimhood crying. Exactly. In the other space, I was debating with an Israeli, and that Israeli had a lot of information, and we had a very respectful, productive conversation.
Okay, to be honest, I was surprised Daniel showed up at all. Usually Daniel's on the defensive. She's like on a Hasbara mission, and he's very worried about how these arguments reflect on Israel and the state. But when he talks to you and Emrose, I see a different type of Daniel who's actually, it lands different when it comes from you guys. And so I think honestly, like Daniel, the fact that he spent multiple days sitting in those rooms of Israelis, of the internal conversation among Israelis, where you don't have to worry about public opinion and the international community. I thought it was very revealing and beautiful, and I hope that you guys get to have more dialogues. Because usually when I talk to Daniel, he's like a bulldog. He feels like Israel's life depends on whether or not he's defense.
He gets a cookie. Okay, he gets a cookie for sitting.
Yeah, sure thing. Good one. I'm sorry. And Benny, I'll to his credit, argued with the Zionists for several hours today in spaces, and he didn't curse at him, so he also gets a cookie.
Thank you.
Benny Olive, if I may put something in here, a big issue with a lot of the people, especially like the Israeli Zionist side, they don't even want to debate at all, much less this issue. It's always, they're always going to resort to, or almost always going to resort to fallacious reasoning.
Who are you, Mandalore? I don't know you. Where you're from? What's your background? Give me anything.
I'm from the pro-Palestinian side.
Okay, are you Palestinian or American?
No, I just said I'm not
Palestinian. Okay.
And Arab, but yeah.
Okay. So that was your statement, that Zionists don't know how to argue?
No, I can. Well, at least a lot of the Israeli ones, just from a point of moral logic.
Based on what? Based on people you met on Clubhouse?
Just observations for the past almost 10 years now, just listening to these discussions.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, a lot of people from the pro-Palestinian side as well, they don't. Not always, but they're not also the best at really.
They're not informed. People are not informed, yeah.
Or people sometimes repeat what they hear on TV because they don't sound smart. They don't understand.
Yeah, but even from like a debate standpoint, because
I really hate even making myself seem like something. But yeah, I'm just saying this as somebody who used to be like formally trained on how to actually debate.
Who, you?
And when you,
Okay. So you're ranking their debating skills, the Zionists versus the pro-Pallies.
Essentially, yeah.
All right, cool. Thanks for sharing.
But it's just something else that I wanted to mention is that it's honestly, oftentimes addresses there seems to be a lot of intellectual dishonesty. Even when they try to, this is a critique to the design side, when it goes into the aspect of antiquity, because most of them know nothing about the antiquity side of the debate either.
Okay.
They try to make the claim that.
I think you made your point. You made your point. I think. If do you want to add to the discussion? And I feel like I get it.
I'm just ranking at this point, it would just be if they're not capable of being intellectually being intellectually honest, then I don't see any point in like literally endorsing them or holding them.
There's no point in
even hosting them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
So our point was there are some Zionists that are able to engage intellectually and some are not. Some of them have trouble. There's the cognitive dissonance. All right, Ali, did you want to say something? You came up, and Edward. Edward's another Palestinian American from Bethlehem.
Edward's here. Hey, Edward.
Yes.
Hey,
I could call it your hometown, but I've been to Edward's birth town.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually here, listening for a while. I just came back, and I did want to just mention that the debates are great, however, what is lacking, I think, on both sides is debates regarding solutions. And not just solutions, but a way to get to a solution, implementation, those types of ideas. Because we can go around in circles regarding who's right and who's wrong, but at the end of the day, this is more of a form of, I want to say resistance on both sides, and there has to be a time when, a day that comes after resistance. What happens the day after? Do we go back to the same thing that we were doing before, or are lessons learned and we take those lessons and build something?
So why don't you kick it off? What's your solution?
Constitutional convention.
You can go second. Edward, what's your solution? Go.
My solution is that there has to be a plan for Palestinians to be able to realize independence. So there has to be a plan going forward, and a plan that's accepted by all sides, including the UN and the international community, and it has to be a plan that's adhered to with mechanisms for addressing grievances. But there has to be.
Are you talking about post-war plan or like final state, one state versus two state?
Well, okay, one state versus two states is the final outcome.
Right.
But before we even get to that final outcome, there has to be a roadmap.
What about a dystopian surveillance city for workers, for low-wage workers? What do you think of that? Is that a good plan?
How about what about
talk about Kushner's like dystopian surveillance?
How about we?
Oh, come on, that city looks fun.
Hold on, can we take this back down to reality for a second?
Yeah.
Look, Gaza is still mid-genocide, and today we have been informed that there is official annexation starting of the West Bank. We have seen efforts of ethical cleansing ramping up all over the place, whether it's the Jordan Valley or the Negev or East Jerusalem. You're talking about something that is so far from being even feasible right now. This is about stopping something. There's no solution right now. We need to stop this. And the only way, or the most efficient way to stop this, is to fucking sanction Israel and stop arming it. Right now, the only thing that can stop the creeping genocide, which is expanding everywhere between the river and the sea, is for the entire fucking international community to stand up and say no and sanction Israel and stop giving it arms. This should be an objective. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the best we can hope for right now. Because unless we do that, this is just going to get worse. And we need to get back down to reality. This is where we're at.
We have people who make plans with the word only.
I haven't heard from Ali yet.
Yeah, let me just be quick on that. Thank you. And I have to leave in about 2 minutes. So I am going to back to Daniel's concern, an assertion that if an assumption is being made that every single IDF soldier is a criminal, it's not a good assumption. I think that has to be talked about, and that's what I hear every time from those who are against Israel, that every IDF soldier is a criminal. I don't think that is the case. Number two, I want to ask Mr. He was telling us that when the Palestinian workers do go to Israel to work, they are being treated as camels and walking through a defined area with gated. And so it's very careful in kind of making sure that the people get through and get it. So my question to him, unfortunately I have to go, why do you think this is the case? This is perhaps something to do with the suicide bombings?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sure. That's a very beautiful question.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. Do you think this may have something to do with the suicide bombings that happened over decades ago? I mean,
Probably.
All
right, good. So now this opportunity to address.
If someone needs to go, why does he ask a question that he needs to go?
Like propaganda.
It's called a drive-by.
Yeah. Can I answer Rose real quick?
Yeah.
Rose, when I say solution, I'm talking about moving from a state of chaos, a state of destruction, to an organized path forward. Moving from, what we have today to sanctioning Israel, I think is not realistic. I'm not saying we shouldn't, this path shouldn't be taken. What I'm saying is,
what is your objective, Edward? And I think that right now the objective needs to be stop the monster. Nothing more, nothing less. This is the only thing that we need to be focusing on right now. And I think that the demands for sanction, and this is, by the way, where I see Jewish diaspora is extremely, extremely important. Because I believe that if more Jewish diasporas will speak up against Israel, against the genocide, against Zionism, that will give more public elected officials the courage to do the same, to reject AIPAC, to put sanctions. This is where their job, I think, is extremely critical. Even Palestinians in diaspora, couple together, do it together, be a force. But if there's something that the diaspora can totally focus on, is that to get more and more people to demand their public electives to take that stance. Because that's the only thing that's going to work. Nothing else. Nobody's going to bomb Israel. Let's face it, there will be no military intervention, right? It's never going to happen. But sanctions can happen, and it doesn't ever even have to be all the way. Like, let's start with not arming them, right? Let something, but give your elected officials the courage to do that. That's on you, not on us. Trust me, we're fighting from the inside, but you can do that.
So the way America works is one we no matter what we do with lobbying, there's no way that we can lobby for sanctions. It just will not happen. The way American Congress works and the way it responds is through oversight, through accountability. So making Israel
doesn't make sense to sanction Israel when they're using our weapons.
Right, and that's the thing, that the military companies themselves have a lot of power. So why go against them? Let me land. What I'm saying is, though, before sanctioning before you could have this conversation, you first have to identify accountability. And that's where the diaspora can come in and do a lot of damage to how Israel currently handles Palestinians in the West Bank and in Gaza by allowing Congress to set up mechanisms for accountability, because we as Americans give money to the Palestinians. Okay, I understand we give money to Israel, but we give money to the Palestinians. Hold on. We give money to the Palestinians. We also need to be accountable. We need to hold the politicians, the Foreign Relations Committee, I think on the Congress side, in appropriations, I think on the Senate side, both the same committees that are responsible for foreign relations, things like this. U.S. like for example, U.S. aid gives money to Palestinians. Okay. Does that money go to the objectives that USAID has put out? And that's a question that could be asked through Congress to USAID. Okay, it doesn't.
Okay, make your point.
We've identified that problem.
Some of your point.
Okay. So we would identify the problem that USAID gives money, but the money itself is not being used in a way that America would like it to be used. So now it comes down to identification, then accountability. Okay, let's make sure that the money is being used, and what is keeping it from being used properly.
Are you talking about rebuilding Gaza now, or you're talking?
No, I'm talking about Gaza and the West Bank, the whole thing. So you have to have the U.S. has to be in a position of accountability. That's the first step, is what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, and I think we're kind of on the same way, because I think you're talking about being laser focused on a specific concept and not on a broad notion. And maybe that doesn't contradict what I was thinking. Like, one of the things that we've been talking about, what Mamdani did with the IRA, the anti-Semitism definition, that is a very easy thing to achieve, even on a local level, that anybody can advocate for, and it effectively benefits everyone, because it also comes from Jews, as we say,
elections been held, and so just asking that question and going to Congress, meaning Palestinians, asking that question, going to Congress and then having a hearing of identifying the issues, and what that would essentially do is identify the issues that Israel, the roadblocks that Israel has put up, so that Palestinians cannot have elections. The checkpoints, where it can't build infrastructure. All these things that Palestinians need to build a state, or even just not even build a state. We're not even talking about this. Just to be able to live, and for American money to be used successfully, and optimize the use of American money. This is done not just in the West Bank. It's done anywhere in the world. And people do ask these questions, and once they do, it becomes solidified in Congress and part of the discourse. And now you are essentially going after the mechanism of occupation without attacking Israel. And it's a safe path for politicians, and it's a path that I think would get results on the ground for Palestinians.
Yeah.
So, and not just one way. And I'm not saying, Rose, your way, we should not do.
I think it's a yes and. We need more pressure on our electeds to do right.
Yes. Yeah. The problem,
for the Palestinian diaspora and the Jewish diaspora.
I don't know, Buttercup, if you know this here, like if you go to the lobby in DC, because I've done lobbying in DC.
Yeah.
You can't ask for major major issues up front, because then you get labeled as a maximalist. And then nobody will talk to you.
I think there's J Street and other there's a robust Jewish infrastructure that advocates tries to be a check on like the AIPAC and the sort of right wing interest groups. And I think they're trying to be a more vocal voice, which in the internal Jewish community, I think we should be a little more maximalist, because the things that the influence of AIPAC wheels is really destructive. But I hear what you're saying, Edward. I think you need to have like a really clear, actionable demand when you talk to politicians.
Yeah, just accountability and just being able to have a.
How's it from like our perspective, Edward? Like I signed up for, if not now, in these like Jewish protest groups that advocate for specific legislation to stop funding bombs, right? To stop funding weaponry and military aid in Israel. And there is legislation that a lot of Jewish politicians have already signed on to, right? That's an actionable thing. We can all sign a petition that says, asks your local elected official to sign on to this bill to try to get it moving.
True. So we're talking about two different things here. You're talking about mass, I guess, I don't want to say protest, like mass involvement. Advocacy, but at a large scale. So the more people you have involved, the powerful that group is, or that voice is, right? Which is normal and perfectly logical. What I'm talking about actually is minimal. You don't need a lot of voices. You just need constituents in, I don't know, like 10 or 20 different districts around the country. These districts are where these foreign relations committees, the politicians are from, and you speak to one of them, and you just have one of them write a letter to the various agencies, asking them what are the issues, when it comes to the Palestinians building government, what are the issues?
Okay, Edward, but you know what happens when you write a letter to an agency? It gets basically an intern that files it among all the other people who wrote a similar letter.
No, not if it's coming from a foreign relations committee member. No, the procedure is that they generally have 90 days to respond to that letter and respond to it very, very well and in detail. And then the letter that's sent out then is, okay, now give us, if the objectives are not being met, what is keeping the objectives from being met?
Do you participate in are there advocacy organizations doing what you're describing? Because I'm sure there's already infrastructure in place.
No, nobody's doing this on either side. Meaning Palestinians or
There are many advocacy orgs across America that are advocating for an end to the genocide and for an end to the funding of military aid.
From protests, yes.
Not just protests, no, a variety of things, through legislation that have advanced in Congress.
So when I was a part of
Through talking to politicians and talking to these committee members.
when I was a part of, when I was in DC, and when I was a part of passing the bill to ensure that electric cars all make a sound in the U.S.
Yeah.
That was passed, and I think it was enacted in 2017 or 18. That was passed. That was passed because we strategically went up to the right politicians and brought in partnered with other nonprofits that are, like, for example, that represent senior citizens, not major nonprofits, but large entities.
Yeah.
To get this bill passed. So minimalist.
Okay. So I put a link in the chat, Edward. Blockthebombs.org is like basically the campaign to sign this bill that would end this $30 billion taxpayer-funded weapons that enable atrocities. And it already has like 60 signatures in Congress. But it's signed on. It's supported by like a long list of advocacy organizations and nonprofits, including Center for Constitutional Rights, Adala, Jewish Western.
There isn't an actual lobbyist group, for example, that specifically addresses the occupation and U.S. involvement in it in the U.S.
Does. All these groups did.
No, they address it through mass, bringing in multiple voices, mass constituents, and putting pressure. But to actually address it in terms of, accountability and having hearings on it, forming committees, that takes more finesse, and that takes people going down. And this isn't just me saying this. You can look up how nonprofit and gets their objectives, aligned with Congress's objectives.
Also, the bill that you passed, the making disability stuff, which is like in the Constitution.
No, we also brought up. We had senior citizens involved in that. We had other groups. So it was for electric cars that we didn't attack. We didn't go after. So we didn't go after the constitutional. We actually ended up, because we did speak to politicians. We got them to sign on to a bill. Then we were able to sit with the automotive industry. We've done this for other things too. A lot of times you'll find that when you introduce a bill and it gets dropped because it was settled out of the Congress and then it took other disability groups, and it took senior citizen groups. It took multiple groups.
Let's talk offline sometime. Actually brainstorm our knowledge about advocacy and legislation and how we can put our weight behind anything to stop what's happening, because it's horrific. And we should definitely continue the conversation offline. Emrys, I wanted to warn you. When I first came on here, me and my Palestinian friend, a lot of people came after us, both on the Palestinian side and the pro-Israel side, on the Zio side. And I think the Zios are coming after you. They're making a lot of fake accounts with your name. They did it to me too.
That's what they told me. What will they possibly do with it?
They're gonna dox you. They're gonna dox your name.
Dox
you and then potentially.
So here's what they did. They made 4 different buttercups, and one of them, they actually made an AI buttercup voice. They took my voice and ran it through AI. Oh, really?
I was reported to the
Yeah.
They claim they reported me to the Israeli.
I have 2 EDM songs with my recording on them, multiple clips, a good amount of memes, and last time I counted 34 spaces open with my name in the title. So, and my wedding pictures were already posted on X before. So,
you should have commented and be like, "This is so romantic. I forgot all about this. Thank you for reminding me."
Aww.
No, but I just have to be honest. The sounds here are very this feels mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I said. Emerose comes from the streets of X. So I think
Like, debating debating all this kind of also shit designers, but like then debating like someone done because
I think also they take advantage of in America we don't have privacy laws, so when they dox us and they put all our information online.
I'm just gonna say this. This Benny guy here cornered John Spencer on his face for 20 minutes and grilled him to the point where he admitted that he has conflict of interest when it comes to being paid by food party members.
Can we play that recording in one of these rooms someday? That would be so fun.
Yes.
So do a listening party.
There's somebody made a whole video.
Yeah, I'd be interested too, Buttercup, to join your conversation if ever you guys are willing.
Yeah.
I've been in politics back in my day for a while, and it's very encouraging to hear you talk like this. I was disheartened for my time, and I had to resign from elected positions, and there was big things that happened in my particular case. But I mean, even with the foreign relations, I don't know how. I just feel that there's been so much that our both political parties have been captured so heavily, right? I mean, like if you were to look at the scorecards for foreign relation committee members, like what they've done with taking any type of like pro-Palestinian action, you're going to come up with a handful, maybe 2 or 3 out of the 50 plus, right? 53 members. Republicans, forget it. Don't even bother. It's in their political party. Just don't. So I mean, but anyway, it's good to hear the encouraging side and to hear.
Jewish.
Am I Jewish? No.
Okay. No, I thought this is kind of Zionist American. Oh, sorry, anti-Zionist American Jewish group.
No, we have both kinds of people in here. But yeah, definitely. The more the merrier.
What is it called on the Senate side, the foreign relations? It's on the tip of my tongue. Do you remember?
The Committee of Foreign Relations or something, right?
Yeah, there's one for the Congress. There's the other one for the Senate, though.
Yeah.
Never mind. I'll look it up. It's driving me crazy.
Buttercup, I sent you a message. Can you check it, please?
Yes.
How come you never sent me not one single message for you? Not one.
Right, because you're not following me back.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry. Really?
It's been months, yeah.
Oh, I think I'm very lazy. I'll be right back.
I'll send you a message. Don't worry.
Jesus Christ. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Back to him. Shall I ignore him?
Sail unblock. Sail unblock.
Sorry, Thea.
It's not good. But I just ignore him.
Yeah, ignore him. I'll deal with it.
Okay. Wait, tell Illumi to come up. Illumi, come up. Palestine, you too.
Illumi, come on up. We want to hear from you.
It's like,
Oh, and Amos wants to come up. Hey, Amos.
Oh my God, Amos, it's not Friday.
Papa, what's up?
I miss Friday.
It's not.
Illumi.
It's okay.
Zedek, what are you doing?
Where is he?
I should see him here now.
All right, so yeah, Naftali, this really.
Oh, he's not here, is he?
Yeah, he left. Naftali, we were talking about this book. I started off reading from this book, The Necessity of Exile by Shaul Magi. He sort of revisits trying to decouple modern American Judaism from Zionism, and maybe talks about how it's we need to just separate our identity from this ideology. And then we also read from Peter Beinart's Being Jewish After the Destruction of Gaza. And so that's sort of the inspiration for the title.
Actually, I hope you're here and you're not just ignoring me.
Be my name.
Oh no.
We started talking about something really interesting that I wanted to continue, and that is the concept of the demographic majority, which Illumi very wisely pointed out as something that not enough people understand. And I think it's a good talking point if Buttercup's interested.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Illumi, do you want to do it?
No, I believe coming from you, it was better absorbed by the light.
Take it away, Ambrose.
Okay, there's a way people always argue about the definition of Zionism, and I found my own way of explaining it. So the way I say it, that Zionism is a state construct that is inherently designed for one purpose only, and that is to maintain the Jewish majority. Because if you don't have a Jewish majority, it will be very easy with the system that is designed to vote out the concept of a Jewish state. So they must maintain a Jewish majority at all costs. And you do that in two ways. You increase the numbers of Jews in various ways, some more nefarious than others. And the other way, of course, which is exterminating and cleansing everybody that is not Jewish. And that is the essence of Zionism, maintaining a Jewish majority. And that branches out to many practices, many ideas, many policies, and Lumi was very wise to point that out.
I believe it's essential when it comes down to understanding this conflict is to understand the demographic dilemma. Zionism is not winning.
What is Daniel?
Zionism.
Where is Daniel?
What is what?
He went to bed.
Does he sleep in the bed?
I don't really know. He sleeps in Amir's room.
Bathroom.
No, Amir's room. Are you calling Amir's room the bathroom?
Amir's room blocked me so many months ago.
No, that was funny though. He just said the bathroom. That's funny.
Daniel lives in the bathroom, sleeps in the bathroom. So I'm gonna go.
Lumi? You were talking. Or did you finish?
What was I saying?
The demographic problem. I do want to ask here.
What is the demographic problem, Edward?
Well, I wanted to ask here a question. So when it comes to the demographic problem, and I heard this yesterday that the non-Jewish demographic is 51%, so over 50%. But I would contend that it doesn't have to be that. The demographic problem starts way before 50% because of how the Israeli government is structured. It's more of a parliamentary system, so forming coalitions. And you don't need 50%.
Buttercup, I want to ask you a question, Buttercup. I'm going to go quite fast, okay? I leave quite fast. Buttercup. Hey. Okay, you didn't give me a permission, okay? I'm going to ask you, why didn't you marry yet, Buttercup?
Look, if you're interested, send her a DM.
Are you interested in her?
No, I don't want to propose, but I'm just...
Man, bro.
Why are you asking?
It's just,
محمد انت منين؟
من مصر فايا.
هو واضح يعني اللهجة.
Where's he from?
مصري شفنا.
Yeah, the crazy one, like I just said.
طب محمد ليش هالسؤال يعني هذا السؤال غريب؟
No, I asked her so many times before. Why didn't you?
Are you interested? Do you want to date her?
No, I don't want.
When I missed it, I went out. What did he say?
He was asking why aren't you married until now?
Who, me?
Yeah, Muhammad was asking.
Why are you single? Why are you single?
You know, that beats me. I ask the same question every day. Actually, guys, I gotta jump off. I'm gonna make Faya and Edward mod. Lumi could be mod too. I gotta go. Feel free to keep the party going. This was really cool and constructive. Thank you, Rose and Benny Olive, for joining. It's always just a gift to have you guys. And it was a really, really productive conversation. Love you all.
Before you go,
Take care, Buttercup. You're always...
محمد راحت
How do you say go chase after her?
Wait, why did she left? I left for 2 seconds. What happened?
Nothing. She had to go.
Oh, okay.
It was a graceful exit, not a abrupt rage quitting exit. She had to go. But I'm sure she'll be back on.
So, and I say, you all need our Lord Jesus. You all need to be cleansed via baptism of fire.
I guess Ace used to be like an admin in Amir's room.
For Muhammad perhaps perished.
She still is.
Baptism of fire.
She's still, oh. Well,
It just
مالك مش عم بعضك يا ايش في؟
why are you asking me that question?
You're too crazy because you're crazy?
مالك مش عم بعضك يا.
Are you high?
مالك بيا بقى؟
انت شو بك يا محمد؟
انت مالك بيا بقى؟
My والله يا فايد. انت منين يا فايد؟ Where are you from?
انت شنو؟ هايبر؟
ايش صنف الحشيش اللي ضاربه اليوم وجاي؟
وين الحشيش؟
شيل البذر يا محمد.
محمد اكل اليوم مش مصري والمش ريحته واصله لهون. ما هيك محمد؟
انت منين يا فايد؟
مش مهم.
Where are you from?
Muhammad from Egypt. May I ask you a question?
No, you can't.
I'm going to ask you, how come Egyptians can't cook?
I cook.
So, how come you change it well?
بلاش يجيب لك المدام بعدين.
The worst food in the whole Arab world is the Egyptian Muhammad. Nice. The best setup is Egyptian setup. The best fun art is Egyptian.
Yeah, no, Egyptian have a very good culture.
يا محمد بس خلي الأكل عنا احنا.
Yeah, exactly. Leave the cooking to those that could cook.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
ما في زي المصريين.
We need to tell the Lebanese, leave the dancing to those that can dance.
That too.
You from Lebanon?
No.
Best dancers are Syrians, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
انت يا محمد مالك مش متجوز؟ ليش انت سنجل يعني؟
I'm divorced. Oh, I'm divorced.
Oh, no surprise.
كمان طلق. طلقك؟ ليه طلقك؟ طلقك.
Why'd you kick you out?
لا حول الله يا رب.
ايه محمد بعد شو بتقلنا؟
هذا محمد
هتروح ايه؟
أبغى الحلال عند الله طلب
رايح فين يا محمد؟ ما احنا متسلين وياك.
رجعها يا محمد.
عندي برد والله.
سلامتك.
اعملي لي ليمون يا فايد بعد اذنك.
حدا يعمل لي ليمون. ليمونادة.
انت يا فايد اعملي لي.
لا انا ما اقدرش.
ليه؟
عندي ايد واحدة بس. اكثر.
في عمليات زرع ايد دلوقتي وزرع عضلات ممكن اساعدك فيها على فكرة.
والله عايزة زرع قلب ودماغ.
لا خلاص خلي القلب عليا. اشوف انا الموضوع ده. حد سرق قلبك يا فايد؟
مسروق بقاله سنين.
مين يا فايد؟ مين وانا اجيبهولك واعلقه في العمود؟ اعلقه. قولي لي عليه يا فايد، عرفيني سكته بس.
ما تعرفش سكته، بعيد عنك قوي.
سابك يا فايد ومشي؟
لا ما سابنيش.
ليه ما لقاش فيك اللي هو عاوزه ولا ايه؟
لا
قضية مسؤولة.
He might hang you on some pole too, you know.
First thing you mention is poles, hanging on poles.
Everything for it.
ما صدنيش.
You remember him, Jahab? The crazy guy from Egypt?
No, I have no idea. Usually people like that don't leave much of an impression on me, so I'm sure it's not memorable.
Yeah. Yeah.
ليه يا فارس ليه؟ أنت ب 60؟
مش هتكلم.
Yeah, it's obvious. The kid is sticking the head up.
زوجتك راحت فين؟
طلقت يا محمد. زوجتي مش عاوزاني، قلت لها خلاص نتطلق مفيش مشكلة.
أنا مكتوب عندي بالتقرير نطت من دور الرابع.
تواضع ازاي وقلت لها خلاص يا حبيبتي نسيب بعض مفيش مشكلة. وبقول لك
طب كان القرار متفق عليه ولا من طرف واحد؟
انت سألت سؤال وانا جاوبتك، ما تخشش في تفاصيل بقى. متبقاش
انت عمال بتسألها بالتفاصيل يا باشا واحنا حابين بالتفاصيل يا ابني. قول لي ايه الموضوع؟
وبعدين ابنك في بطنك، انا مش بسألك انت ايه ده شوية.
ما انت شو قصتك اتزوجت على كلام عروس من قبل انت؟ ما عندك اهل يزوجوك يا اخي، مالك على طول قطعه اللي انت يا جايب بانجو وبانجو مضروب مخلوط حشري وكمان نتحمل زناختك. وين بتجيبوا هالعاهات هاي؟
بس انا مش هرد عشان خاطرك يا فندم.
لا خد راحتك رد.
انا ما بشتمش.
لا بتشتمش يعني، وليك بتشتم ليه اصلا؟ هو ما شتمش، هو شنو بيهزر وياك.
انا بهز الورد بس عشان اشم ريحته يا محمد.
يعني فاي عشان الادبي عليه بتقولي ايه ده يا محمد؟ انت
ايش يا محمد؟ ما ينفعش كده.
عايزة تسمعيني وانا بشتم يا فاي؟
لا ما بدنا شتم ولا بدنا ولا شيء. ناخدها بس مزحة. هزار.
كم سنة يا فاي؟
يا اخي انا متزوجة. هسا تريد احكي لك بالعراقي اني متزوجة وما اريد ولا شيء.
صاحبتي في الشركة عراقية والله صاحبتي.
والله؟ من اين العراق؟
اسمها شام. لا هي قاعدة في امريكا.
ما شاء الله. انت بامريكا؟
Does she know that she's your girlfriend?
قول يا برو.
I was just asked if the girl knows that she's your girlfriend. Doesn't know. Shriver doesn't know. Why don't you tell everybody your thoughts on Saudi Arabia? I thought they were very enlightening.
What thoughts you're talking about?
What did you say when I first met you? The Saudis or the Palestinians? Somebody was not. You were talking about how they're not educated.
You still remember 6 months ago?
I still remember.
It's been a while. You have a good memory. I believe that's the only time I talk in a room.
That wasn't in Amir's room. That was in my room, actually.
You have a room?
I mean, temporary room. Sometimes I haven't held one in months, but that's when I first met you. So, what did you say that day? I don't remember. What was it about the Saudis?
I don't remember the specific speech I told, basically. I'm not sure. But I said, there is a problem between Saudi Arabia and Palestine, That's all. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not confident what I said.
I remember yelling at you.
You yelled at me?
Yes, I did.
Good for you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I'm proud of me too.
Bro,
I didn't kick you out.
I don't insult anyone.
You did.
What did I say?
I don't remember, but you insulted something about low education. Arabs are
Bro, you have a great memory. I don't remember. You. Yes, I would say it. They undereducated, lowly educated, to be honest. But I used to live in Saudi Arabia, so yeah, I'm not gonna be harsh with them. I was born in Saudi Arabia. Why don't you open rooms, Edward?
Why do I open rooms?
Why don't you open rooms?
Oh, because it's too much responsibility, work to keep Palestinians and Zionists and even anti-Zionists all.
You might afford someone who's an idiot like Mr. Someone that's gonna make it as Hassan.
Muhammad, sorry على المقاطعة guys. Amir just opened the room, so.
Okay, invite me in.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Bye. Ahmad, if you're good, they might unblock you.
Sorry? What did you say, bro? You might unblock me.
Rubencheck, do you want to be?
I don't want to be by Amir.
Hello, Mr. Edwards and everybody else. How are you doing?
Doing well. And you?
Very well, thank you. Never better.
Yeah.
So I have a question if I might have the opportunity to ask, please.
Well, do you answer questions also, or is it you asking questions?
I'm just asking.
So you have an answer?
It depends what the question is. If somebody asks me a question that I might find challenging, I'll reply.
I'm just kidding.
I did. Buttercup, I thought you left.
I know, I was just checking. I was just driving by.
Oh.
I was just kidding.
Yeah, I was thinking.
No, there's no rules.
Rubencheck, what's the question? I'm sure it's going to be highly enlightening. Go ahead.
Well, if people in protest will be over them, I'll move to the audience.
No, just go. Ask your question. Ask the question.
He went down. He went away. I was just kidding. You can be a mod. I don't care. I was just joking. You can be a mod. I was just fucking with you. I'll make you a mod again. See, that's how much I like you, Rubencheck.
Well, where are you from, Rubencheck? Islamic, right?
Buttercup, you went.
Yes.
Islamic ancestry.
Buttercup, I want to ask you, okay, for a favor.
A favor?
Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, someone is interested in you.
No thanks.
Buttercup, hey, come on, don't be shy.
Just answered you, dude. And she left.
My questions are, does a person being a Zionist, does it make them a bad person?
Of course.
And what should happen to, should they face any punishment?
You can't read a book.
Punishment?
Yes.
Following the Zionist idea, and you will see your punishment in front of your eyes. The whole world is going to punish you.
So the hostages that were killed by Hamas, do they have some kind of did they deserve to be murdered?
What about the hostages in your prison who have died on severe bad treatment and died from what I call it, torturing them? What are you going to say about them? When someone do whatever you're doing, you just wander around and ask why they are doing that. You are doing the same thing.
Okay, you've got a question for me. I asked you a question. You asked me a question instead, but I'll still answer your question.
I answered you a question.
For anybody,
same as your answer.
For anybody,
justify. Okay.
Okay. So you're speaking about unfair treatment, yes?
Okay.
They deserve to die, Rubencheck, because they are Zionists. And Zionists are advocates of death and of civilization.
The hostages deserve to be killed, yes?
Which hostages? I didn't say they deserve this. Actually,
I've got my answer. Thank you very much. And I want to say, anybody who's detained in Israel unfairly and completely against it. So thank you very much for having me up. Thank you very much.
Please come again.
The hostages deserve to be killed. Okay? See ya.
No one told you, bro. How does there is no input output in his head? Yeah. But the main idea,
that they are already killing hostages. This is a total mistake. Yes, I'm untouchable. Look at me. You shouldn't treat me like I treat you, because you treat me like I treat you. I will blame you for treating me like this. What kind of twisted, corrupted mental mind you are thinking?
Because he is speaking English does not mean he's an Anglo.
Yeah, true.
He is simply gaslighting you. He is a Jew. He knows. We do not speak to Jews the same way we speak to Gentiles. Jews should be spoken to in the language they know. Torah. The Tanakh. No. That's fine. You can go. Gonna get his answer. You should know. To me, you're a Zionist. You're gonna raise a child. You're gonna raise him to be a Zionist. You're creating a society that wants to wipe me out. You're Amalekites. What is the punishment for Amalekites? You wipe them out. The same way the Zionists came into this land is the treatment that they should receive, because that is the treatment that they have accepted. So they have legitimized this kind of tactic, this scurrying through the land and terrorizing, looting. So they want to do the old way. These are the old ways. That's fine. We can do the old ways. This is just the religious way of celebrating. So you want to play a religious game? We play a religious game.
No, they're playing over here, but not populated. It's very much
And not only that, we thank the Zionists for it. We go, thank you, Zionists, for reviving our religious sense. That's all Zionism is. Zionism is a scourge from God to remind us to bring about a specific demographic. This is the demographic that's mentioned in the Quran, because this has been prophesied in the Quran. To bring about those who are the servants of God, who are of mighty resilience. God's going to bring about Israel once again. That's what you're seeing, the rise of Israel. We Palestinians are Israel. Experiencing exile. And coming of a Messiah who is about to bring us all back home to the promised land. What happens when you go to the promised land? Well, the Amalekites are there, right? So you gotta fight the Amalekites. There's history repeating itself.
So Mikhail claims that the Palestinians are the real Jews and they're the real Israel and they're rising up.
Now, no one knows the ending, what happened really between Moses or whatever group of coalition of Yahwists and Hebrews or Pirus or whatever. We don't know exactly what happened. It's
definitely not what the Jews are saying. Like there was like this mass genocide of
The future is built by
at the hands of the Israelites. And there are people who want to, whatever led to that, they want to bring it again. And there are people who want to elevate humanity beyond this cycle. Like, we want to move on. Kingdom of God, right? The Jews are people who've gotten so accustomed to the reset, this continuous collapse of human civilization, that they've like just started riding humanity like it was some sort of wave, like it was some sort of stock market. Oh, society forming over there. Let's go park right here, everybody. You know, seems like you guys got civilization building up here. Well, you know, we know a thing or two about that. You know, like, after all, God made us a nation, so we're all about nations, nation building. Yeah, well, let's do the let me take care of that for you.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Please tell me that's not another one of your
It's
experiments.
called Self-Improvement, Lisa. Chapter 3, Mastering the Mind. Watch the watch, John. You're getting sleepy. 3, 2...
Inside the Laugh Law Thursday night, the crowd watched as Kitover counted down. By the snap, volunteers were under a spell. Moments later, they're convinced they're barnyard birds, and the audience can't get enough. Inside the
Tapes are rolling. Just read the card, big guy. And try not to sound like you're giving weather updates. What do you do on Stone? He said softly. Even the stone softens.
Morality.
John, just relax and follow the watch. Back and forth, back and forth.
Does my insurance cover this? You're getting sleepy. Metallic Clint. Audience on it. Sure. Yes.
John, just...
And in your ignorance, I know that you are...
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Got it. And
but in that, I will give some life insurance on you.
Inside the Laugh Law Thursday night,
and the stocks of your competition, and you know, keep an eye out on the markers of your decline, which are just, you know, sociological markers. And God already gave these markers Sodom and Gomorrah.
inside
People, Sodom and Gomorrah, and then they think like, oh, that's just like God is telling you about a past event, like, oh, you know, some city that got destroyed. You could look at it that way. Might not be wrong, but you gotta understand that the crimes that Sodom and Gomorrah are guilty of, if you check them out, you're gonna see homosexuality. You're going to see human trafficking, because that's what they're doing. They want to kidnap the emissaries, the angels that came to So
Chicago dog.
They are rejecting marriage. So they are rejecting consent, legal consent. So this is through force, intimidation. Strong mentality.
Show you step by step how to turn a free AI app in your phone into real money.
Sexual immorality, homosexuality, rejection of marriage, rejection of heterosexuality, banditry as well. And just in general, national aggression. Because they must have known that Lot was connected to Abraham. Abraham must have had some sort of high position, like a renowned ship, and obviously
makes sense that they would ask who these people are, and they would wonder who the hell Lot is that he is receiving such high esteemed guests. So they must know that Lot is of some status. So you could add one and one together. So you could see that's a national level can develop. So betraying customs, norms, honor codes, stuff like that. Mongers. So all of these are signs of a society declining and Sodom and Gomorrah. So people always like, why isn't Sodom and Gomorrah like an example of extreme?
Alright, movie night. I've got the remote. As long as it's not another human documentary.
Sparkles would be nice.
I just need a seat that doesn't hook my nose. Alright, movie night. I've got the remote. I need a better opener than just shouting numbers. Let's try one if the audience loves it. Numbers are pricey. I'm saving them for the closer. Here's here. Pizza guy mumbled something like $34.75. Those are damn good. Morning. Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microfilm safe in this powder donut. Oh, good evening. I'm Josh Yoder. And I'm also Dr. You're watching John. Hey, Councilman Richard. Money for potholes. I'm speaker colleagues and to the people watching at home. What exactly are you doing, man? I'm dialing the secret. I'll show you step by step how to turn Chicago dog, extra mustard, and one vote for Kitover. Coming right back.
I told you, buddy can't eat barbecue chips. Last time he tried, he burnt it until showtime, Bobo. We're here to wow this crowd or what?
Come on, let's roll into Downward Dog.
Start Engine just opened its latest funding round to
It becomes accessible or available
to the public.
Hi, guys. Usually, someone has consumption. Theology.
Hey, Operation Sprinkles. Microfilm safe in this powder donut. All I gotta do is copy it. What is the document doing? This document over. General Electric microfilm. Oh no. Hey, Operation Sprinkles.
Nations, eternal life, as in that they would survive beyond this kind of natural pattern. And proof that the covenant of Abraham is successful is the existence of nations that are his progeny, like mainly the Ishmaelites or the Arabs. Semites in general. If you look at the Semitic entities or cultural identities or linguistic identities that survive.
Hi, guys. Those aren't lottery numbers.
So there's really no faith. A lot of things are just simply people are ignorant or they refuse to acknowledge. But the covenant of Abraham has been not only fulfilled, but active and has time under its belt. Has over 2,000 years under its belt. Over 3,000 honestly, because we can trace Israel back that far. And genetically further. So there's no doubt about it that there is a lineage and there is an establishment via lineage of a nation that has persisted. Now, not in a constant positive trajectory, obviously, but an overall positive slope. So, survival. So, and this is actually one of the greatest threats to humanity and human civilization. And you saw this in World War II. So when you have a human civilization that reaches like this critical kind of line or food/human growth rate, a resource human population, then how deep it does. It's just that how do you deal with a reality where human population growth rate in this like ideal setting or in this like high paced industrial setting gives you leads to a human growth rate that resources can't keep up with. And how do we solve this? And is this even something that can be solved? And honestly, it hasn't been solved. Like, this is not. As you see, the United States pretty much engages in solution capitalism, but I would say that failed. Like, people always look at America and then they go capitalism. I think that era, people, is over. That era was ended when, in the Nixon shock, America became something else after the Nixon shock, after the petrodollar. America was no longer a nation. It was a global enforcement. It had an army and it had no economy. And then you had Arabs who were like, we got money, but we got no technology and no army. And these Soviets look scary, bro. Yeah, maybe we should work together. Petrodollar, new global order. So that's America is not. It is capitalist in the sense of like a domestic sense. In an international sense, it's a global order. No one can. It's not even up to Americans. Like your rights, your constitution, your everything is going to get sidelined when it comes down to this global order, because this is the world we're talking about. This is the wealth of the world. I don't know, Buttercup, because I feel like you're going to close the room. But here's for being an adult.
Can I get a mod, please? Thank you. Yeah, Olivia, I'm going to close the room. This is not great for my brand.
Why? All else, keep the room going. People listening to me, Buttercup, you just don't like that. I'm just smarter than you. I just know more stuff than you, that's all. And you just don't like to hear what I have to say because it involves God and religion. And for some reason, you have something against the God of Abraham. Even though the very identity, that national identity you're aligned with only exists because of the God of Abraham or the covenant of Abraham. So it's weird. It's like
always just surprised why some people call themselves Jews. You understand what you're calling yourself? Do you understand like what you're claiming a covenant? Weird. Everybody sticks to the definition of Jew as defined by Zionism, modern day Zionism. But no one looks at like a middle-aged understanding of a Jew, or the Islamic world's understanding of a Jew, or the Quranic understanding of what a Jew is, or the historical understanding of what it is. To me, it's like putting a target on your back. Like when you use names, when you say, I am this, I am that, you know, that has meaning. Whether you believe or you don't believe, whether you believe or you don't believe, you call yourself Muslim. You put yourself under the covenant of Islam. That's why we have like apostate statuses. Like, there's a reason we don't go, this person, when he apostates, he's just a disbeliever. And everybody can believe whatever they want to believe. Disbelief after faith is not the same as disbelief before faith. You getting jumped in the game ain't the same, man, as after getting jumped in the game. Am I right or am I right? So, calling yourself a Jew puts you under the covenant, under the halakhic covenant. You don't want to be under this. I don't know why you would. It's pretty extreme, especially in light of the covenant of Christ or the Messiah. And but Satan is good, and because there are multiple covenants now, managed to like jigsaw them in a way that gives a flow, a dynamic. Lives off that. Seems to be
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy.
Satan built a temple on. But it's a good thing. I mean, all things should conclude. Jews should get an answer, I believe, just as the Christians got an answer from like a. So it's not about logic and reason, right? Like, you know, it's over when, you know, Masada over. I respect that. I respect going down with the ship. I don't know when eternal life is involved in the matter, but if there's a logic that allows Satan to experience or accept experiencing eternal hellfire.
Traveled across downstate Illinois, he stopped and played.
is pain? What is pain after 1,000,000 years? 1,000 years? Even a few hours? If you're not passing out from something. I'm seeing, we need to prepare. The Israeli military needs to begin revamp. We need to prepare to fight regular militaries, Turkey and Egypt and Iran. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. I was like, I agree to that. The days of fighting terrorist armies are over. The notion that you think you are even geared up to fight, yet alone these two nations, which are 100 million plus each 200 million population. Talking about Turkey and Egypt, you're talking about Rome and Egypt. You're gonna fight fucking Rome and Egypt.
Leo, your time has come. Wait! Grok, does the sun orbit the Earth?
No, we can see that Venus shows crescent phases like the moon, so it orbits the sun, just like Earth.
These people are delusional. I mean, like, what is it? Like, there has to be a God element in what you're doing because otherwise it's just insanity. Like, you must be counting on something.
The purpose of November voter ID is obviously to conduct fraud in elections.
And why, like, people be talking to me and going, you're bringing God into the matter too much. You bring religion into this. This isn't a religious struggle.
Obviously.
Framing it as a religious
There can be no other explanation.
A disservice. Man, humans don't die for nothing.
For some nice sounding thing.
People don't have IDs.
I can't put a uniform on that doesn't have meaning. You can't tell me to go kill people or to go fight people.
Well, it sounds better than nothing.
Even run. Without there being meaning. And you can threaten my life and maybe force me. But honestly, I would die. Most people would. And be, enslaved like that. Now, going through pain is it can capture you and make you suffer. That's without killing you.
Including East Alton, Carbondale, Mount Vernon, and
Is the problem. When you understand that That is actually the worst thing that could be imposed on this earth. You understand the concept of hellfire. And you understand the scaling. Because the tribulation of someone setting up such a system and imposing it on earth righteous, people or passive people. That deserves something like eternal hellfire. Like, it's only logical. Like, at that point, it's not as crazy as people make it seem like, And even hellfire is a bit more merciful.
Yo, what up?
What's up, man?
Are you guys Zionists or no?
No, man.
Okay, I'm a Zionist, so yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Are you Congressman?
Yeah, no, I'm actually a Zionist.
Are you above 25?
Yeah.
College?
32.
Oh, okay, we're the same. What's up, man?
What's
East Coast or West Coast?
West California.
I'm California, bro.
I'm in Westwood, bro.
North or south?
South. I'm in Westwood, bro. Westwood.
That's black.
I'm Persian, bro.
Oh, you're fucking Persian. You just said something. Oh, you're like a Kevin.
No, man, I'm Iranian Jew. My dad's Baha'i, but...
That's why.
Yep.
What do you identify with?
He,
Like, faith.
I'm just Jewish, man.
Do you believe in God of Abraham?
Yep. And I also believe that the Palestinians should be tormented.
Let's build forward. Shooting down thunderbolts from...
So why aren't you guys Zionists?
Well, I just wanted to, since you want to get to that, what is Zionism, just real quick?
Just the right for Jews to have their own state and the right for Jews to live.
Yeah, I'm not against that.
So you're a Zionist, man?
If that's what you mean, there's different kinds of Zionism. I mean, but political Zionism in that sense, sure.
I think the Palestinians should be tormented. I think they should be obliterated for what they've done to us on October 7th. Yeah.
I mean, the Arab Muslim world believes the MENA Muslim world.
It's because, look, the Muslims, look what they're doing in Iran, right?
Be obliterated for what they've done. Yeah.
No, well, look what the Muslims have done to Iran, right? Us Jews are being prosecuted in Iran right now, right? Yeah.
Are you like do you have a passport? Are you an Iranian citizen?
No.
Do you speak Farsi?
Yes, I do.
Put me back in order, Mr. Armar. You think you can tell me what justice is?
Do you believe that Afghanistan has Persian people as well?
If you want to consider the Pashtun Farsi.
Alright, Google time. Who needs a cooking show when you've got me? Look at that crust. Go. I can look at this case all day. Maple glaze, raspberry swirl.
Morning mist drifts between the pine. I close my eyes and let the noise settle. Notice how still everything gets once you stop trying to make it quiet.
Alright, opening line. Good evening, distinguished delegates. All right, table set. Candles are standing straight. Dinner for two. Easy night.
Building trials at 9 sharp. Opening statements need to be timed as a drum.
Tight. Case over. Stay off the couch. And you, Whiskers, the fish isn't for you.
Delivery to Mr. Kitover.
All right, Congress, it's spell time.
That one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, but let's not split ancient Egypt. Week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one.
Hi there. I need to mail this appeal for the unemployment hearing, and call the next Director Kitover, Intelligence Services. Yeah, I got the numbers right here.
I'm a Jew. I abide by the law of Moses. I uphold halachic law, right? So, you know, when you tell me, I already know what you should be holding to. So that's it.
So do you think what Hamas did was an
objective
I mentioned something. Did Hamas commit a terrorist attack, yes or no?
I'm only going to speak to you from the perspective of halachic law.
So, I think all Muslims should be killed. That's just what I think.
Is that a halachic position?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. Well, who are you to question me about my faith?
I personally believe it's my faith, but...
Ancient Egypt, week 3 of my internship. Let's try the big one. One in the right hand, sword in the left. All right, Congress, it's spell time. Ancient Egypt, proof of stamp. Building trials. All right.
I don't know what to tell you. All I'm going to say is if you support Palestine,
I can look.
we could control the banks. Right?
All right, Congress, it's spell time.
That one with the mustache?
Technically a caduceus, but let's not split snakes. It's not Choluma. Hey, that's not...
Look, everybody in the audience, if you support Israel and you hate Palestine,
Do you believe in enforcing the law of God on one?
Sure.
So you would be in opposition to like secular Zionist state.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so you would take on the position of like Haredim, like
Yeah.
Sure, you'd be sympathetic with them.
Yo, man, I don't know what the fuck you're on. Bro, I'm trolling. I fucking hate Israel and I hate Jews. But you have made this call so boring that like I can't even troll anymore, bro.
Yeah. It's usually...
Well, you actually knew you were trolling, you moron.
Fuck you, man.
You messaged me in the back 5 minutes ago. Watch how much fun I'm having with this video. You're a moron.
I didn't message you shit, you dumbass.
Not you, you fucking dummy. Yeah, he already called you up like 5 minutes ago. As soon as you started speaking, you messaged me.
Shut up.
You're a clown, bitch.
I just gambled like 10 months and being blown apart.
You're a moron.
Yeah, just because I'm Jewish, you're gonna call me a moron?
I'm a Jew. You're not a Jew.
You're not a fucking Jew, dumbass.
You're such a fucking bitch.
Oh shit! You're a fucking Zionist. I see your PTR. That's crazy.
His opinion, he said like all Muslims must be killed. Complete bro.
No. What's up, bro? Yo, is Mo Moses Mordecai Levy? What's up, bro?
Shut the fuck. You're a car. You're not.
You're a bitch, no?
You're an idiot. You make me look bad even if you were a Jew. I don't think you are one.
I am Jew.
No, you're not.
Oh, see?
I'm gonna know you are. You're a clown.
I hate Israel. Fuck Israel. I'm Jew, you bitch.
You are pathetic, man.
Fuck you, Abdullah.
Fuck me. That shows you stop and brown.
I'm Jewish and I'm pro-Palestine. How are you gonna hate me?
Oh my gosh. Look, you are pathetic, man. From A to Z. Number 1, number 2. You do not know nothing about Judaism. Okay.
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck. I'm not gonna go to your shit. I'm not. You got my anger.
You will say what?
Screw him.
No, if you want, I can bring him back up. I'm just saying, but he's still trolling. I'm down like anybody to play Persona, but it's just like, you know, the arguments.
Did we talk before, bro? Sorry? Maybe, oh, okay.
I identified your voice. Maybe like you got to know him because he said.
I saw Buttercup. I don't know. I don't trust Buttercup. She's a Jew. No, it's not personal. Nothing personal, Bina. It's killing you inside, isn't it? I know. The Jew, Ashkenazi.
No, it's okay. I'm not precious about the Church of Buttercup.
I know.
You can hijack.
Why is it your Ashkenazi blood is boiling? You gotta ask yourself.
Buttercup, I want to marry you.
Let me do something.
You're so beautiful, Buttercup.
Mohammed's a troll. He's not a real person, is he?
This is Hey Sabia Tat.
I think he's trolling.
Okay, so like I can rape her without marriage. Sounds good.
Can you remove this guy?
Why?
Because that's like you just blasphemed in her religion.
Yeah, come on. You have to have some standards in Church of Buttercup. Come on. Don't let him get away with it.
Yeah, but you want me to kill my only entertainment on stage, and then oh, Seymour.
What do you mean? I'm your entertainment on stage.
You're still a Jew, Buttercup. You don't abandon your hidden agenda.
Wait,
hidden agenda is to crash this room.
You know, it's
you can't do these Darvo tactics on me, Buttercup.
That's fucked up.
It was me, Bima. I don't know what I was thinking.
You know, Darvo me?
I thought I was being a girl.
How dare you Darvo me?
You ready to scare me? Or am I talking to myself?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear. Darvo.
Can I have my house back? Whack.
Can you remove that guy?
Stop Darvoing me, Buttercup.
Who's Mohammed? Is this Bibi? I think it's Bibi.
It's not Bibi.
It's someone. No, who is it?
He's Egyptian. He's interested in you.
No, he's not. He's a fake character. I can tell.
He's already been married and divorced, so he has relationship experience. And, he's willing to serve you as a
Is he rich?
Egyptian. He's Egyptian, so you could play that fantasy.
Oh, is it, what's his name? Dr. Osama? Dr. Osama's version.
Why did you forget me?
This is Dr. Osama.
Maybe you'll activate some epigenetics, by being in a relationship where you're the dominant.
Louis, come on, listen, we're friends. I think you hot because, I don't know why, but just shut down the fucking room. Just like we were good.
Why? What happened to...
She unfortunately thinks this app is still relevant, and her perception of her own ego is just so inflated, unfortunately.
All right, Seymour.
Well, that's fine.
I just thought it, basically, Seymour, you have to see what happened to this room. I'll picture my PTR. Basically, I left the room in the hands of, a bunch of people, and this is what it turned into. I'm putting my PTR.
I'm sorry, what is the problem? What do you mean? What is the room turn into, Buttercup? It is still a civil platform where opinions and different people from different
PTR.
and national backgrounds.
It became a Lumi just rambling with his conspiracy theories on the topic.
Yeah, I know why Buttercup is not.
He kicked out right out. All the other ones.
So your church has its first priest or prophet. Max it. How are you, my bro, my fucking town bro?
Buttercup, you're kind of like BB of the left.
No, I'm not.
That's funny.
That's rude.
Don't see more high.
Hey. Hi, sweetheart. Now Buttercup can empathize with Palestinian occupation.
Yeah, I've been occupied. Well done, Mixed.
Just trying to spread more empathy.
I was thinking the same, just couldn't say it.
The Church of Buttercup has been occupied. Because you're a mess.
Shut your mouth.
I want to marry you, Nergis. I want to marry you.
Hate him. I just hate him.
Who is this fucking guy? Do you know?
Yeah, I want to marry everyone that's
Ahmed from Egypt meme? The Muhammad from Egypt meme that you're calling?
No, he's so freaking annoying.
It's like a meme.
He doesn't follow any argument. He just freaking wants to be a contrarian.
I love you, Nigel.
I hate
Oh,
you.
God.
I really hate
I swear that's like half of like all conversations on this app are just a bunch of thirsty like Middle Easterners or Indians that come on the app and just I love you, I want to date you, I want to see your boobs.
Yeah, there's this weird like trend of simping. Are you defending it, bro? Like, are you annoyed for Nergis? Oh my gosh.
It's that it's not even like intelligent something, right?
What's wrong with simping?
Yeah, it's not even intelligent or like a
I
child.
don't know. I'll tell you what I think is wrong with simping. It's a game theory argument. I'm not a woman. I don't know what a woman necessarily wants. Maybe she wants a simp. It would seem to me I would not want to simp as a partner. I would think that simp has no self-respect, no autonomy, no independence, and is not really useful as a partner. Will likely be a leech. I've rarely seen simps that also seem confident, self-assured, and self-sufficient.
Can I say my
sense?
You remind me of my friend, like he's so miserable, and each and every time we go outside in a group, like he doesn't have anything to say, and he keeps talking. Like, you have no idea. Even when you had to speak about politics, like you kept talking some stuff, and you made yourself as a moderator to just remove people from the room. Okay, so you don't have to say your opinion about me.
How did I make myself a moderator?
No, that's all what you do. Like in life, you make yourself as a moderator to dismiss people from the rooms. Okay.
Oh, you're saying like I judge you as being like irrelevant or tedious?
That's how you are. That's how you do.
You're right. I do judge you.
Moderator, because if you get into a discussion deeply, like you don't know how to.
Nergis, you shouldn't be so
Yeah, but I'm also my favorite.
You judge people.
Because the everyone gets like the most attention. But look at the order, bro. Why for one?
Yeah, where does she come from?
There's something wrong with the success of Lydia thinking. What's going on?
That's something for you to think about.
Everybody believes in Lydia time.
Oh my God.
I think you can. You're allowed to have 4. Who's the 4th?
Yeah, tell us the goals.
He's leaving his options open.
There was never just a one.
There will never be just a one.
There's always a dynamic.
We're all the same. We're just archetypes.
On one.
I do love about the sister. The other two sister wives.
Yeah, it's true. I think you might feel a little left out.
I think it's going to be the Trinity against your monotheistic one enemy.
Conspiracy theory, whatever. End times prophecies.
The Trinity. I have already found the locus. I've already
It's Buttercup, Ambrose, and Atticus as a
between the
trinity
two
against the one god in the movie.
Nergis, honestly, you need someone in your life.
I have someone in my life, so you should come up.
Oh.
Yeah. He
Your
accepts.
pet dog doesn't count.
He accepts for you.
Sounds like about bitches.
Okay, Buttercup.
So
Are you?
It is Megatron.
Come on, Illumi, defend your second wife's honor. He's coming on to your second wife.
he doesn't care.
Well, you realize he is Egyptian and he is your former owner.
Oh, he outranks you.
Oh yeah, we read about that today. We read about.
He is your master.
What about Aisha?
Wow. That was deep.
Okay, I'm gonna marry Nergis because she has no one in life.
You're gonna marry a 6-year-old? Wait, is that what you're saying? A 4-year-old?
That's miserable. Like,
why would that's fun?
I'm miserable.
He's very mad and pity, bro. Like,
They Lord Muhammad shall be revealed on this stage. Or Muhammad is going to the Trinitarian metaphysical framework of this. For he is a son of God, who is a son of man and has been.
Dude, is it? I was married already.
I eat a lot, I go to the gym, and I need to marry.
Well, her husband is a disbeliever, so when she becomes
I'm married to a Louis.
one of my captives,
Buttercup and I are already married.
war and booty, Amrose's marriage will be
Me, Marcus, and Ambrose are in a monogamous relationship with each other.
Yeah.
So technically, since Ambrose is a combatant,
Oh, she's
her
married.
marriage is
Not to be honest, Nergis, why do you refuse?
Zabu could be
Because I'm married to Louis. Good Lord.
Zabu could be in our polycule too, right, Nargis? Zabu.
Sure, you can have her.
Yeah. Do you know Zabu Ilmi?
I'm not sure if Louis is the boost type, to be honest. She's my alien sister.
Ilumi accepted to divorce with you.
No, Louis did not accept divorce with me, so shut your mouth. I'm married to Buttercup and Ambrose. And
He decides, okay, we can have a talk with each other. He accepts. Let's imagine, okay? Why do you refuse?
Save me from this fuck man, Louis.
You have a mouth, Nergis. Like, you can talk, you can defend yourself.
My husband is on stage, for God's sake, and my sister-wife is on stage. So
Don't pretend to be polite.
I don't fucking want to be married to you, that's why.
Why? You mentioned that
God, take it.
Because I love Illumi, and I love Buttercup, and I love Ambrose, that's why.
Yes.
He has so many wives apart from you, Nergis. He doesn't need you anymore.
He can have me and more than me, as much as he wants.
This is haram, what you're doing.
This is haram? No, it's not haram.
Yes, it is.
Why? Marriage
Don't you believe in the 10 Commandments? Like, don't covet each other's wives?
He doesn't.
I'm strong enough. I'm financially independent.
He's a hoe. Obviously, he doesn't believe in any of them.
I'm strong enough. Physically, I'm financially independent. What happens? Yeah.
So we're all financially independent.
So, Butter, Illumi, can we add some men to the pantheon, if you don't mind?
Why, Nergis? Nergis, if you are a moderator at the moment, you're gonna insult me. Like,
I'm not gonna insult you, bro. You're very annoying. That's all. You are freaking annoying. Muhammad, you annoy me. Yes, because you annoy me, bro. People don't annoy me like that. You have to be extremely dumb, or you have to be excessively silly.
Maybe both.
Or both. Stop it, bro.
nice. I'm nice, Nergis. I'm nice.
Plus, you play from both sides of your mouth. You can't
Follow.
be Zionist and you can't be pro-Palestinian.
Follow Buttercup. She left. She left, Nergis. Max said, how are you, my idiot friend? Max said, like, when was the last time you got related to a woman, honestly? When was the last time?
Like, Zion's happily married with kids, so leave him alone.
Kids with... he doesn't know how to speak to a woman, okay? I swear. Max doesn't know how to speak to a woman. He never got related to a woman before. He's silent because he cannot defend himself. He can make himself as a moderator, he can make a room alongside Baby just to dismiss members from the room. That's all that he can do. And then you're a fucking bitch, you're miserable, you have nothing to do in life, and you come here just to fulfill your empty or, you know, vacant
Yes.
personality.
I'm vacant.
And I would like to apply for this vacancy, Nergis. I'm gonna fill it, honestly. Okay, I believe you need someone. I'm doing you a favor. But Nergis, okay, like, how does it feel like to talk to guys all the day? How does it seem like? You get happy when talking to guys?
Oh, you know, you
belong to the LGBTQ. Come out of the closet, freakin'. Be proud of it. I live in California. People are proud of it. Why are you hiding in that closet? Why are you hiding in that closet? No one's judging you.
You're confused. Like you accuse me of, getting married to two wives at the same time, and then you accuse me of something else. Get clear. Be clear. Yes. You need someone in your life. Women cannot live without marriage. Okay, let's be honest. You need someone. Clubhouse is not gonna fulfill you. Get out in life. Okay, stop talking to guys. You will find someone quite easy. Nergis, I'm so rude to be honest. But I used to study philosophy,
You're just not at my station. I'm sorry, I can't talk to plebeian peasant.
Why? You're gonna go? Trust me, Nergis, if I am married to a woman like you, honestly, you know what I'm gonna do? والله العظيم أقسم بالله. You know what I'm gonna do? Each and every time, I'm gonna, drag you from your hair, and I'm gonna keep hitting you. And you seem so bad. You seem so ugly, Nergis. Honestly, like you have to change your look. Remove the ring from your nose. It looks like so bad. Nergis. I'm gonna put your photo. I'm gonna put your photo in my profile.
What do you think of my radical solution to the dilemma that Zionism is in?
I'm offering my solution. She has no life, and I would like to offer my.
So you know who brought this up a while ago? It was Caleb, believe it or not. He's like, the way you can actually achieve peace in the region is to get the two married. Big Set, you remember that?
No, I would like for you to be like, okay, not to weep for someone, not to cry over a man. You need a man, okay?
Exactly, that's why it's not gonna be you.
That's totally fine, okay? Like, find someone. I will, thank you. Find someone.
I have.
It's a promise you're gonna find someone?
Promise. How much?
When, Nergis, when?
He's there, already there, Mohammed.
Sorry?
I have a man, Mohammed.
You're married, Nergis? You're married?
Yes.
And how does it feel like for him to listen to you while talking to guys?
So good. So good. So good, like James Brown's.
He's happy?
So happy.
Oh my gosh. But I pity him, I pity him, Nergis. You keep talking to guys, and at the end of the day, like he gets you for him. He has you for him.
Like white men don't think like you.
Oh, you get distributed? Each and every one take a part?
Yes. I am for the world.
إقرار الجميع. Reading is each and every one. Everyone can enjoy Nergis. Oh my
Yes,
God.
please. Do indulge in me.
For no price? No one has to afford anything?
Isn't God free?
Beauty is created for all.
Beauty is for all. Well said.
Yes, I see.
Do you own a river that flows? A tree that spreads its branches? You own these things? You don't own these things. A river flows no matter what. A tree branches out no matter what. I am that tree. I am that river.
I put your photo on my profile. I wanted to honor myself with your beauty, Alice.
It's against the laws of freedom powers for doing what you're doing right now. I might have to call my lawyer and file a case of defamation against you.
Oh my gosh, I got afraid, honestly. But lawyer is so expensive in America. You would have to afford so much money, I guess. But I'm nothing. Why would you afford it to hurt me?
That's true. You can have my picture.
So you forgave me? You wouldn't sue me?
No, you have nothing to offer. The plot is small.
How would you benefit if I got imprisoned, I guess? How would you benefit?
I wouldn't let you.
Why would you punish me?
I would not.
Yes.
You have nothing to do. But what you do have to give is a lot of awareness. You want a lot of people on this side. Maybe they can be free of it, right?
Sorry?
You know a lot of people on this app, I'm like, I don't know what you do all day long.
Nargis, I have mental problems, and that's why I want to recover. That's how I can.
What happened?
You are the reason why you refused me earlier today. I got one. Broken. But you can fix it, Nargis. You can fix it.
Will you fix the rocket?
يا عمي والله يجنيك يا سلام اروح يلا خلاص ما ايه يا عم. Anyways, as you can see, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yes.
A little girl in Syria, in front of the new holy Levantine Arab Sunni army. The ones who we passed the torch, the mantle of Sunni access. The Elijah, the Elisha, the Joshua.
What the fuck
The
is going on here?
Joshua of our time.
You can just change your picture.
Lonnie.
So nice. You know,
I'm sorry.
change your picture, bro.
No, I think it's important.
Please take down your Nazi shit with me.
Yeah, take it out. It's fine.
This is not Nazi.
And
This is the actual choice.
Take it out. He took it, he annexed it, he used it.
Oh, welcome, Kitover. This is
occupied Church of
Zionist.
This is your fault, to be completely honest.
Okay, I'm desperate for my
I'm sorry, if this is a church, this is not a liberal. God gave me this church before he gave it to Buttercup. I'm sorry. It's just, it's God. Take it up with God. God gave me this church.
Baby, Buttercup now, occupation looks like Buttercup now
I get to feel it firsthand. I love it. As a self-hating Jew, this is what I
Yeah.
God gave me
God.
this church.
You know, whenever people ask me this dilemma about memories and Goslin with the Nazi salute, like what she would do, and she said I would bow and say thank you. Whenever people ask me, because it's such a stupid hypothetical, why are you asking me this? And finally, I have the opportunity to have a Goslin doing a Nazi salute at me, so I can bow and say thank you.
This is not a Nazi salute. This is the salute.
Thank you for putting
Military salute.
this ridiculous.
This is not a military salute. This is the military salute in Syria.
Oh, okay.
Thank God. might actually go join now.
Is that true?
No, I'm not trying. No, I'm not trying to say.
Man, he's a white boy.
They got rid of forced conscription. I don't have to go in.
He put the flag everywhere.
But that's like a Roman salute. Like that big Syria. That's not something
That is true. That is
No,
true.
because I heard that actually the Romans didn't salute this way.
They did, yeah.
No, they did.
Very much so. You'll see it like in most historical like episodes and series. And
You know.
I'll see so.
How accurate is the Roman salute? It's a fair question. Short answer, because it's basically historical cosplay. Long answer, Rome didn't do it the way movies, dictators, and overdramatic extras want you to believe. What people think the Roman salute was: on palm down, rigid posture, you know, the thing every villain does before shouting. Which mostly comes from 19th century neo-art, not ancient Rome. What the Romans actually did: no ancient Roman text describes the standardized straight arm salute. Not one. Roman art and reliefs is raising an arm.
That's
I'm not even gonna forget it now.
Good.
Forget it now.
Good.
I might actually call myself that Lacuccio. Dude, that's a fucking badass name.
So it's like a half. Hey, Mohammed, change a picture, man. I'm feeling uncomfortable.
I presume intellectual rights over that name. And Lacuccio.
Hey, he's such a simp, man. He's writing I love you messages. Hey, he's such a simp, man. He's writing I love you messages.
Oh, shit.
Long finger pointing out, the index finger. It's not a high.
Really good. Well, that's a high IQ. Whatever. Let's see. Where were we? Soldiers saluted officers in practical, varied ways. No ritualized arm extension across the empire. Rome loved order, but not that kind. Where the modern Roman salute really comes from: Italy, 1900s, and as a nationalist art romanticized Rome. Mussolini, Nazi Germany copies it, adds racial mythology, and now the gesture is radioactive forever. Verdict: historically accurate? No. Artistically inspired? Sure. Ancient Roman standard practice? Absolutely not.
Interesting. Are you gonna get Buttercup or that?
This is an occupation. God gave me this.
Barry, can I get his account clipped? Like by complaining to Clubhouse if he has.
Yeah, you just gotta, like, I guess, do it a lot or get a lot of people.
Because he's just using my
It's
picture.
not a Nazi salute. Plus, this is a screenshot from a news source. This is about it. This is the one of the top social media platforms.
Yeah, one sec.
Not hating. Not everything is viewed from the context and the vernacular of Western Europe and Western civilization. That is Western supremacy. And the Lumi shall not accept it. Even though I am part of Western. Nevertheless, objective analysis of human dynamics should not be lucid from Western lens.
Wow, change your profile picture. I do not give consent for you using my profile picture. This is wrong. It's against the laws of Clubhouse.
We were speaking of something prior. What were we speaking of prior?
Mohammed, change your picture before you get clipped. I just reported you.
And I was talking about something interesting before. She called
No, it's Jason's room.
conspiracy theory.
Oh, Jason closed the room.
Jason is accountable.
Jason kicked out of the movie right away. I don't know why.
That may destroy Jason's whole.
Yesterday's room was good. I was only there for a bit.
It was really
I was only there for a bit, but I was.
It was very good. So they were talking about this word called vanity. Okay, which was used, I guess, in the Old Testament, where like what Albie was doing was using it as like equal nature. Yeah, Albie is a Christian.
Yeah, Albie was there yesterday.
Yeah, so he was using it like co-equal. He was using it as an equation. So he was trying to like demonstrate like one nature God. That's not how the Jews see it. They see it as like your neighbor or your equal in standing. Like a personal sense, like a human sense. But Albie was trying to prove that Amati is like a co-equal in nature, which I think he wasn't doing a good job. Because how do you set that metric? Why would you set that metric?
What happened? Fell asleep.
But also Benny,
Oh,
a complete denial of Jesus. Yeah, like a complete.
Benny is.
I was a Christian apologist. However, like
A lot.
a complete like denial of Jesus would also seem like absurd within the Judean.
Metaphysical might, like, fucking annihilated.
Benny, do you agree with me?
Well, I mean, it depends.
Straight up annihilated.
The thing is, some of the prophecies are not fulfilled. They just aren't.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a second coming.
Exactly. So they're pretty honest about that, right? Okay, I grant you that. But a complete rejection of Jesus holding any placement, like in.
And they didn't like his message.
They didn't like his message.
Yeah. He preached equality.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just not going to fly with them.
Yeah.
They want to see us as equals. We're going.
But also Jesus wasn't saying that they're not chosen in one sense, right?
No, he wasn't. But he was also. He was saying that like, he kind of was. I mean, he's saying that like all are chosen. Right?
Yeah.
There's equality. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't like that.
I don't like that.
Embarrassment. You're crucifying people over something you don't even understand. Crazy, man. And being cooked.
Also, it wasn't like Jesus was preaching a different God, which is like pretty absurd when they bring up the whole freaking Trinity that perhaps they're right about, okay, which was formulated much later on. But to say that.
Not that much later on.
Whatever it may be, we have no evidence of Jesus.
No, we do.
Like bringing forth the whole model of the triune.
So we do have evidence. The model of the triune would be like less than 100 years later, but we have even earlier evidence than that. Like, people saying that Jesus is God, but like the exact model would come a little bit later, after like they hashed out like how could this be possible.
But yeah, I mean, like, it was pretty early on that they kind of into not all, but at least some.
Okay, so would you say that there is no way to like provide evidence that he himself preached such a model, even though like he might call himself God? He's also saying that I saw all of you gods also, right?
Kind of.
A very Gnostic sort of approach that Jesus took, I guess. Even if you're looking at it and wanting most of everything biblical, one could like posit that he was introducing some system in which Gnosticism sort of prevailed. Would you grant?
I like to think that. But you would have, to get the full message, you would have to go to other gospels, not the accepted canonized ones.
Because I'd like to think that the message, message has like primarily been constant.
Oh my god, every time I come back, it's even worse. It gets worse.
We're hating Buttercup. Stop it. Such
There's
a
been all
hater.
kinds of weird shit in the show lately.
Such a hater. Stop hating on me.
Can't you, as the owner, close down the room?
No, I can't. I can't. I can't. I don't want. I don't have enough. Oh my god, I can't. I can't. Yes, I can.
Another exciting episode of I Find Retards.
The paraphernalia that they wear and everything else, and they're a huge part of our organization. So
I'm glad y'all do that though, and I think the other sororities and fraternities should do that because y'all like it makes your you get a larger chapter. There's kids that just don't. School ain't for everybody.
No, I agree, and for whatever reason, so yeah, there's
But I always love that. I admire that.
Yeah, they are included. Who's the black dude? Oh, look, it's two black people. I don't know who none of these people are.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be the contrarian here. We do not need everybody and their mama in this bitch. It's a for a reason.
Why are people the trees?
You got some girls that are like, school ain't for me, but they like you got your Zeta, whatever her name is, chick that went and became a millionaire. Like, she can provide, she can help.
Yeah, so then they become honorary members.
Yeah, for AKA.
You can do an honorary member.
Honorary, but then like you're just an honorary. Like what they're doing, what Zetas are doing, I think it's great. I think it's awesome.
I'm sure it's great for them.
No, it does, but I see what you're saying. But yeah, we do have our Zeta Amici, like they have their own symbol. So look, I'll put this in here. This is how cool ours are. The Zeta Amici is an auxiliary group of women for Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, established in 1948 for those who do not possess a 4-year degree, but want to support the sorority's ideals of scholarship, service, sisterhood, and finer womanhood. The name Amici means friends in Latin. We are the first sorority in the National Panhellenic Council to organize such an auxiliary group. So, yes.
And only.
The auxiliary soldiers!
You know, that's us. We are those girls. So, absolutely. If the ACAs don't want you, come on over and be a Zeta Amica, okay? Because we're not like them stuck-up heifers. I'm joking.
Don't let the auxiliary know the truth now.
I call her Zeta Dropout, but my sisters were quick to tell me it's sisterhood for life, so. What are all these trees? What the hell is the trees?
I thought there was going to be a nice commercial. Where it at?
Oh, that's sugar cane. Oh, we taking this shit literal, okay?
Hello?
What the fuck?
Hello?
All these beautiful Puerto Rican and black women, and he still dates Kendall Jenner.
Mm-mm-mm.
I thought they broke up.
I thought they broke up too, but they break up, get back together, break up, get back together.
Because her ex-boyfriend said that. Hey, I see a card.
Lord. Hello? Hello?
Wow, that was cool.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Did he just bust in on the white people in our girl?
Hello? Hello, guy. He the hello guy. Hello?
Hello, sexy.
Hello?
See? Yes. He definitely went over. Is that Lady Gaga? She ain't wearing no meat dress, so we good.
Once he just organized, we are. I just.
Hello? Hello?
Fine for contracts. We are fine.
Hello?
That's somebody else's
For
song.
commitment.
Is this someone else's song?
Yeah, what is the song called? Fuck.
Fuck.
I think she's singing live though.
No, it's what's his name from Hawaii? Bruno Mars. Isn't it his song? It was Bruno Mars song with a different beat.
She was on it though.
Yeah, she was on it. Look at that white woman.
Look at that white woman. Look at that black woman. Hello?
That's an interesting lace front for sure.
I hate at you right now.
I'm just saying.
I wonder if that was a real couple. I was wondering the same thing too.
If he's dating Lady Gaga, she's like 20 years older than him, bro. Please no.
She looks good though. Wasn't she engaged to somebody else?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I think it was a real wedding. They kissing like they together.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Is that the bodega? That's New York bodegas. That is not a Puerto Rico one if y'all been to Puerto Rico.
Hello?
Y'all, my autistic son just said, is that Spanish? That's Bad Bunny, baby.
That's Bad Bunny, baby! LGBT kissy, why? 'Cause I do! Hello? Hello? Hello?
Get all that grass up and shit.
What? Hello? Hello?
A movie him when he was a kid? I think so. Ricky Martin! They got banana trees and shit out there.
Banana
The
tree.
liquid worked it out together.
I believe God is the crib.
Let's leave him.
No, I'm not the crib, but let's do it.
The cripple. Wow, let's leave.
The cripple.
Let's do it.
Yo, that's a bitch. Just me and you, D. You a bitch. Stop talking to me.
All right, let's just do it.
These niggas got no kids, so they never age, fam.
I'm fucking, I'm going gay, dog. That shit can keep you young forever. Just avoiding women.
Oh, he got a Puerto Rican flag. Call ICE. Oh, no, he's pulling up a
Hello?
Puerto Rican flag. Call ICE.
Hello?
I'm not trying to hear that, bro.
Hello?
Bro, you don't even have
Let's talk about contributions from Puerto Rican society.
hoes. That's it.
The inspiration.
Niggas in the Bronx. J-Lo.
No, you're close. They inspired the famous procedure, the BBL. They wanted those Puerto Rican J-Lo asses. I know, but J-Lo was the star. In the 90s, everybody wanted to do it.
Yeah, I remember J-Lo was the shit. Bitch saying English. Man.
Honestly, the cinematography is making me dizzy.
I mean, they need this. So they need to do this to compensate for the fact that nobody in the crowd is dancing or happy. And you see, you hear the fucking, the sound, like the crowd,
I just realized. Hold on. I just realized this. Everybody that's at the fucking Super Bowl,
is in some sort of executive role, right? Like the company got the tickets, or somebody that spent $5,000 or $10,000 for a ticket. So there possibly might be less than 50 people in the crowd that have ever heard of this fucking music.
Probably.
There's like literally, there's a bunch of white guys right now that are worth $50 million, $150 million, and they have no idea who the fuck this guy is, except for they heard about the controversy.
Maybe they're Colombian escorts. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Probably now that's the United Nations. Now
you can't get caught at the game with the There's too high profile, dog. It's too easy to get caught.
They're running around with a bunch of fucking flags.
Those are all the crazy.
You see what happens when the Jews control the media? Look at it.
Yeah.
You see what happened when because I was grasped by football.
Why is there an Israel flag? No, I'm just fine.
Yeah, where is the fucking Israel flag?
They did the NFL logo.
I bet you when we find an Palestine flag before we find an Israel flag at this fucking logo. This dude's about to yell free Palestine.
The fuck is the guy in these flags doing there? The fuck is the guy in these flags? You better have the Haitian flag. No, they got Bahamas. They got everybody to Haiti. Fuck him. Ice for life. You didn't even show love to the Haitians.
Yeah, I know this song actually. Jimmy, this song is pretty famous, I think. I know this song. I hear this a lot.
Yo, bro, if I was Ice, I'd have a whole thing about time for this motherfucking Super Bowl.
Jimmy, listen, in San Francisco and in Santa Clara, there might be 19 Mexicans like that. And any of them are working the sands, and they're not going to kick them out right now. They're serving the whites right now. Leave it be, dog.
That's hilarious.
Look at Mexicans in Minneapolis.
You see the sports thing? The Santa Clara Star David. The NFL logo got 6 Star Davids in that motherfucker. You see that?
They used to.
Why does this feel like an invasion?
It is an invasion.
You guys are going too far.
It is an invasion.
They're taking their flags and they're storming across our beloved game.
Now, what do you think is football?
Yeah, well, Samoa. One of those flag represents 42% of the NFL. But I bet you there's not more than 1 or 2 Puerto Ricans in the NFL. There's that Christian Gonzalez kid. I don't even know if he's Puerto Rican.
I don't think he's Puerto Rican at all, bro.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. But he's fucking made like he saved 2 touchdowns today.
I know he's fucking good, bro.
He's really good. He's the break that he has on the ball, like that's real. Yeah, and it's just like he breaks that. Like Sam Darnold thought he was open, and he was. And Christian, closed the gap. He's good, man. He's really good. I've only watched him play a few games, but you can tell he's on a different level. What are you thinking?
Pretty garbage halftime show. I used to look forward to halftime shows.
I stopped looking forward to them years ago.
Damn. They used to be like really fucking good. And then Jay-Z took them over. Ever since BLM, they let the fucking niggers, they let Jay-Z take it. And now it's just retarded shit. Give it back to the whites, bro. You gotta give it back to the whites, bro. This is stupid.
Hello? 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 Hello?
The Turning Point USA show is still going on. A lot more American flags in this one.
Hello? Hello? Ooh, hello?
He would rather get rid of the black enslaved people and send them back to.
Did it sound like a velociraptor to you?
There's no possible way to do it.
Or the other hooded?
Liberia, and then people that went to Liberia and started enslaving people in Liberia.
Liberia.
They sent to Liberia are the boule who kept black American Indians enslaved in the first fucking place. We're
They go Liberia. They were the Liberia, motherfucker.
1620, when the transatlantic slave trade started, the only free black people walking around the East Coast USA were the black Indians
who headhunted
What?
for the white man.
Hello?
They were already on team white European.
Hello?
And they were black Indians. And some of them got real pissed off that they had to keep showing their papers to the white slavers and proving that they are not, in fact, escaped or runaway slaves. They called themselves freemen. That was the code word
Hello?
on the East Coast USA for a native black Indian
Hello?
person working with us white people.
Hello?
So we gotta keep up. You gotta double check every time you find a verified, certified Native American who is black.
Hello?
You better fucking do your heavy ass paperwork on what their folks, their ancestors were up to.
Hello?
Because they were selling black Indians to white Europeans. Those black Indians were being sold all the way over in Spain,
Hello?
Africa, and the Caribbean for
Hello?
slavery. They were not kept in the USA.
Hello?
And those Indians knew exactly what was happening.
Hello?
So don't bully us.
A lot of those people that were from the Comanche culture were sent down to Jamaica.
Exactly.
To I guess you say, like you were saying, to break the medicine.
That's too much. Or they just put the bunny hat on the little boy. Actually, when I put the bunny hat on, traumatized for real. No, I can't even pull up X.
I would have put up.
Okay, here we go.
He said,
Oh my God! So many of the comments are in Spanish. Let me tell you something. Play along, whether he's saying in Spanish or whatever. Immigration affects everyone, whether you're Asian,
Hello?
fucking African. Like that play was
Hello?
like, amazing, especially what's going on with Haitian, fucking Ukrainian, the people that they're trying to like stop TPS, when they're taking TPS away from these people, and they're trying to send them back to a country that's not even stabilized yet. This shit is like
This shit ain't stabilized, so we ain't gonna send you.
Because my mom is not a citizen; she's a permanent resident. But even with her,
Oh shit, mama here
I
illegally.
don't know what they're trying to do with these people. Just watching them like take asylum seekers and say they're not worth a shit, and even though they're illegal.
This is it's a money grab. So remember, Biden made it so that private prisons are no longer using federal like they're no longer eligible for federal contracts for like that type of prison. But ICE, there's a loophole there. So they're able to really, really, really profit off of this and extract labor and do indignities to people.
You know what's crazy, probably? I had my mom, one day I was on the phone with her, and then I like put her on speaker for them to listen, and I was telling her like, you need to get your citizenship. She was like, I know, I messed up. Cause we told
Ain't no, mommy.
She would not fucking become an American citizen because she was fine with her permanent residency. And now, even now, we're like, she knows, she'd be like, oh, I'm gonna be okay, I'm permanent. But even with like arrests, people showing up for fucking interviews, her mind is like, now she's like paranoid. And it's not like she's just
Random people showing up for fucking interviews.
She provides jobs. She's considered a medium-sized job because she had, or a medium-sized business because she provides jobs for over 50 people. So it's like, even my dad was like, we've been told your ass, so if you get deported, that's between you and God. We've been telling her after the first administration, even prior to the administration coming in the first time, get your citizenship. And she's like, I'll be okay. After the first administration, I'm going to be okay. And now, even when he won under Kamala, it's like, I got to do something now. And it's like this reactive shit. Like, I'd be like, yo, I don't know. Like, that should be like hurting me. Because if something happened to my mom, I promise you, on God, y'all gonna see a nigga act crazy.
On God, and then we're gonna act crazy.
Go back to the Philippines. Like, the Philippines is not a bad place. But she is an American.
And he said at the end of that, we're here and we're not going anywhere.
Yes, I thank you, Christina. That's are you seguimos? Because let me learn that shit so I control people. Seguimos aquí. We're still here. Seguimos aquí, bitches. I love it. Oh, are big crying on X. They are bigly crying on X. Fucking hilarious. I cannot wait. The MAGA tears, y'all. The fucking MAGA tears.
MAGA tears. Oh, MAGA tears.
Okay, wait, they're showing who was in the little thing. So I see Cardi B.
Just like that album.
Tiana Taylor? I can't, that's not Tiana Taylor. Yeah, there was a bunch of people. Somebody's gonna name them. I only recognize Cardi.
Wow, that was a slap in the face that was needed to happen, so.
Ricky Martin's a vampire too. That dude don't age.
Ricky Martin looked good.
Isn't he in his mid-60s?
Girl, shut up.
No, I'm serious. Isn't Ricky Martin in his mid-60s?
No, I don't know, actually. Is he? No.
Ricky Martin is gonna be. Somebody said. Wait, y'all.
Wait, he was a good dude though, so let me think about this. Late 50s, maybe?
This is one of the funniest
Oh,
comments.
he's only 54.
Oh, okay. All right, everybody's home.
It really was an amazing halftime show. I don't like Bad Bunny music, but the show was really amazing. Don't worry for those who felt outsiders because he sang in Spanish. Even Spanish people don't understand what he sings. He has his own language.
Man, he could have the bullshit. I don't understand the lyrics, but that beat, you can dance to that.
Hey, as much as you want to understand the language because of it being at this time period, yeah, but that's the type of music, you chill, dance to. You don't have to know the words. It's just a lot.
Exactly. And these are the young kids, like, what is it, K-pop? When K-pop came out, my daughter knew all the fucking words.
Okay, I know all the words to K-pop. Demon Hunter. That was a great little show.
Yeah,
I love that shit.
So we have to recognize that I've watched K-pop Demon Hunter for so long.
Not to
Wait, we have to recognize that the entire world for generation after generation has been listening to English, music, English language music forever. So for us, this is like flipped for us that don't speak Spanish. So it's like, it was actually really fucking cool, I thought. But the rest of the world does this all the time.
But, Spirit is, you're a New Yorker, so we got a little, what do you call it, Spanglish? You can put some words together and make it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Whoever said J-Lo and Shakira is better than this, Shakira's halftime, what are we talking about? Like, no one else had a halftime set like this. Like, what the fuck is
This
going
was
on?
a great set. And Roger in the chat, people are calling out Twitter for the bullshit. So it's deliberately.
Hello?
They're saying they're calling out Twitter for making, now all of a sudden it has issues with the damn app because they're like, y'all don't want Bad Bunny to
Hello?
trend. Because it's not pulling up tweets and shit.
And what makes this show even better than any other one is because of what's going on politically in this country. So it affects a lot of
Hello?
people, like people in the neighborhood that may not, like, if you got a neighbor that you're really close to and you know that they may be, like, facing certain shit, then yeah, it affects a lot of people in the U.S. So.
Hello?
I think it was really powerful. It got me a little teary-eyed at the end.
Me too. We tried it. I'm like, why would you do that? That's why I said, why would you say that?
Hey,
Like, really tear.
Fun fact, that's not Bad Bunny's first time performing at the Super Bowl. I just posted when Shakira brought him out as a guest.
So, my question is this. Am I the only one who was kind of confused by the whole thing?
Hello?
There was just way too much going on. It was hard to follow.
Yeah,
Hello?
you're the only one.
Yeah, but that's part of the culture. He showed like the humble, that's what I saw. It was like the humble beginnings. So he kind of showed like, I saw the bodega, right? Was that the bodega? And did you see him crashing in on the white people? That was funny as fuck. Puerto Rico.
The white people?
That was in New York. That was Washington Heights. That white spirit. That's what Washington Heights is. That's not. If you've been to Puerto Rico, that's not what Puerto Rico looks like. That is Washington Heights. Did he grow up in Puerto Rico? I felt like it was an homage to like that immigrant experience he had.
The grass, the bananas.
had the
plastic chairs.
people. Yeah, he had the people sitting outside. The dancing, and then it was like the progression, right? He gave the ring to the couple, and then he proposed, and then we saw the wedding. Did y'all see the progression there?
So that was cute. And also,
and then he gave the Grammy to the little boy that was the representation of himself at the end. Did you? Because he just.
See, I didn't realize it was a representation of him. I thought he just gave it to a little Spanish boy. I didn't know it was him.
I missed that. Like, come on. They lingered.
That's simple as fuck.
He just won Grammy. Right. He won Grammy of the. He won
to himself. Yes,
but
absolutely.
he won Album of the Year. Did y'all not realize that? So that part had to have been added in just recently. So that was his fucking Grammy. Like, how fucking cool was that? So yes, he gave the Grammy to himself as a child, sitting watching a Super Bowl. That was one of the most powerful things because I'm like,
going crazy.
They just have to make
the highest population of fucking Puerto Ricans outside of. There's what, 2 million Puerto Ricans in fucking New York City outside of fucking Puerto Rico.
I was happy to see so many shades of Puerto Ricans, and including so many different Afro hairstyles, including the
that's true. Ricans
there was some braids.
He had melanated Hispanics all up and through. I loved it.
Melanated Hispanics.
Thank you. I love that part because even though it was a huge responsibility on his shoulder,
they just had two big completions.
For him to like start that out, and I mean that's got to be a flex.
I'm more using your own Grammy. I love Dr. AG. I don't even know what's going on. I just hope they win.
Your own Grammy and your own fucking performance, and yes, that was him as a little boy. But my other favorite part outside of that was when he was naming off all the countries, because I heard him say AP. I heard him say all of the different Venezuela, Salvador. Yeah. What is Cici Puerta? What does that mean, AM? Y'all know translate. Cici Puerta. Cici Puerta.
The biggest takeaway from this show, I love seeing the diversity of human beings. That part, I think the story could have been told better. I love the Grammy to himself. I mean, I just think the storytelling could have been a little bit more cohesive. Seeing the human beings out there in the fields, calling up one of these, the electric
regions where land has turned into endless sand, people feel non-fabric bags of sand, and lay them out in a perfect grid across the ground. At first glance, it looks simple, but this grid acts like an invisible wall. It slows down powerful winds and traps shifting sand before it can spread. Once the wind is tamed, something incredible happens. The soil begins to settle, moisture stays longer, grass starts to grow, then shrubs, and eventually even trees take root. Places that once knew only dusty fields and barren sands slowly turn greener. It's proof that sometimes the smartest way to fight nature is to work with it. What you're seeing isn't science. Bishop,
I just think the storytelling could have been sharper. Like, I love the festiveness, and I love the flavor. You realize it ain't that serious. Talking about the shit. Serious. You realize that most Super Bowl performers do not even tell a story? Right? So I'm like, what do you mean the story? Like, what I'm saying is, may I finish? So people didn't even realize that Kendrick's performance, and I'll admit, I love Kendrick to death. If you are not a fan of Kendrick, a lot of it would have made sense. If you were just watching it, you would have known the story about Serena doing the I'm saying walk and walk. And it's like, I love how Kendrick, like, it's no, if people thought it was about shit on Drake, no. Remember when Serena won at Wimbledon and she did the front walk at Wimbledon? Like, that was the amazing. That's what I'm saying. It was like little tidbits for the culture, like the Samuel L. Jackson, you know what I'm saying? But
It's all my racial dick.
You know what's so funny? We're just having a conversation. Nobody's disrespecting anybody. Nobody's saying it wasn't whack or no shit like that. We just having a talk. Jesus Christ. It was perfect. Nothing could have happened. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all be too extra. What the fuck is wrong with the ignorance that y'all do? We just have like for one. It's all about no. I'm going with these guys. 10 minutes just having it queued up. What the hell? I'm good. I didn't have it for the last 10 minutes.
Did y'all see Cardi B in there?
You don't have to.
Yeah, because of the album. I think she was there too.
Fashion.
I think just the album.
Also, everyone else's performance saying lies. Can we just pause on that? Because that is not common.
And that's why I wanted to highlight Cardi B was there, but she was dancing on the back of dance. So what do we make of that? I thought that was amazing.
I want you to let this set in because on the head, the forehead,
I fucking love it. I follow her.
Ed, where did you see Pedro Pascal?
You can imagine that's all detectable on the shroud. You can see the back of the head, all of the blood pooling in the back of the head from the shroud. This one's getting brand on the side. So Jesus has 700 spiritual eyes, and then they slam this
And
on
the
his
song
head.
that she sang, I thought, because that's an older
These are
song,
not
right? That song came out like 2019. And I like the remix.
Honestly, I think it's impressive.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, it's 250.
Yeah, that was me. 100%. All my racial
Like change you eat.
It sounded pretty live to me. Shit, so if you say it's not live, it's not live. Okay.
We got haters like sisters saying like this is like a thing. Then why is it that somebody like Rambo that's supposed to be this is the thing? You got sister who is always talking to get them up.
I'm trying to tell you.
But she actually is doing it.
What's going on, huh?
One thing I never she get on my goddamn nerves. So now you're at 98% of the time I don't agree.
Bottom line is, shit that we're in right now. The shit that's going on right now in this fucking country, I love it.
Hey, we gotta find out who's streaming, y'all. We gotta find out who's streaming. They just had a your bitch ass home for streaming our fucking room. Find something to do. He's streaming. Like, we're so tired of your shit.
Hello?
Find something fucking to do.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I say nigga in Spanish. Somebody.
Hello? Did somebody just call me a hard arm? Hello?
Oh, I know.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
But the vibrant, the color, the different hair texture, that was the most exciting.
The different textures of the head. The different textures of the head delighted me. The diversity and the melanation of the Latinos and the brown and the Mexicans. Hello?
I'm gonna need to rewatch it so I can catch all the hidden meanings.
was overwhelmed the first time.
I was overwhelmed by the melanation. The melanation was overwhelming. I love the diversity of the melanation.
That's all we were saying.
Si puedes.
Nobody else ever like I loved Rihanna's performance, but it didn't tell a fucking story.
Hello? Oh my God! Hello? Hello?
But it didn't tell a story. Michael Jackson didn't tell a story. Prince didn't tell a story. This actually told a story. It was like a little movie. I loved it. I think it was when my son with us. Yes, when my son came out and said, "Mommy, it's Spanish," I was like, and he was doing the little dance. He said, "It's Bad Bunny," and this is my autistic baby, y'all. I think that was the point. Like, that was still America, but it was so fucking cool.
I'm glad he didn't do the English shit. I'm glad he didn't do the English shit. I'm glad
his music is not English.
And I love that. That's what I'm saying. He stayed true to his music. That part was dope. All I was talking about was the story aspect. That's all. I didn't say it was bad or
We're
anything
gonna
like
get on
that.
your ass if you criticize the story when nobody else ever told the story. That's what we keep telling you.
I'm not comparing it to anybody else.
It's just low vibrational. Why you gotta say something negative? God
Oh,
damn.
Jesus Christ. We just talk.
I mean, what was
You need to relax, Burley. You need to really relax.
You need to understand that I'm a fucking troll and take the stick out your ass.
You're a troll. Okay, cool. So you're a troll, so I'm gonna let you troll on. I ain't gonna go back and forth with you. Troll on.
If the game continues the way it's going, tomorrow's gonna be a rough day at work as a Bostonian because they're getting crushed.
Oh, they are? You know what? I'm
Well, zero. That's not really crushed.
Okay, let's give it to Dylan and Alpha. Alpha, look at that PT. Oh, girl.
Thank you, Pookie.
Oh, looking good, girl.
I was nominated for Best Makeup Artist of the Year this year in my city, so I did not win.
Oh, congratulations.
Congratulations on the nomination.
Tell us, so we could have spammed
Period, Peter.
Listen, next year we gonna. I literally lost by 200.
Oh shit, girl, that was light work. You should have told me.
Yeah, that's one clubhouse room.
Yes. Next year you gotta tell us. Okay, congratulations.
And go see some family. So yeah, if I'm out there, Patty, I hit you, little girl.
I think that also we need the Patriots to lose just for like where America is at right now. Like if the Patriots win, I feel like that's like bad symbology.
You even watch football, bro?
I gotta agree with that one.
Do I even watch football, bro? I mean, not really, because I think that it's a modern plantation, but you know, yeah.
As a Niner fan, I watch the
People could be calm. Is Seattle's coach black?
No. He's white. They're getting crushed.
I mean, they're two scores out, but they're terrible.
You know what you should never do? Dye your eyebrows like blonde. Like I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but she looks crazy as hell.
Oh, you looking at it right now? That shit.
Yes.
I just saw that shit look. Yeah.
Everyone still look like a weirdo.
It's crazy.
She does look better from when she first started her surgery is actually good.
Yo, did y'all see that drink? They got a drink called
Hello?
Liquid Death and shit.
Hello?
Is that a real thing?
Hello? 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 Bigelow. Oh, yeah.
No, it started because the guy went sober and felt left out, like drinking fucking water in a bar, so he wanted to make something that looked like a beer, like that looked cool. So he created the whole Liquid Death thing.
Yeah, he was a rocker. Yeah. I looked him up, so I was like, I never heard of the product.
It's Great Brennan.
They got $1 billion in financing. They raised $1 billion.
No, but people like it.
I wouldn't drink no shit like that.
I'm talking about the spark. They have like flavored sparkling, the regular sparkling flat water.
Oh yeah. I just wouldn't drink anything. I wouldn't bring anything like that into my home called Liquid Death. Period. Like, but
I'm glad they're doing it.
Liquid death.
It ain't my thing, but liquid death.
Yeah, but you kind of understand if you're sober and you're at a bar and you're tempted to like be cool, have a beer, have something in your hand, instead of a fucking stupid, non-alcoholic beer that sucks anyway. Why not have something that looks cool and put in your hand that you're not thinking about? I mean, it is a thing for people.
No, I respect that. I just said it ain't my thing.
Respect it.
I wouldn't drink anything with the word death in it.
Death.
That's all. But it works for those that are sober now, like you said. So now
I got a cup of apple juice. Talking about this shot of brain. I got you, spirits.
Hello?
All the other waters are like,
they're boring.
kind of the colored green.
It's wild that we show in other countries as racist as in lately.
Oh wait, Coco Jones sang the Black National Anthem? Oh man.
The Black National Anthem?
Oh, look at her. I love Coco.
Where did she sing that?
At the Super Bowl.
Did we look whether Roger Goodell is
Hello?
in Epstein files?
Did we miss that?
Hello?
Yes, we did. She sang the Black National Anthem. Coco.
Yeah, they usually sing it on the things. We're having a different conversation the other day. I'm gonna put it at the top.
Was it before it went live? Like, because I
No, they usually sing it right before the national anthem, the regular national anthem.
Okay, yes, it's been confirmed that Pedro Pascal was spotted in the crowd for the halftime show. That was Pedro. That was him.
Hello?
I love it.
I love it.
And Coco actually sang before Green Day performed and before the teams even hit the field.
Oh, so that's why we didn't see it.
Right. I don't know, but other than halftime, this Super Bowl is boring as hell.
It's very fucking boring. And the commercials are not, I don't know, y'all, what commercials y'all like?
Boo-boo!
They don't seem popping like they usually are.
Yeah, the commercials ain't giving. I'm sorry.
I'm not even watching them, to be honest.
Here.
I've been yapping.
Shit, I'm here with y'all, man. I was gonna go to the Super Bowl get together, but I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, they need some fumbles and interceptions. It's not given.
Yeah, they didn't even have any freaking flags and shit. I think it's been like, what, 2 flags so far? This is like too boring.
So what are y'all's favorite, what are y'all top favorite Super Bowl performances of all time?
Prince is my number one.
Bruno Mars.
Yeah, I like when they brought out Beyonce, Bruno Mars, and Coldplay. Like it was like a.
Oh yeah, for the 50th anniversary of the Memphis and
Bruno Mars killed it. He was just underrated. He got the props.
And it let me know that she was a fucking professional because she fell back.
With his do-rag on, it was like, that was so...
Yeah, that was fire. When was that? That was like recent.
No, it was a while ago.
Pearly. Since I'm like a little bit behind, stop doing the play-by-play.
I'm sorry. We got some delayed ass TV. I don't know how the fuck that is.
Y'all watching the Raiders?
They need to upgrade their
I told you I'm on a high floor.
I'm not watching the game at
Did y'all
all.
see the Pringles commercial? Skeleton and Pringles.
It's doing right now.
Yo, I like this one. I like this one. Yeah.
Prince performed in 2007, and it was a torrential downpour, and he infamously said, can it rain harder? But he had this little do-rag thing on his head. Yeah, it was amazing.
It was 2007?
It was 2007.
Let me interject from a Gen X perspective. The Super Bowl halftime show was fucking ass up until I think it was '93, which was Michael Jackson. That was the first big name, and from that moment on, absolutely true. But they had fucking the worst, and they had fucking marching bands as the headliners and Up With People. Nobody remembers how terrible that was.
But Michael Jackson came in 93, and that was it. Then they had to keep trying to outdo that, with major A-list performers, which they done were very lucky.
But do you know why?
Wait.
Do you know why?
With the horse and the little ducky.
When was Justin Timberlake and Janet Jackson? Was that 2002?
Where he threw her under
But
the
you know
bus.
why they had to increase the shows? What didn't it have to do with the weigh-ins and like people watching the show that they would flip the channel or something? Yep. So they had to. So it was. So basically, we can thank the Wayans brothers and In Living Color for why we have better halftime shows. Isn't that fucking cool?
Yeah, I remember that.
They were losing viewership, so they had to do something to get people's engagement to at least have them watch up until.
Wait, reform. I think we got the #1 commercial, the Budweiser joint with the horse and the little ducky. I don't know if y'all saw that. I think this is it.
I'm not watching any of them.
It turned out to be a bald eagle. No, I think that's gonna be the top commercial.
I don't think nothing is gonna beat the impact that was
Never that. I'm talking about tonight. I'm gonna call it the Budweiser commercial with the little chicklet owl, or rather the baby eagle. It's gonna make some noise.
Can you hear me now? And you know what is actually one of my favorite commercials besides the scenes with the Cheetos is Kevin Federline, when he was like, he's a rap star, and then they were like, hey, I remember that. That was good. That was funny. Yeah, that was good. He did a good job. He had the fur coat on, then he turned around, he's like, oh yeah, let me get this burger. Yeah, it hasn't had the same impact for me. I'm sorry. And of course, the #1 song, I mean, we all agree, right? We don't want to have to boot y'all from the room. The #1 performer for
Whitney.
It better be Whitney. Okay.
Oh, absolutely. Nobody's done it better since. Jasmine Sullivan was a short.
Yes, Jasmine was strong. Yes, but
what y'all think is the worst one?
Fergie was the one. That was stupid, but Fergie was horrible.
No, you know what was the worst rendition? When they allowed Roseanne Barr to sing that song. I don't know what the fuck they were. It wasn't. I was like, why the hell would y'all allow her to do?
That was so disrespectful.
The worst Super Bowl performance I ever remember is Bruce Springsteen.
No, the worst Super Bowl performance was that year they had Maroon 5 perform. That shit was ass. I'm sorry. And I like Maroon 5 as a band, but Super Bowl, that shit did not translate. It was boring as hell. I was asleep on that shit.
The funny shit is when 50 came out and he was out of shape. And he even talked about it. 50 said, I was out of shape. I was fat as fuck. I'm glad he kept the fuck. He said it. Because we was like, yo, what is going on? So he owned up to that,
Was it who else performed with Maroon 5? It was a group of people that year, wasn't it? Because that's when they started doing that whole, like, this before Jay-Z and they took over. They started like, instead of having just one set artist, they were a group. Like, remember it was Dre and Mary J. Blige and Snoop and like all of that. But when Maroon 5 performed, they didn't perform by themselves. It was somebody else with them too. I forgot them.
I was mad at Justin for a long time because he threw Janet under the bus. I didn't like that shit at all.
I
was like, yo, that was not a good look.
Wait, that was the one that Kid Rock was on the same halftime show.
Was he?
Maroon 5?
Was he?
No, with Janet. Oh, that's 2004. My bad. Maroon 5. So I was thinking Justin, Nelly, Kid Rock. Yeah.
Hello?
Jessica Simpson.
Hello? Hello?
Maroon 5 was with
and P. Diddy. Oh, my God.
He performed at the Super Bowl, Puff?
This is 2004. I'm looking it up right now. What a P. Diddy. Kid
Rock. So funny. We call him Puff. Y'all call him P. Diddy. Like, this is so funny.
Yeah, well, no, we from New York, so we just know him as Puff. Like, yeah.
Well, he's
Hello?
supposed to be Brother Love or whatever.
Hello?
Oh, yeah, he all of that, yeah, Puff. Yeah, Puff. But shout out to my Latina community, my Latinos. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, shout out to Bad Buddy. He did that shit. He really did. He really did. And to me, a good performance is not just a performance. It's like a piece of art. And I do think that it was a masterpiece. It does make you think. But I really love him crashing in on the white people. That shit was funny as hell. That was hilarious.
Oh, you know what? I missed that because I had looked away. I just saw him in the living room. Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah.
I definitely missed that.
Yeah, if you weren't paying attention. But
I looked away. Yeah, I looked away. Yeah. Was gonna like start moving around more. They were in costumes. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, I know they were moving around.
Hello?
I thought they was going to dance and break out and surprise everybody. They were like, in costumes.
No, I think they were part of the set, so it was like a moving set. So yeah, they were moving around.
Hello?
Did we get a chance to see them though?
Hello?
No.
Hello?
Did they do those performances?
I hear you complaining about John Kitover. He been recording your show and shit, and you been masking for him, but you can't get him to kick it. You can't get him to knock it out.
They're recording those shows.
Hello?
They don't do them for the audience.
John Kitover recording this show right now, motherfucker.
When he was up on the
Hello?
and you had the camera coming.
Hello?
Like, they don't give a shit about the optics.
Hello?
Yeah, they was rocking with the drone.
Hello?
It's literally for the viewing audience. It is not for the...
You know which one I didn't care for was the Weeknd singing. That got me dizzy.
Oh, right. He was going through that maze, right?
I was like, get me out of this.
That's not what happened.
No, that's not the first thing with imminent threat.
That is the first thing.
No, that's not. They're allowed.
Yes, it is. No, you can't just, Pepe, you can't just shove people to the ground.
Yes, you can. They're giving a lawful order and they're not complying.
She wasn't, there's no reason to think she was given any lawful order.
No, it is a lawful order. When they clear the fucking roadway so they can do her job, that is literally a lawful fucking order.
If she refuses, you detain her. You don't shove her to the ground.
Out of the fucking way so you can go on with your day.
You can't do that. You can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Show me the law where it says you can do that.
They're using appropriate force to get her out of the fucking way. Like, that's stupid.
Why don't the moderators
You can't shove her to the ground. That's assault.
So pass the mic.
Assault. It'd be like a fucking. You could say assault is just the unwanted.
You're a huge bootlicker, but you can't just shove it because you're like, well, I feel like you're in the way. And second of all, what was she in the way of?
She was in the fucking way. She got in front of that fucking vehicle.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she was.
She was standing on the road in front of a parked car.
Oh, no. When the police say back up, when it's local police, it doesn't matter. When they say back up, we have a scene here, back up, we need to do something here. That is the difference between, for example, law enforcement and just regular citizens. They can give lawful orders, and they can do it at the threat of arrest for not following those orders. Now, sometimes, I don't think they want to be arresting protesters all day. They're going after immigrants. They don't need. They probably don't want to be rounding up every
So they are just arresting random people. She was standing just beside the sidewalk. It's impossible for her at her position to have impeded any fucking traffic. And then she was like,
Yes, she was.
Oh, he's gone now. Where are you, man?
Hello?
Hey, man, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, but I don't generally human pieces of excrement like Resistance. He's absolutely one of the worst human beings I've ever encountered in my unfortunate life. Oh, my teeth. Oh, man. Brother, it's pronounced teeth. There's no F. There's no F in the word teeth. Just like when you have your death, there will be no such thing as a death, just a death. Hello? Hello? You are worse than garbage in a gutter. I've seen garbage in a gutter that got more value than you piece of trash.
Can y'all listen to me for a second? So,
yeah, go ahead.
Since you brought up baby penises resistance, here's another hadith that I just posted on the side chat.
Ooh, a hadith.
So here it is. Narrated by Abu Hurairah. I have not stopped. So basically, Hassan is his grandson. Okay.
I think that was Paul and Mark. When you confused it for the prophet.
That's French kiss, dude. That's you're in love with your grandson. That's pederasty.
Most grandparents are in love with their grandchildren. Yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, resistance. You know, sometimes you're funny, but man, this is oh. This is some weird man. What are the ways monsters?
Can you tell me there's a passage in the Bible where it says, "Take the young ones for yourselves"?
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about in your glorious, beautiful Bible, where it says,
young children have
celebrated Catholic schools with athletes, students, and staff took part in a variety of activities.
You take all the young virgins, right, what the text says, and you raise them in your household. You don't force no sex upon them.
So then why did they rape them?
They didn't get raped.
They did.
No, they didn't. Because
you want to bet? Do you want to bet? Let's say what Bert Irwin says and Rashi.
If they got raped, then they will be violating their own law.
And that's what Christians and Jews do all the time. Weren't the Jews burying their own children?
He's a good.
I'm good at telling the truth. You're right. You got me there.
You're trying to get resistance. I have to tell you, man. Keep being a Muslim and keep make clown of me.
No question. I'm gonna keep being a Muslim.
It ain't even a question of whether he's a Muslim or not. The fact of the matter is, the man's a low-class piece of shit. He is literally a hate-spewed, vomitous, despicable, horrible human being. You are human shit. You are the worst of the worst, the lowest, most vulgar, most detestable scoundrel I've ever seen, sir.
And everything is a class act, like a typical Jew.
Keep smelling your hands, the resistance.
Ooh, keep smelling your hands.
I usually do smell them after I take them out of your mother's twat.
Oh!
I'll never shake your hands. Resistance. If I ever see you in real life, I'm never going to shake your hand because I don't know where your hand is.
You really don't got the clap.
We got a contender that's going to knock resistance off of his high chair of stupidity. I bring you El No the Great! No. Hello? Is that projection? Is that projection resistance? Is that projection resistance?
He admitted it. He said he did the circumcision.
Well, the fact that you love talking about circumcisions all the time makes me wonder, what the fuck is wrong with you? And are you going to brush your teeth? And what do you want at the time of your death? And also, what is the truth of the earth? Go ahead, resistance.
I want to know, resistance, be honest with me. Resistance, do you know the story about Zud? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
Are you saying that actually happened where your prophet got zooted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen? Is that a thing? Like, do you believe that actually?
The key word is Christians and Jews leave the babies alone.
Are you saying resistance? That a man who got grafted in the middle of the desert by a bunch of Pakistani tribesmen, and he made his own best buddy watch him do it, and he liked it. And you're saying that he civilized him somehow? What does that even? How does even civilizing work? If you're actually, I'm sorry to say, but taking it up the bunghole,
from a bunch of Pakistani tribes. How is that civilizing?
Taking it in a bowl, that's a white and African thing.
You're too much fun. You're too much fun. You are too much fun. Thanks, man. Thanks for the laugh. Thanks for the cha-cha-cha dance. Is there someone here that speak Arabic? Do you speak Arabic, brother? We speak English.
Nah, أنا بعرف شوي عربي حبيبي. Let's move on to the next hadith. What is the next hadith to be revealed to these Muslims of great faith?
Right now we're speaking to the Yahudi and told them to stop raping children.
So go ahead. There's a hadith for that one too, Muhammad. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Phoenix. Did I call you Muhammad? Sorry, I'm talking about the hadiths with regards to the title of the room, Mo.
Oh yeah, well the hadith that I have is the one on my picture profile. Can you read it?
Let's check it out. Oh, this is a good one. It says, Ibn Abbas says, the Prophet relieved himself, then some food was brought to him, and he ate and did not touch water.
And then keep reading. It's not over. It gets better.
The narrator said, Amr bin Dinar added, narrating from Sa'id bin al-Huwarith, that it was said to the Prophet, are you not going to perform Sa'id bin al-Huwarith?
So basically, what happened was that
where in that it says that he relieved himself in doing the number 2.
Did you speak English? Did you just learn English?
Relieve himself, yes, he was urinating.
No. He dropped the deuce. You don't know the truth of the earth. When you pass a bowel movement and your metabolism kicks in. Eat the doo-doo? How do you know he urinated and didn't tap a number 2? What makes you think it's exclusive to a number 1? Shit.
It does.
Because if you're gonna be peeing around, back then they didn't have a toilet bowl, so it would be spilling all over the place.
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't because Muslims squat when they urinate. They don't stand up like you.
They squatters? They not standers? Ah, shit! I heard it all. Nah. Gotta squat down and take a big beat.
Muslims don't stand up, piss all over their clothes like you Christians and Jews do. Why do you think the Jewish clothes are always stained? Their white shirts always stained yellow. Why do you think the Jewish clothes always stained? And why do you think you Christians always got prostate cancer? If you don't wipe your asses, you don't wipe your fucking bladder hole.
Hello?
Women are the ones that squat the pee, man. No. Once again, the uncivilized would think that, but no, actually both genders are.
Hello?
No, both genders are not.
Back to the woman, clearly not a fucking threat in any way. That's as he's turning around, and trying to face the woman. He gets pepper sprayed in the face, shoved, and then the ice agent backs off, and then pepper sprays him again with his fucking back turned. Clearly not a fucking threat. Like you'd have to be an obsequious SS bootlicker to think that the ice agent back there was completely appropriate. That's the best way. He not only sprays him, he comes after him, puts his hand on him to where you at? Let me spray you some more. It's completely fucking insane that any of you are defending it.
It was interesting too, from what I was talking about, the ICE lawyer in the hearing with the judge that she was having admitted that so many people are being detained. This is like in ICE. So many people are being detained without a semblance of lawful basis, right? So like that's another reason that it's become very difficult for them to respond to court orders, is because they have to keep inventing these like textual basis to explain the horribly egregious way in which they're like
absolute thugs have been going around and like arresting people and infringing on their rights.
This gun is like clearly just molding. Clearly just molding. Anyone who has a semblance of a reasonable mind and isn't completely cocked will never go look at this video and go like, yeah, that's totally reasonable. Yeah, that's what the officer should have done, and he is in no way responsible for the ensuing commotion that happens.
I mean, well, we have.
Hello?
Watching this video again is completely obviously that none of this needed to happen. The ICE agent moved them off to the street, and then everything that happened after that was like completely unnecessary.
Hello?
But you can't make the jump to assuming much cop that was behind him that likely fired the first shot that hit him.
Yes.
His line of sight was directly in the path of the agent who removed the gun. He would have had to be blind to not see that the gun was removed.
Can I say something? Do you want your mind? I'm just giving you some advice. If somebody has a badge and a gun, don't get in their face. Just gotta back off.
Words of wisdom.
And just back up like Tim. You can be 10 feet away from them. You can yell at them, touch them.
You would have been a great SS concentration camp.
And you can do all that stuff. You protest signs. You protest signs, you yell at them. But I just advise everybody in this room, don't go up into law enforcement officers and start yelling at them. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree. What that crazy guy did was especially fucking stupid. Like, I'm somebody who lives in a state where you can just conceal carry without a permit. I've had permits and all that. I don't really carry, but if I was to ever carry, the last fucking thing I would do is show up at a goddamn protest, especially if it was to protest the cops. And it's not just because if a scuffle happened, I might get shot. But if you commit a felony while armed, okay, what if they would have charged him with assault on a federal agent? It's a felony. Then they find out that you're armed. So you have a firearm in the commission of a crime. There's your aggravated sentencing right there. Everything about it is fucking stupid.
When you're in a car, when you're in a vehicle trying to block traffic, and there's two officers with a gun, you might just take a breath.
Is there anyone else I can bring up from the audience who wants to make a completely irrelevant point?
Yeah, honestly. So why did Kristi Noem come out and say, like, the person was looking to do maximum damage? Because she's a dumb bitch and it was propaganda.
I agree. I second that.
So you don't think that's a problem? That, like, yeah, it's a problem. No reason. The hour should not even be running. Made up a pretextual. Yes, yes, it was
stupid.
There she had two fucking magazines for a Corbin handgun, which is not, it's not abnormal to carry two handguns. Which is stupid comment. It's not being you're trying to do a mass shooting.
And irresponsible.
Even a police officer carries more fucking magazines for his handgun. And so everything she said was absolute bullshit. She's a dumb fucking bitch. I mean, really,
she's bar, but I'll take it.
Yeah, but like, so then why are you like, if it's so obvious to you that the government is lying to you about the like horrible reason these like fast-footed thugs are killing people in the inner cities, right? If the government's lying to you about that, does that not trigger you a little bit to think like maybe
why should we tell the parents these kids are dead because of illegal immigrants?
We're trying to mass kill police officers is because there's no justification.
What should you tell these parents these kids that
they have to generate one?
What
do you tell these parents of these kids that died because of illegal? What do you tell those parents?
The same thing that we tell the kids of parents who died from American citizens. I'm sorry that there are horrible people in the world that sometimes commit crimes that have mental illness, and I apologize. I'm sorry for that. On behalf of the good of humanity, one of my most frustrating points is when people say, you don't go up and don't approach federal agents with guns. Like, yeah, okay, I get that, but hold on a second. It's almost like saying, don't go up and approach a bunch of criminals or a gang with guns, right? There's a big difference.
Don't do that.
No, Can I finish? If I land my point, I mean, I know I'm long-winded, but just bear with me. But the point is that one is supposed to be the federal agent of the
one of the best countries in the world. We're supposed to have something called mores, like morals, okay? We're supposed to have some, we're not, hold on, we're not a bunch of criminals, some gangs. We're not some foreign agency. We're citizens. Those are our people. That's our people. If we are telling you as a citizen, unless you believe you're above the law, once you put a fucking shiny tin fucking piece of shit up, excuse me, hold on, let me calm down. Once you put a thing on your, like a little badge on and a special uniform, okay, right? If you believe that once you put that on, you have some special privileges above the rest of us, I think that that's a big problem. You have to remember that we're here together. These aren't our enemies. We shouldn't be treating human beings like this. If part of our citizenry is coming out to say, hey, look, this is frustrating. Hold on, listen to me. That this is, well, then you don't get to say, I'm going to remove all accountability and I'm just going to be this pseudo-anonymous actor in this, and I'm just going to continue to act because I don't have any personal liability. You still have to understand that you're a citizen. This is us. We're your neighbors.
So what do you do with these people that are in this country illegally? Now here's the deal. Let me finish. Give me 20 seconds. I'm not long-winded. I'm not 100% for Trump's policy of immigration, deporting everybody that's here.
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens?
God, okay, you're not going to let me finish, are you?
Why do you want to get rid of all the aliens?
Hold on. I can fucking answer that.
Let him finish.
Give me 20 seconds. I am not for the policy of, if I was president for the day, I would say if you're a minor or been here since you're a minor, then here's your pathway to citizenship. I would say that generally, if you've ever committed a crime above a DWI or whatever, you got to go home. Everybody else, let's talk about a pathway to citizenship. That's what I would do. But here's the deal. I can't change what he's done in his half of his policy. I've taken everybody. In my opinion, he's not there yet. Anyway, that said, I've never seen, this is what I'm trying to say. But here's the deal. They're enforcing the law. Okay? I respect law enforcement. If I called 911 right now, a cop would be at my front fucking door, loaded with a gun, ready to save me if I was saying there's an armed robbery in here.
Yeah.
And if illegal alien was in my backyard and committing a crime and whatever ICE would be, those fuckers are here to save our lives fully, and then go vote somebody else in 3 years. It's that simple.
Right.
It's not that big of a fucking deal.
Well, hold on, Matt. It is a big deal when you have people. You don't have. There's like this sphere of time that you're supposed to say, okay, we're going to allow. Just wait for the next 11, and for the next 4 years, we're just going to allow people to be violated, killed, murdered, whatever. Treated horrible, detained, F due process, F habeas corpus, forget all that. Just wait till the election. And then, hold on, wait. And then,
bullshit, man.
Wait. And then the best part is, there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee. If you still have a dominant force who's going to push whatever the dominant majority is going to be, then you're effed, man. Right? The best thing we've been. This is what's crazy, and this is how I know that the right has been completely hijacked by I don't even know. Right? 10 years ago, Republicans and conservatives. I mean, like I was protesting back during Tea Party days when conservatives would be armed to the teeth out. We would carry our AR-15s, be packed, running. Okay, listen. What happened to this civic duty? What happened to the civic duty? Well, this is what we're taught training in. When we do not allow the government to harm our people, this is us. This is what we're supposed to do, right? And so, as a federal agent, I would expect if you come into my city, right, which is happening right now. I just had my high school, 500 students. God bless them, walked out and protested in our streets, okay? The poor high school kids have to deal with this.
Fucking care about immigration. Do they really give a shit?
Absolutely. Our city has about 40% Hispanics. Okay, we have 40%. Whites are the minority in our city. Okay, yes, it's a very large city. But this is the point. The point is that if you come as a human being, okay, also part of the American society, the greatest country, we have the effing Bill of Rights, we have negatives, we have all these moral codes, and we're supposed to be doing all these great things. And you come as a federal agent to uphold the Constitution into my city, and we're as citizens saying, hey, look, just so you know, there's violations that are going on, and can you back down,
right? There's enough of us.
No,
I'm not saying
Mima,
one
you're
person
not.
comes up. Hold on, Pepe, because this is the options are you push through like what's happening and you create and you just start to be violent. What type of moral, sophisticated country is that going to? Listen, if you need to. What is so hard about fucking walking away or standing down until there's a negotiation with the mayor, with the governor, whoever, and the people can figure out what's going on? I mean, like, what's the biggest problem? Your ego is that fucking big?
No, it's not that.
Stand the fuck down.
This is what you're not understanding. You're blaming the federal agents. Okay?
Again,
the federal agents don't have anything to do with it. They have a fucking job. Look what they were doing only a year ago.
Problem.
But hold on. This is what you're missing.
Problem. You think that they don't? You think that they don't have agency? They do. This is what I.
Oh yeah, they're starving their children. Yes, they have
retired,
ruining their whole retirement and their whole fucking career to just negotiate.
I forgot you could sell out for 50K sign-on bonus. You're right.
No, I'm talking about a lot of these people. I don't think you realize it. I don't think you realize this. I don't think you realize this. First of all, just like the agents that Preddy, okay, they were Mexicans. Most of the, or I should say Mexican, Border Patrol has always been overwhelmingly Mexican American. Why? You have to serve your first 2 years on the southwestern border. Who lives along the southwestern border? Mexican Americans. But are they often bilingual? Yes. Do they want bilingual people? Yes. And so, like, these are people that...
Good people. My brother's retired law enforcement. He gives polygraph exams for federal law enforcement applicants, primarily the Border Patrol. I say to you, what they're doing is they're filling out some paperwork and they're just letting them in because there's so many people coming in.
That's what they
are. We even here. It's stupid. Now that is how you should be. That is a crime, and that's the reason why us Republicans are being libertarian is fucking angry right now.
That's
the reason why I give Trump the benefit of the doubt is because this is what happens when you let 10 to 15 fucking million people cross the border. This is what happens.
And that is the other piece that I think she's kind of missing. So when you come here as an illegal immigrant, or you come here with your bogus fucking asylum claim, which they have acknowledged that over 95% of them are bogus. They would be considered economic migrants. But hey, if you're going to give them that option, they'll just go ahead and turn themselves into the border and file for asylum. Or immigration courts are backed up. Maybe they'll see a judge in 7 years, or they just won't show up. It doesn't fucking matter. But they end up swarming our country with between 10 to 15 million of these people, and now the majority of Americans literally wanted the deportations to happen. Okay, and that's still the consensus to this day.
Is your problem
with the latest polling? And so they absolutely, we have to clean up this mess. And I love how people love to sit here and say, but the humanity. Look, they knew what the fuck they were doing when they were coming here. Most women, and that's the other thing. Almost all of the women that were coming across the border, yes, they did get raped. And so,
let other people talk. You guys talk a lot.
They would have to literally bring condoms because it's part of the fucking journey.
Okay, great. That's really cool. So I'm making an economic case for migrants, right? I'm not making let's think about the morality of it, right? I don't think any of you understand why you're so against these immigrants that are not coming in legally, right? I don't think any of you
know more about it than you, honestly.
Okay. Why are you against the immigrants?
Me personally, I'm against largely legal and illegal immigrants.
Okay, why?
That's a different story.
Okay, why?
I personally have a different. I'm not a conservative. I think conservatives are cucks. But I think that I want to preserve the demographic makeup of America personally.
Do any of you have a reasonable reason?
I'm for legal immigration. I'm really for legal immigration. I'm big time for legal immigration.
Why do you hate illegal immigration so much?
You gotta come here because you know what? The people have been here for 10 years trying to do this way. Guess who just got in the front of the line? We're cutting line. Come in here the right way. That's it. That's all I'm asking as a libertarian.
Yeah, but
I'm for a lot of immigration. Do it the right. Go home.
there's a lot of
Do it the right way.
yeah,
the right way, and they still got detained and deported.
right. Or but okay, Matt too. This is the thing. We already know that our immigration policy is F. We have thousands of approved petitions that are just sitting backlogged. Okay, there are people that wait decades, 10, 15, 20 years to come into this country the right way. But if their category is fulfilled and the ruling elite says, "Oh no, sorry, you're not valuable enough to come to the country this year or next year or the year after," then they're just sitting there. We have thousands of approved people that aren't coming in. So this is the thing. What now?
Do they have a right to come here? Is that what you're getting at? Like, this is, I think, is absolutely bizarre. Most countries do not, they make it very fucking hard to become a goddamn citizen, but for whatever reason, you think that the United States should be one of these countries that we just like, oh, we're different. We should just let anybody and everybody.
We're only one who's done people to be talking at a time.
Yeah, but then why are you talking about
We need people in this country. We're not reproducing enough people in this country. We need immigrants here. We need a lot.
You and Jennifer are not necessarily.
Wait, can I just say one point?
Not with AI, they probably don't.
Happy, hold on. I just want to say one point. So, like, when the fingers are pointed at, like, why don't Republicans want illegal immigrants here? That is, our focus is that our government did this on purpose, and they sold us out. And those people, Joe Biden, everyone that worked for Joe Biden's cabinet, that's the ultimate.
Yeah, but the Republicans have been doing it too. The Republicans, this is where the conservatives, you got everybody like conservatives, like the Cato Institute Republicans, they love cheap labor, they love undermining your own wages.
Working on evening. I'm John Kitover with Newsline. It's good for the morning medicine. A single stone makes the river sink.
McDonald's says you're supposed to be at the mall in 10 minutes. My watch says it's 9:05. It rings. I left them right here in the hall.
We have to be sent back. Like, why is there no fucking outrage for the Biden administration that put them in the fucking...
Because they're indoctrinated to believe that deporting is fascist and that enforcing the law is fascist. Oh, except for when it comes to January 6th. Kick in their door, send in the SWAT team, put them all in the gulag. 100 years, make them base the wall. You know, it's a puppy, and it's fucking stupid.
Before I go, the most brilliant move of my lifetime, I'm 50, was when the greatest governor in the world, Governor Greg Abbott, started shipping these immigrants up to New York, up to Boston, to Chicago. That changed the game because we made everybody else's problem and not ours. And that's when it got on there. But if they'd be a hypocrite, Democrats be a hypocrite if they got pissed off at Joe Biden.
Well, it's literally the reason why Eric Adams is in office. Because when he was talking about sanctuary cities, he was on forward. But then when they started getting them by the busload,
they basically wanted them to live with the brown people along the border like they always have.
It was then and only then that the Democrat Party cannot sustain the country like this. And Eric Adams said the quiet part out loud. And this is what, I mean, hey, it's true. What do you got?
They took full advantage of the COVID-19 era. And I cannot.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Absolutely. You have a right. I didn't ask if you should or shouldn't. I asked if you're qualified to speak on it. Was this your...
No, I would. I said you're qualified.
Hello? Hi, moderators. Put me in the queue.
You can cry about being qualified all you want. Like, that's your opinion. Like, if you think that I'm to Encore. They say that's
Encore, you really gotta come up here with your real picture.
They said bashing other women elevate yourself as a pick-me.
Probably y'all talking at one time.
That's Barbara. You got Barbara the Builder.
It pertains to the conversation.
So,
What's an example? Back to rubbing feet. That's catered to you. Yes, sir.
Wendy, I like your black nails. Too broke to break up.
Thank you, money. I appreciate it. Oh, that's deep. Wake it up, the home.
It says
Broke to break up.
They say more Americans than ever are staying in relationships because they can't afford to be single on their own. New research says that girls who live with Americans are sticking it out because they want to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. They were there first.
Have you ever read the Torah before?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so whose land is it?
I mean, that's your interpretation of a religious text. There's other religious texts out there, so other people are going to believe other things.
It's Jewish land. That's it. Okay. Thanks.
Olivia, you read the Torah.
Yeah, because the Torah says that doesn't mean that's like everyone believes that. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Olivia, you've read the Torah?
Yes, I've read the Torah.
You've read the whole Torah?
Yeah, I've read how, like what you're supposed to do when you capture a girl, and how you marry, the steps to marrying her. Yeah.
Okay, now look at this IRA terrorist support. I mean, look at this.
Yeah, I have read about how when you have sex with your wife, that like one of your parents is supposed to come and collect your period blood in a napkin and show the entire. I actually don't.
You don't. Okay.
I actually like Jewish people.
Probably in order you don't like. It says she likes Jewish people. She hates Palestinians.
She likes Jewish people. She doesn't like Palestinians.
But what the Israeli government is doing is wrong. Period. That's it.
I think you should go on social media.
And I don't know how you guys don't see that. I really don't.
Look, Olivia, we're not racist, okay? It's just that the Palestinians need to be moved out because they don't accept Israel.
I mean, you're a little racist against black people, even though you're black.
And what does that matter?
Well, then stop using like the fact that I'm quote unquote racist as like an argument when you yourself are racist against black people.
It's just a fact.
Like you've said it like a few times.
Yeah, I know, but it's a fact. Like, you established that you don't like Palestinians. So
Olivia, Rowdy and I disagree.
It's an argument against me when you're fucking racist yourself.
Olivia, let's change the. Rowdy and I disagree on certain things, okay? He thinks that 99.9% of Palestinians are terrorists. I 100% disagree with that, but I will go as far as saying a very high percentage of Palestinians have been indoctrinated, and I feel bad for them. If you're a kid growing up in a school, you're going to wound down, and you're taught that Jews are your enemies, and they should be killed. I feel kind of bad for them in a way. You know what I'm saying? We can be friends for that, Olivia? And would you agree with that statement? That they get indoctrinated?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so on the Israeli side and the Jewish side, they're not indoctrinated to hate their neighbors. What you hear from the pro-Palestinian groups through the school system, it's the complete opposite. It's about, even through music, if you go and look at the Israeli music scene, it's all
They're all okay with
brutal temperature of
West Bank, like they don't.
You might think that once a tunnel.
I swear, watching the news subjected to racism.
Looking for X-rated? Looking for X-rated movies? I recently found a cool app that lets you.
They're like Jordanian, so you know, Jordan is done.
Well, they've been there for generations and generations, so why?
But you have to understand that they are Arabs.
And why wouldn't they get the same rights?
I'll say it again, this is a result of resistance. They have a right not to accept the Jewish state in the West Bank and Gaza. They have that right. But this is a consequence of that choice. If you don't want to live side by side with your neighbors and you want to eradicate them from the land, then Israel, the Jewish nation, will do whatever it takes to defend itself. Whatever it takes, Olivia. I don't understand what you don't get. I mean,
But
you do whatever it takes to defend your family.
problem with
sense to you. Is that this is not defense, it's offense. That's what you mean.
We're talking to Olivia at the moment. Sorry, Olivia, what did you say?
You're fighting people that don't even have shoes. That like don't have shoes.
But that's factually
Like that's who
incorrect.
you're defending yourself against.
They actually, no, but Olivia, that's factually incorrect. They have shoes.
They don't have shoes. And they don't have food.
Right, so you're talking about
you're defending yourself against the big, scary, malnutrition, starving, Palestinians. You defend yourself. This is why I think you're short. This is why I think you guys are short and small.
Olivia, are you referring now to are you referring now to Gaza? Because you brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, and now you're going back to Gaza. You keep jumping back and forth.
Being confused.
I'm confused by you.
I don't have time for that. You need to keep up with me.
I am confused by you.
You're talking slow.
You brought up the West Bank. I responded to that, then you jump back to Gaza. Which one do you want to talk about first? Gaza or the West Bank?
Can we not jump back and forth between like these like very like related concepts? Or is that too hard for your little brain to digest?
Hey, listen. If you want to keep this group peaceful and have a conversation, which is what we're trying to do, I'm happy to do that. If you want to insult me, then
I don't know why you can't. When I speak about the West Bank, that you can't talk about that, and when I speak about Gaza, you can't talk about that. I don't know how you can't separate them and then also see the similarities between them.
Olivia, I'm the one who's happy. I am educated on the subject. I'm happy to talk about both.
I don't know if you are, because I think you're being fed like propaganda in Israel since you're.
Can I just ask first, who's first? By the way, first. First name? Who is this?
You know.
Oh. Never mind. Continue.
Because my wife and I wanted to have an inexpensive, nostalgic date night. I noticed it had gone downhill, so I looked it up out of curiosity, and it turns out it had been acquired by private equity back in 2013 by a company known as Kitover. The prices seemed excessively high for a chain. It turns out in large cities, you could spend almost $10 for a single scoop of ice cream, and each mix-in can cost up to $2. This is even more absurd whenever you consider that the mix-in that I got, Oreo cookies, only gave me a single Oreo spread across 2 scoops of ice cream. You add it up, a single scoop cone that costs nearly $20. At that rate, you're just better off going to a layman or something else like that. These excessively high prices for a commoditized chain.
Deal with you guys, you're like dumb.
No, I mean, isn't the best type of defense a strong offense? So yeah, preemptive strikes and terrorist populations are necessary.
Right,
אני לא מדבר עברית.
את מדברת לי, צעקה?
כן,
יופי.
אנגלית בבקשה.
So, Brett, you mentioned something about neighbors living side by side. I don't think that argument is necessarily conclusive of the current resistance, especially because even prior to the establishment of Israel, there were over 600,000 Jews that were living in Palestine. Okay, British Mandate Palestine. And even after the Nakba, you could say that in the Jewish quarter in Jerusalem, about 2,000 Jews were forcibly removed due to the extreme displacement that occurred from the Israeli occupation. So this isn't a matter of saying that the resistance is stopping Palestinians from living side by side with Israelis. It's the fact that Israelis never considered Palestinians their equals. That's the problem. Okay, when you have disproportionate rights, when you have a separate set of laws, when you treat a different group of people as second-class citizens, you can't live side by side them in equality, especially when you're discriminating against them. So I'm not talking about what's happening in Gaza. I'm just talking about what's happening in the West Bank right now. Gaza is a whole other topic.
2 million Israeli Arabs don't live
constant creation and attention. And when you what content are you ingesting?
Can I please finish?
Israeli citizens trapped in the West Bank.
Can I please finish?
I'm going to prove your point in 2 seconds. Let's show up. Tell me why.
Please finish what I'm trying
Can they
to say.
thrive in the West Bank or Gaza?
Can I please
And
finish?
they are not.
The very first thing, Brett.
Stop. You're saying a lot of words, but you could be
Take 7, folks. Remember, line first, donut second. Got it. Action. At Stan's Donuts, every bite is. Take 7.
Actually, everything is too big. The cars, the drinks, even the
I'm attorney John Kitover.
The hardware store for a box of screws.
Oh, great. Oh, great. That's some delivery. Leaked feet of Mercury, the wings of words, and the timetable of the intercity bus.
Kitover Diamond Wholesale. Where the fuck not like Kitover Diamonds if you're not?
Hey, the life of the network. Cool breeze, one soup, and a free pedicure. It's easy down there. That's royal property.
The mighty Anubis, guardian of the underworld, and apparently the aquarium.
The sun's got his game face on today.
As an attorney, I fight for people who feel that Kitover, you're the last vote. You look
No.
nearer to the Nile, except this.
Hidden light source beyond the veil and call upon you to the residence. There. It's called symmetry for a reason. Yes, Freddy, I'm here. These things weigh more than my car battery, so make it quick.
Today we turned over to Councilor Brendel's hiding something that smells like Kitover Diamonds here. Kitover Diamond Wholesale.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover. Kitover.
All right, class, tonight we're diving into Kabbalah and Jesus the God Man. Brothers and sisters, welcome to Living Room Revival. Tonight we speak of Jesus who walked on the water and never once lost his footing. Good morning, church family. Today I get to tell you the truth.
Sunday morning in San
Folks, welcome to Kitover's Candy Fires. First up, speech rewritten tonight's show. People ask why I'm running for Congress, Los Angeles. If you want someone who's flexible, look no further.
Gentlemen, give it up for John Kitover, the man.
I'm John Kitover, running for Congress. Could I take a minute to talk about the national debt? Meet everybody. I'm John Kitover. Classmate John Kitover here, moonlighting as a district.
Red only, yellow only. People have been begging for that.
We're using the term genocide because it's a scholarly word that has been used by scholars to No, it's a massacre.
I'm from Iran. First of all, I'm from Iran. It's a fucking genocide. And IRGC been supporting Palestinian for a while, for years, to fucking resist in front of Israel, which is wrong. And they've been stupid by doing that, giving Iranian money to these fucking Palestinian people to support themselves for some bullshit conflict.
Okay, but what about Raza Pahlavi? What about Raza Pahlavi, buddy? What about him? That cock?
got no fucking
Shut up, Tommy.
fucking corner, none of them. The Iranian people, they are not about none of this bullshit.
So when I think about genocide, I think about ethnic cleansing, and so I don't relate that term to the Iraq.
Yeah, because you be talking about fucking genocide and y'all don't care about it.
Ethnic cleansing that we're talking about is different.
What's going on?
Free Iran from the Zionist shackles.
Just care about like people in Palestine. Don't give a fuck about no actual genocide that is going on in the world.
Nobody is negating that when people are portraying nobody is negating that what's happening in Iran is wrong. What's happening in Iran is wrong. Like, we stand with you.
Oh my god.
He's telling you on no show.
She got 30 seconds, finish the sentence, and then next one. I'm done. I can't speak.
Okay. Okay, Olivia, what do you want to say?
You're just getting like all hung up on terminology.
Okay, so you guys agree to what's happened in Iran? Over 1 week, 30 to 50,000 people being killed in a genocide.
No, I
Is
disagree.
that correct, Olivia? No, I didn't ask you. I know you already said you don't agree. Olivia, do you think what's happened in Iran is a genocide? You said yes.
So I just wouldn't get hung up. I just won't get hung up on that terminology because usually with genocide, I think of it synonymously with ethnic cleansing. And so if you're like, I just think they're killing people of different political and religious ideology. So I don't know if genocide is the right. It's some kind of genocide. It's some kind of homicide. I don't know. Different kinds of side.
You tell me what's happening in Israel. You said the idea for blindly shooting people, but yeah, when it comes to Iran, on the street of Iran, don't you think the IRGC was just blindly shooting people? They weren't targeting individuals. They were just shooting a massive group of people.
So the idea is they're targeting a specific ethnic group and religious group. That's what they're targeting. The Iranian government is targeting its own people. Well, I guess like you could say they have different religious views. So again, genocide. I usually focus on ethnicity when it comes to that. But again, that's stupid. They are murdering. Both is murder. That's it. Period.
Well, I would argue one is manslaughter, one is murder.
Bro, why is the Mossad dressing up like protesters and killing the other protesters? Why don't you guys ask
Jay, if you've got nothing factual to bring to the table, you're welcome to leave.
No, I mean, there are people in Congress that have confirmed that, yeah, there are CIA and Mossad operatives.
Exactly.
No, they need support. You're a terrorist, you support the Iranian government, you support oppression, or maybe God.
So no one's supporting the IRGC, but my question is...
You're an idiot. Like a pastor just schooled you and you agreed with it.
No one is supporting the IRGC. No one is supporting the IRGC.
To what he said.
Yo, listen, no one's supporting the IRGC.
The problem is you need to listen. Did you hear what he said?
Can you just listen to me? No one's supporting the fucking IRGC.
You're not listening. You're just talking. You're regurgitating, but you're not actually.
Bro, you sound like a fucking Zionist faggot, bro.
Oh my God, you talk with a lisp, bro. You're calling me a faggot. Like, that's a little weird.
Stop taking up audio and stop taking up time by trolling. It's annoying.
It's no one's trolling.
Oh my God, boo. You're trolling. You're trolling too, Roddy. Oh shit.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying that
David.
in Mossad.
How are you doing? Hanover?
Yes.
Fuck yeah, I knew you would be.
Are you against the women of Iran?
Man, no one's supporting the IRGC, but why are you guys dressing up as Mossad protesters and killing other protesters? Alright, trying to up the fucking massacre. That's all I'm gonna say is that, Israel's laughing in your guys' face. Alright? You guys think you guys are probably stupid? Alright? No one, the government's not taking you seriously. That's why it's not being toppled. Alright, the government's not taking it seriously. Reza Pahlavi is being cocked by his own wife with his yoga trainer. Focus on that.
Okay, but that doesn't make any difference. Like, the people of Iran need protection from their government.
So wrong. They just want to be free. They don't give a fuck.
God help us.
Yo, what up, Robbie? How you doing?
You don't look at your channels. I've been sending you like crazy info. Brad.
Yeah, I'm listening.
It's me, BB, bro. You haven't seen your back channels. I was sending you back channels when you were in Amir's room, like crazy, like shit that you could have destroyed everybody. Go look. Don't say nothing. What do you got? Go look.
I'm in my back channel, man. I'm there.
Check message requests.
Israel.
Don't say nothing. What I say.
You're out. You should be on the
I thought you were ghost, man. Sorry, sir. I thought you were ghost. Yeah, sorry. Can you send me again next time because I didn't know it was you.
Why you VIP?
Yeah, I deleted because I thought you were ghosted.
It's not deleted. It's still there.
No, it's not.
MJ, what you just said is incorrect. 90%
90% of Arza Kashmati supporters are not on the files. It's not true.
It's not there, sir. I deleted it.
Alright, one sec.
It's hidden. Sorry, dude. Now I know it's you. Lydia's gone? Okay. Oh my god.
Hey.
Yo. Hey, introduction.
Yo. Didi, me preguntan. You said what?
Nah, sure. I was talking to Didi.
Oh, I love that halftime show. I loved it. I wish you knew Spanish. You would understand all of it. You know, I wish you would have liked it.
Yeah, thanks for that first meeting. Thanks, man. I'll keep that up my sleeve. Alright, who do we have here? Sata, Abu, MJ, who's not qualified. Sata. Israelית?
כן, אני יהודי.
איזה יופי. איזה יופי.
She's Lebanese, man.
לא, שקרנית.
But she's amazing.
שקרן, אני יהודי.
I'm not gonna have this alone there. Alright?
She said I'm a Yehudi.
We just do regular pop stars doing pop music, which is what people want. Anyway.
Dude,
You know what would have worked?
Amazing.
Bro, you know what would have worked instead of Bad Bunny? K-pop. K-pop. Put the biggest K-pop band up there. People would actually like it.
was pretty good.
Americans like K-pop.
Yeah. Because afterwards,
Actually, especially young kids, like the younger crowd loves K-pop.
K-pop would do numbers.
It's almost like
In 92, how old were you in 92?
I'm gonna go back to watching.
Fucking 3.
Oh, yeah, so you wouldn't remember.
So, well, everybody, thank you for being here.
I remember
Have a wonderful night.
Whitney Houston.
Good afternoon.
In moving
Hey, Ruben, we'll chat again.
It's later. Like,
See you later. And Israel is here to stay, and no amount of courts, boycotts, sanctions, debates, shows will change it. Just so you know, everybody.
Wrong area, whatever.
yes, because obviously, I mean, I don't want my kids.
If a man is a with dick here and an arrow, there's a problem.
I don't want my kids to have tattoos, so definitely don't want mom to have tattoos. Imagine trying to tell your daughter, hey, don't get tattoos, and mom's over there with a full sleeve. That's insane.
No, but I mean, there's a limit to dating pools, what I'm trying to get at.
Foreigners, the seriousness.
Okay, that's...
So if you're talking to someone you didn't know, and then you got serious, and then they reveal the tattoos, it's over, huh?
No, that's
What if they had a tattoo on their ass? What if they got a tattoo on their ass with an arrow that says dick here? Are you I've seen that tattoo.
That's different. How did you see the tattoo?
I've seen that tattoo before. I know I have a homegirl. This is the shit. I have a homegirl in the army. She's enlisted. She's not an officer. But she has a tattoo.
One person
And it's like a motherfucker smoking and it's going towards her asshole. What? What, nigga? I was like, girl, you gotta get that shit covered up. What motherfucking grown ass man want to marry somebody like that? It looks like a cigar going towards her asshole. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, these tattoos, I think sometimes those tasteless tattoos with the arrow dick here, there's a problem. Or a fucking something looking like a cigar where it's going towards your asshole, like you're gonna pick out that bitch. That's a problem. If she got good shit, that motherfucker is not thinking about no gun tattoo. No, she has. Y'all been lying. Y'all do not give a damn. Stop fucking lying. Y'all ain't married any goddamn way. Right. Rambo, concrete. Don't make me start hollering. You niggas not fucking married any goddamn way. You might. Y'all not fucking married. Oh, it's a tattoo is the reason y'all niggas not married.
Listen to your auntie crying. Don't listen to men. Listen to women when you making.
Okay, y'all sounded real nice. They know what men like. Right there, right now.
No. Listen to your auntie.
Everybody's aim is not to
That has never failed before.
We can't speak for y'all. We can't speak for y'all. I don't have
Yes,
an
you
issue
can.
with all that. No, I can't.
They'll smash, but
And
they
then
ain't
you
gonna be enough.
But the spirit is encourage on everything. Earlier we had somebody saying they don't like men. Like men, you can date men and they don't like women with long hair. They don't like women with short hair. They don't like you to get nails. They do like you to get nails. They don't like you to dress a certain way. They do like you to dress a certain way. They don't like women with fucking weave. They do like women with weave. Like, if you want to start out appealing to a man because of a tattoo, I am so sorry. That is the least that a young lady should be worried about that has her own shit. A person who loves her and cares about her is going to love her and care about her. And I will say this to any young lady, if a motherfucker even dared to tell you that because of fucking tattoo, a choice that you made with your motherfucking body, that he does not want to like you, fuck him and run because you avoided a judgmental ass crackhead.
That's his choice, though.
That's
his choice, though. That's his
That
choice.
is his choice. Because I guarantee you that he is not the best anything. That motherfucker could go and have a fucking colostomy bag in 2 fucking weeks and you'll be like, oh bitch, well that's like a fucking tattoo because now you got this goddamn scar, so I'm gonna leave you. Do y'all even listen to how y'all sound? Like, come on, bro.
You're right. Listen to your auntie. Because men obviously don't have standard. Men don't make decisions based on that. So she knows better. She knows better than us.
Don't even get me started. I swear. Don't get me started.
First time watching the destructive nature of a matriarch.
You're making a decision based off of you being a woman and looking at other women. I feel the same way too.
Yo, everybody can't do everything. Yeah, like, trust me.
But y'all are not fucking married. Yes, it is the point. At least we can take somebody seriously.
It's not the point for somebody being married.
Doing something for the male view at any age. That is terrible advice. It don't matter. Do something for the male gaze. Are you serious?
She does not care about this.
Women are from Mars. I would never teach young ladies shit for the male gaze. What the hell?
Wow, that's crazy.
What do you think I'm gonna do to appeal to a fucking man? Just
She don't care, bro.
any kind of qualification of man, just a fucking
I'll say this.
Like, this girl is accomplished.
Most men, hold on, Devon. I think most
Educated. She's third generation fucking attorney. Like, she has her own firm.
But they don't do it now.
So what? So what?
You're not talking about that right now. You just brought up what men like and you're not a fucking man.
Yeah, like, I think most men.
No. Bring it up. They want to sex you.
Let the word out, Red. What do you got?
I have no dick, I have no balls, and I'm not fucking proposing to a fucking man or another woman. So maybe you need to stay on mute and fucking argue with men about what they like. You're not so fucking.
We don't want to hear none of that, Patty.
Concrete and Rambo are the men.
No, you the man. No, you the man. So I'll say this. Hold on, ladies. Earlier when y'all was.
She's on the phone.
Earlier when y'all was.
If you're heterosexual and you like the opposite sex, why would you discount what the opposite sex has to say in terms of what they're attracted to? Now, I do realize that we're looking at these fools on Clubhouse, which drops us a few notches, right?
All right, movie night. I've got the remote.
As long as it's not another human documentary.
I need a better opener than just shouting numbers here. Pizza guy mumbled something like 3470.
To one, gauge what kind of men you like, and this is for any woman, right? Hey, look, I like men that make me laugh. I like men that provide security. I like men that can level. And then what you do is you go around those kinds of men, and then you survey, right? Maybe those are men that are your cousins. Maybe those are men in your community, at your law firm. I don't know. And then you ask them, what would their purview or perspective be on the situation? If you come asking your homegirls are going to give you good advice, and that would be advice that you could utilize if you wanted to scissor, right? And if that's what you're wanting to do.
So you call a man and the type of man that you like because of the decision that you think that men should be having based on the women that they choose, then choose those men. Just have it, like Janet said, have that conversation with a man. If he has similar life, then you know that's what he's choosing. Fucking wife that motherfucker. There's a lot of motherfucking men that will wife these women. So it's okay. If they say that they're okay with a woman having a sleeve up and down her body, a fucking whole back all the way down her ass into her fucking legs, that's okay. That's what they choose. You're not a man.
I forgot my whole point what I was gonna say, but
why is that even a consideration for her not to do something to her body? Is because
I said she can do it. She can get it.
You said she want to get married, Mickey. They don't take that into consideration.
My anecdotal experiences. Even something simple as just because I have them on my sleeve, which it could still on my not my sleeve, but on my shoulder, I still like get. For me, I feel I'm embarrassed, so I'll cover it up when I'm talking to certain people.
That's real
but
shit.
I have to work with other type of people. I don't have to work with the local community. So if I'm when I'm in the Middle East, if I'm wearing a tank top, that's not going to happen. I will never wear a fucking tank top around certain people. If I'm in Europe and I have to have a conversation with Eurocom to leaders with the parliament or whatever, I'm not going to fucking show my fucking
You gotta show up to have a one-on-one with Parliament or Eurocon. Patty's a world leader, but she don't want to let him see the hole inside of her. And can't let him see no tattoos in her gangbanging ways. Hello? Ratchet. Hello?
Hearing insecurities from an attractive woman is joked up. I just want to say that for the record. But I mean, men, I know, but you know what I'm saying. But the men, look, men, we all like different things. Every man, we all like different types, right? Within the types that we like, we all have a common thing. We like the most natural version of what we like, right? You can go every day, how you gonna look, right? So there's that. But every man wants to feel the same way, whether or not it's true or not. You don't want to be with a woman that hasn't been moving throughout her life with just like awareness of her body. Everybody wants to have some chick out there. Everybody, that you feel she's been all over the place. I think that's universal, and it's no judgment. It's none of that, because some men they'll marry you regardless. But most men want to have an idea of feeling that the woman that they're with has moved in her life a certain way. Not perfect, none of that shit, but at least she's moving some fucking respect to herself. No man wants to be married with a woman that's just been all over the place. He doesn't want to feel that way. It's just that simple.
No judgment.
What do tattoos have to do with that?
Well, with the tattoo, with somebody leading.
Hello?
A tattoo with an entrance point, with an arrow pointing somewhere. Like, yeah, you're going to think about that shit. You might hit it, but marry it, you're going to think it's subconscious. Somebody said that. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo. That's how we got here. Somebody mentioned a raunchy tattoo.
Y'all ask the men for their advice. Now listen to it. That you have an intense sexual relationship with a woman who is problematic, but you're still fucking her because the sex is
This has nothing to do with that, and she does have an awesome tattoo.
Tattoo is the last straw.
Yeah, no, I'm just explaining the last straw.
First of all, not a problem. But if she's good in bed,
That's a bad motherfucking brother.
We are unqualified. Concrete. Let her advise her on what men want. Because we're obviously.
No. Y'all forget that you tell us what y'all want a lot of times.
You're right.
And then don't get mad at me because I listen to y'all.
Wait, let's look at the marriage rate. Shall we look at the marriage rate?
Hello?
You were in the Matrix. Is it just
It's really weird because you just said you listen to them, right? But then you want them to listen to you. This is like really weird. You're trying to tell
Hello?
me what his preference is. If Rambo's preference is a motherfucker wearing a flower on the top of her fucking forehead and fucking and a long dress to her fucking ankles, that's his preference. But you're trying to battle him on what his preference is. This is kind of weird.
I'm not trying to battle him, Patty.
I just like pretty girls.
How am I trying to battle him?
Hello?
He says his preference is. That's his preference.
I'm not battling with him. I'm literally recounting. Patty, look at the chat. I'm recounting to him his preference that he has detailed several times in several
The same way females
I don't fuck no hoes.
niggas for some change because
I never called her a hoe, Patty.
It happens.
He did not call her a hoe. I didn't call the young lady a hoe. Yeah, he didn't call her a hoe.
So here's the thing, right? As a community, we gotta like be able to like help each other out. And if you think that you have better advice for this young lady on what men want, then go for it. If you think that it's inconsequential if she has a sleeve tattoo and men have no care about it, okay, cool. That's obviously your perspective as a woman. The simple thing is to just, we all have our point of view, but to try to discount a man's preferences is crazy as shit. But respectfully, if you think that's the right, if you think that's the right way to go, and with your support, so be it. Like, what are we gonna do? You're gonna just, steer her in the direction that you think she should go. Congratulations, you got another woman telling a woman what men want. Good job.
Not even here.
We're having a philosophical discussion right now. She doesn't have to be here for us to talk about.
I'm not telling y'all what you want.
For any advice because she's not even here at this point.
Alpha whoever needs to be on the timeout. No, I didn't tell y'all what y'all want. I just said nobody wanted to hear it. That's what I said. I said nobody gets it.
Y'all got it.
Man, how my life was supposed to be, it didn't work out the way I needed it to work out. So I can't, as a woman, tell a man what a man wants. Just like a man can't tell me what the fuck I want.
Right, but Patty, I agree with your submission. I don't agree with them because they are trying to get into young hoes. And there's a big difference between getting tattoos and what their submission was. And the simple fact is that Pearlie could start getting tattoos with the idea of maybe getting a sleeve and she may stop. So the point is, like, we're okay.
Because she got the sleeve.
I didn't say nothing about that woman being a hoe. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But listen to what they're saying.
It's not fair. I never said anything about her. What is wrong with you?
It's disgusting.
Look at how desperate he is to, like, undermine your position.
Let's hear this finish.
I never said anything about this woman being a hoe. I never said anything about this woman being a hoe. Why is he saying that?
He wasn't. I don't think
have worked. Or they falling apart, but they ain't made a decision to be with that quote unquote right.
Rush!
I might call her whore.
The bull rush!
Just because she got a dick into here doesn't mean that she's not gonna be wifed.
Patty, listen, I got a great thing we could do right now. You could do one of those quizzes where you could ask all the men in the room, would you prefer your wife to have or not have arm sleeve tattoos, and see what the men say. And then that way, she doesn't have to rely on being Rambo. She can hear it from the rest of the dude.
Shit.
None of you niggas are millionaires.
That doesn't matter.
Her husband is probably not going to be black anyway. She likes white men. Rich white trust fund. She won't talk to you concrete until you fucking own Starbucks.
Listen.
While you putting brick by brick in fucking blood
I like tall women. Look, number one, I like tall women.
You are not that nigga.
I am that nigga, and I like tall women.
Until you do a Michael Jackson fucking bleach.
He got to be as rich as Michael Jackson to take out Patty's dollar.
Where is she at? She on.
Patty, just put the quiz up and stop doing all this bigotry, please.
Try to ask about what? Showing us pictures. Rich white boys.
Concrete, what's your zodiac sign?
I don't discuss those type of demonic things. Thank you.
Oh Lord Jesus!
Don't do this again, Janet.
Listen.
No, but she probably is, and all
I like Amazonian women, some short women.
She don't love black men. We're not gonna say she don't like black men. She's biracial. That's just she's biracial. That's her choice. I'm biracial. My choice is black men. Your choice is black men. I will say that
she's not here.
Who she has proximity to professionally, and she's still blackety, but yeah, she's probably gonna marry.
She's not here. We don't know this.
Well, she said this a million times on the app.
Well, it doesn't.
She already told us. Yeah, she told us.
But I can't defend her because she's not here.
Well, this is not. We're not defending her. Reform could tell you. It's her preference, and there's nothing wrong with that being her preference. I don't have a problem with black men saying that this is their preference. If that's their preference, it's okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I have a problem with it when y'all be in here saying like we got it. Like shit, if that's what they like, that's what they like. That's their business.
I know. I'd just rather her be here when I'm talking about her, just in general rule.
No, I love Felicia to death. She's Felicia. Yeah, one of the few people.
Bye, Felicia.
Been in my house. My son.
Bye, Felicia.
I was hanging out a couple weeks ago.
I love Felicia. But the likelihood of her, no, I'm just saying, the likelihood is that it's probably going to be some uber wealthy, triple trust fund person, and
my gosh,
it's probably gonna be a white boy. That's all right.
Hello.
That's all.
Delusions of grandeur are.
Why is it a delusion?
She's not what the hell's gonna happen.
She's a catch, though. So it's not really delusions of grandeur.
Listen.
As black and dark as I am, I've met fucking men with some fucking black dark skin, Patty. I mean, not that it matters. Not that it matters. I'm just saying, I've met men with, and a lot of men with money love dark-skinned women. Like, one of my friends, she's Miss Kenya.
That's correct.
All right, Congress. She is a dark brown, beautiful black woman, and she's married to a rich-ass motherfucker that's fucking living in California right now. I'm talking about money. Like, a lot of these white men love brown females. They're not going for the light-skinned girls. They like the dark-skinned black females. Yeah, I mean, the people do have a preference. I know we tend to poo-poo a preference. My thing is whatever your preference is, as long as you don't poo-poo the person that you don't like. But that's just me. To me, that's,
I agree. I agree with
right. This, if you prefer a certain hue of woman, and maybe I'm just saying this for the opposite hue of woman, maybe don't tell that woman that you like the opposite hue of woman, because some people like me will literally cut you off because I find that offensive as fuck. I don't care if you mean it as a compliment. I just don't want to hear it. So,
But that's just me.
Definitely have a type, and
That's just me.
I like my type. I like the type I like. So, and complexion, they could be any version of the kind of they could be light skin or they could be dark skin. I'm just saying. But so men tend to like what they like in different hues. I know a lot of dudes, man. I remember I was coaching one year, and all the players on there, they like the same type of woman, like this. And I'm looking at them like they crazy. They thought that a woman with short hair, like a Caesar, was like ugly automatically, and it was the weirdest thing to me. Weird to me.
And I know a lot of dudes that like girls with a short hair because they have style and
absolutely. Yeah,
long. That's it. As long as they got pretty teeth, they face fit.
That's correct. That is correct. Yeah, pretty goes a long way with me.
Did you mean to come up, Tilly? Because otherwise, you done already went back down. I knew. Because I was about to say, oh, you up here?
I got a problem with
you see what Mickey tried to do, bro? She tried to take away our man card just because we ain't.
You ain't got no goddamn man card, crackhead.
Y'all easy. Y'all got your own.
We could have been done, took her out to lunch and drop a bag on her and treat her like a nice lady. While she over here talking shit.
Fucking Starbucks.
Wait, Miss Georgia, is that your husband?
Yes.
Oh, look at y'all looking all fancy dancy. Where were y'all?
At the Cat Williams, sir.
Oh, look at that. Miss Georgia got that bling bling hat on. Okay, Mr. Georgia. Okay. Oh, look at y'all looking good. Miss Georgia, I like that. See, that's what I'm trying to do. Miss Georgia, that matching colors. Look at that. Look at the black and white with Mr. Georgia. Y'all go ahead now. Okay.
If you want to hear her, you gotta start listening to us.
Shut your ass up, Concrete.
That's right, though.
Just saying.
That's right, though, Mickey. You definitely got to start listening to them King, because that's the only reason why I came up.
Miss Georgia, you know this.
Thank you.
Let me tell you about my marriage. I did not listen to my husband. I didn't pay attention to what the problems were. I should have never married him, number one, right? Because I already knew how he grew up. I knew the type of people he was around, and he knew what wasn't acceptable for me, right? A man, and I will give him credit for this, he cheated on me, but regardless of the fucking cheat, because my friends were like, oh, the girl's ugly. It has nothing to do with ugly, has nothing to do with what she was worth or what she was doing with her life. It had 100% to do with how he felt when he was around her. He was around me. I don't want to be around motherfuckers that's doing dope or selling dope, because he used to flip his money and fucking like give it to his homeboys in the hood, and they'll flip it for him, and he sell drugs and the fucking.
That's a hustler though. I'm down. I said,
is she celebrating? Was she celebrating?
Oh my God. Let me go back up.
But what I'm saying is, for him to sacrifice being around those type of people, I didn't take that into consideration. Because sometimes whoever that man was before he met me, he made changes to be with me. And him making those changes to be with me, or to even marry me, or to even fucking sit down and make sure that we had a family, him cheating, I didn't take into consideration that I may have cut him off from what his lifeline was. Because I as a woman knew what he should be doing as a man. Maybe he just wasn't the man for me. I should have found a man that was on point with where I was going. So, like, you can't, as a woman, make a decision on what is good for a man. And that's why I completely agree with Janet. Because, he told me, at first, I was in my, what was me? He did me so bad. He cheated on me. He got to move around and be on my
JB, get your girl. What is going on?
Let me tell you what happened. 2 years later, we have to meet up because I have to go to Children's Hospital with him to meet because my daughter has the surgery. This motherfucker tells me, like, I really loved you. It's just like, I felt trapped. It's like, all your friends gotta be married. I don't want to be around you.
Fuck you, COVID-19.
Seeing the signs. I just all of a sudden, it was always like, for years, it was like, I got cheated on he did me so bad. But it wasn't he did me bad. I did him bad because I didn't pay attention. So, like, we got to stop talking for men and let these men have their conversation. If you don't like it, then move the fuck around. Don't choose that man to be your fucking partner. That's it.
I agree, sis. So that's, Patty always keeps it real for sure.
Yeah, I agree. My marriage, when I look at it, and like they used to call us the Obamas, shit like that, but I'm not mad at anything. It was my decision. I saw red flags and you disregard it. You go through the motions. You try to make it work. It doesn't work. But to move around like a bit of Betty or a bit of Bob after that, that's on you. Like, charge this shit. Sometimes you just gotta charge shit to the game. As long as you did the right thing, you're good. Now, if you was a fucked up person in the marriage, that's a different story. That's another conversation. We're not gonna have that conversation. But, sometimes shit just doesn't pan out the way you want it to pan out. And that's all it is sometimes. It ain't, it's no blame per se. It's just, you thought that you could make something work and it didn't work. It's really could be that simple. And if you can't get nobody, like if you habitually single and you have everybody, look at that's another conversation. That is a total different topic. But yeah, thank you for that submission, Patty. I bet that.
Who told you to treat him? No one. Who forbade you or anyone to
I
attempt
think
to
we
treat
all
him?
learned.
I seem to remember you. But you treated him anyway. I did, yes. I forbade it because it is dangerous and drained us successful, especially on Saturday of that day.
Instagram, social media, they've been together since they were middle school.
But you didn't.
And their children are married and have
Many
these great
masters
families.
change
And I'm
are
like,
heavy with healing things have attempted it and failed. But you succeeded. I read the books and followed the instructions. Plans of life because of you. You should be proud. Once rest. All these manuscripts and scrolls are rotting away. I need you to make copies of them. You're expecting a reward. The reward is not being immediately expelled from the citadel when you get started. Careful of the paper bites. They like flesh as well. Who told you to treat him? No.
If you're a small content creator, but there's some things that's kind of hard to sacrifice, and sometimes the other side can make the sacrifice, and you guys can work it out. But I didn't make that sacrifice. So I can say the Will with me. I could cry about it after it happened. But when he explained,
let's try something at last. That was so dangerous. What the hell?
I really did fuck our relationship up. Maybe he wouldn't have cheated. Maybe he would have. But if I would have fucking been like, yeah, this is what he likes, I shouldn't fuck with him. Or marry him. Or if this is what he likes, and I already knew he liked this. I already knew who he was as a person. Maybe I just accept some of these friends and then say, hey, you cannot do this, taking some of our money and flipping it to make us more money on some illegal shit. Let's find another avenue. I didn't do that. It's just like, I wanted everything to be this way because I want to be on straight and narrow and I want to be just like my parents. He is not my mom. He's not my dad. I have my own life to live, just like you have your own life to live. And how you fucking move with that person, if you really love them, you're going to figure it out. And I didn't figure it out. I didn't know. I didn't pay attention. If he said I can go out with that dude, let's try something. That's our friends. Okay, we'll go. I didn't pay attention to the signs. I didn't listen to him. But he listened to me the whole time. And he ended up fucking a fat, dusty, busty motherfucker. And all my friends was like, oh, she's dusty. He's stupid. You're perfect. And I'm like, yeah, I am. I was with him all the time. I helped him go to school. I helped him do that. Like, it's like all the sacrifices you think you made and didn't even think about the sacrifices he made. And to make sacrifices on your own mental health is fucking more sacrifice than anything with me fucking taking a couple online classes for a motherfucker.
That's real. I swear. That's because we live in a day and age where we live, you got concrete up here 12 times a day asking for a gender war conversation. But what if we had more of that authenticity in these conversations? Hey, this is what I learned here's something that, you know, I could have done better at. Here's something that I could have done less of, could have done more of. Damn, that helps people like me and other people coming behind y'all. Like, you know what? Maybe there is a medium. Maybe there is a middle ground that we can meet at. And let's figure out what that is. Fuck.
Grace is not good. It's not that grace is we gotta hate each other instead of loving each other. That's the easiest thing that we can do, you know. That's the best thing for progression of society. Obviously, I'm kidding. I have a question though. Are you guys maggot?
No, we're not MAGA.
What?
I like magazines, though.
Are you MAGA?
I am. Some of us are. I am MAGA.
JD, stop lying.
I'm MAGA.
JD is MAGA. Leave him alone.
Okay.
Wait, JD is MAGA.
Okay. Yeah. What's up?
Leave that king alone.
You're having a sexual conversation. So JD, right? How do you feel about 38,000 mentions in the files, regardless of if there's any implication being that close to someone that is like that is the biggest child sex trafficker in the world? What is that? Does that not change your perspective on Trump at all?
No, because I think you heard Trump, man. He said a lot of this was just made up by the Democratic Party. So, I mean, how do you know these weren't just some...
I mean, he also said that in terms of the existence of it.
No, but I'm asking you, can you give me proof these documents weren't just made up? Like, where are these documents coming from?
FBI released them on a federal page, like an official federal page.
Yeah, they've been after this man during his election. The federal, you know,
his Department of Justice was told to do that by him. He's in control. He's the commander-in-chief.
Yeah, and I think now that he saw him, he sees it's just a lot of bullshit that was in there. I mean, where are the facts that any of this happened?
It's oh my God. Oh goodness. Oh my God, man. Like, these niggas will ride hard for this nigga any day and just put up like these fences.
See, that's what
everybody knows it's like
you don't want to use proof. It's just straight up.
When did he, after them being released, when did he deny that they existed? He even said that
he did deny it. He said a lot of this was bullshit made up.
I just said it vindicates him. How does being implicated 38,000 times in a file, in files?
So how did he get away with all? How did he get away with this? Because this didn't just happen yesterday. It didn't just happen.
I told y'all that suck my dick.
Hey, move on down. It didn't just happen yesterday. It didn't happen while he was running. This is shit that doesn't implicate him. Hold on. My question is, when all this shit was going down, why did any Democratic leadership stop this shit?
Because they're involved. It's not about Democrat or Republican. It's about the government.
All right, so this is okay. So why are you just on Trump when clearly this is the way America operates?
I'm not on Trump, but what I'm saying is because you're a MAGA person who still believes that any political party, especially the one with the most compulsive liar who is best friends with a pedophile,
they're all compulsive liars.
How is it?
You look at this is being done by everybody.
You still support this man that's awful.
The same way you still support the Democratic Party.
I don't support the Democratic Party because I'm not a Democrat. I think Democrats are fucking.
So who do you support? Who do you support?
Who do I support? I support Jesus Christ, my nigga.
All right, so what are you going to do to stop this? What are you going to do to stop this? So if you're not going to be on the Democratic side,
I'm gonna pray that it all burns to fucking hell.
Okay, you go ahead, Will.
Okay, Jay, what? Even you got, I did a conversation with this last night. You got all that you said about Trump.
Right. I can say the same shit about Biden and the same shit about...
No. I'm not going to talk about another president. I'm talking about you as a human being. You just said you support Jesus Christ. So if you support that, then you make a better life for yourself and everybody surround you. Don't let that...
That's what I'm trying to do, though.
No, but you're asking us or him or anybody to hold a conversation about something that you should not have any concern about.
You got 5 followers and you got no friends. JD and Trump was having that conversation.
No, I know.
He's a grown ass man.
physically. Don't talk and don't put that energy inside you because it's unhealthy. If you're worried about God fixing your life and you fixing your life, then focus on that. Because look how you're becoming what they say, you're having that Trump syndrome. Don't talk about it.
Hey, don't you guys know Trump is godlike? Wait, don't you guys know Trump is godlike?
No man on earth is godlike. I mean, besides from Jesus Christ. I'll say this, right? Anybody on this earth can never be perfect. Everybody says everybody has their faults. I'm one of those people, and I know that you all are one of those people. But to say that one person is godlike is to put in your mind that you're idealizing this person. You're idealizing this person that has faults. So for you to idealize them, you have to,
This is different problem. You're just making up a lot of bullshit. All we're trying to do is right here. That's it. All right, we're just trying to make
it shows that people like you, when they start obsessing themselves with Trump and they obsess themselves with any person, not even just in the political sphere, but with any person, it kind of just takes away from everything you say. It takes away from any opinion you have because it's like, do you really do research on what you
think you need Jesus? I'm actually look. I'm not emotional. The thing you're really going emotional. See, the thing is, you think you need Jesus. You need Trump. Like you need Trump. Like I'm listening to you. You really need Trump. Like this man can help your life. You understand that?
Brainwash, Riley. Bust non-stop white supremacist news as a toxic vaccine victim. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
I don't care for my world.
Come on. He cancel dividend.
I have a good job, man.
Yeah, okay. He's bringing your black right there. He's helping you get black jobs back. Get your black jobs back. All these things that he's doing. He has to pay my agents.
Don't make sense one way.
Where's my diamonds in the face? I'm sorry.
Something that makes you happy. What's the wrong with our natural diamonds? Even if it's like you're comparing diamonds to a blue face. You know, don't say you have something here. Watch the cheaper without the blue face. I'm not saying you're wrong. Yes, it's the same person. Stay strong in 24.
That is very frustrating for people to have all these, major arguments that even nonsense of an argument.
I'll give you for 15K right now. I'll give you for 15K. 24.
Even though this person never done anything wrong.
He's going to bring black jobs.
I mean, all the other president, right? George Washington, Abraham Lincoln,
going back a million years ago.
It was bro, it's wild. He posts non-stop white supremacists as a constant shooter.
You're having a problem with it because you like it.
You guys never like to stay in the future. You want to go back to Abraham Lincoln. Like, we're not.
But I'm getting George W. Bush, Biden, they were all terrible presidents.
See, you guys always go back to Biden and Obama. Can you stay right here?
They were horrible, horrible people. But so is Trump. Worse. He's done worse for our communities.
Okay, how?
Economically.
How?
You said you were going to lower the egg prices, right? Okay, just to make it really feel for me.
Tell your community stop eating eggs. Like, you still listen to me.
I'm going to stop eating eggs and sacrifice my
I don't think I've ever been mad at him enough MAGA ever. Let alone.
Let me just say this. I asked
You're saying he's worse for our community. I want you to hear that.
Very rare.
This man is worse for our community because the price of eggs went up. Well, you know, maybe you don't need to be eating
Miracle.
And he's just a bad person in general. Even if he was president in the world, he's done so much for us. I still would not respect that man. The same way I wouldn't respect Biden. But I
so you got BDS and Trump too. He just don't like the man. So you know, but we don't care that he's making a man.
I just prefer the
not because of his policies, because he's a spineless fucking Democrat fuck. The same way I don't respect Trump. Not because of his policies, even though his policies are fucking horrible, but because he's a horrible human being. The same way Biden is, the same way Obama is. Obama killed hundreds and thousands of children in the Middle East or whatever the fuck it is.
Let me stop you, Jay. That's a great point. You see how you can mention all that about Obama? You have the only thing you've mentioned about Trump so far is eggs. I want you to hear yourself. You just said Obama has killed hundreds of kids.
Simplest thing about Trump
the price of eggs.
Come on, you're trying to get a grasp. If I said the same shit about Trump where he actually
something in the
also killed and drone strike a bunch of people in Yemen and Syria, wherever the fuck he was fucking around. Because see, when I said this shit about Obama, you didn't ask for no proof. But when it comes to Trump, you ask
because I'm not making an argument for Obama. I'm making an argument for Trump. Do you not understand that? What's wrong with the Democrats? Or whatever independent.
I wouldn't like one know that he has or has not done, even though it's proven he's admitted that he's done these things.
You're just making
What about him? What about him doing what he did in Venezuela? That was cool to just.
Hell yeah! Did you see what that man was doing to his people? Hell yeah! What's wrong?
That man was the best thing they've had in the past.
Can I say that? Yeah, go ahead. Well, get this independent. You heard Venezuela's people dancing in the streets. You saw them dancing in the streets when Trump got on.
You don't think the same shit was?
No, answer my question. Hold on, Jay. You having words against me. You gonna back and forth? Did you see?
You got it.
Did you see the Venezuelan people thanking Trump and dancing in the street? Just yes or no?
I did see that shit. Did
you see Memphis? Did you see Memphis? Black people made videos saying, "Thank you, Trump. Now our kids can ride their bikes in the streets. Thanks for coming down here to Memphis and straightening up the crime down here."
That's exactly what's going on, right?
Did you see it? Because I think to me, what you do is, I know you didn't say it because to me, you're somebody that only wants to see the hate. You don't want to see the good. And we don't argue with you.
You guys are starting this argument that I hate Trump. I have love for every human being. I hope the utmost respect.
Jay, I need to have a back and forth. I know you want to dominate the stage. I got it. That's all. Most of your people like to do that. Let's just have a sensible conversation. Okay? Because you have not made any points. See, you can't say you don't not like people. Because clearly,
no, I do not like Trump.
Don't like Trump.
I do not like Trump.
Okay, so you don't like him. But now let's talk about the fact.
But I don't hate him.
The facts are.
Argument that I have this,
Trump the range because you won't get it.
I hate the man, but it's not a hatred for the man. It's a hatred for the system that is being in the system that is in place. I don't like the American government. Because of the way that it works.
All right, Jay, I gotta mute you up. I gotta mute you, brother. We're not talking about. If you want to have a conversation about the American government, then let's have that conversation. You came up to talk to me about Trump, and now you're moving the goalposts about the whole American government with all different centuries. You came up because you wanted to go against the MAGA. That's what you said.
I do.
So here I am. Let's talk about Trump and the MAGA. I don't care about the rest of the government. Years past.
Of course you would.
Trump.
Right.
Okay?
So you would. You guys have that.
Well, that's because you have you can't do it because you have no facts other than
You keep talking about the whole government's corrupt. So, of course, so your only issue with Trump is that he's a person in government, so you have the same issue with him that you have with anyone in government. That's not an argument against
that's not true at all.
That's an argument
I
against
have
the government.
separate issues with every single person in government.
So let's talk about MAGA. So Trump, like I said, he gave you your black job back. He's cutting you dividends. He's about to cut you guys some dividends. He's about to cut you guys dividend checks.
And that's exactly why you follow him. You don't follow him because you actually think he's a good guy, but because you were born into a black house.
I didn't follow him because I think he's a good guy. You're right about that.
Person that hands you some money, you're like, oh my God, because this God, he gave me some money. This is my God. I love him. He's my Lord. I'm gonna suck his fucking dick all day. That's why you support Trump, because he gave
you. See how you have to go with the gay tropes now, the homophobic tropes.
See, and it had nothing to do with that.
You see how you have to go there because
this is what your people do.
This is what happens when you lose the argument. When you lose the argument, you have to go to the homophobic tropes. You see that? So just take your loss. Just take your loss. You know, next time vote for Trump because he'll be running for a third term.
He's not running.
He will be running for a third term.
Question. Right? And I'm telling you right now, he's not going to be in office for much longer because the whole point is for J.D. Vance to be president. They want the
that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Thing. And he's not going to run for the third term. He'll probably be dead by then.
No, why do you think JD is his name? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Exactly.
Hello?
Hey, man. So you actually support like Peter Thiel and those kind of people being in control?
Stephen Miller. Yeah, I got Stephen Miller poster on my wall.
Wow.
And Bannon.
And Steve Bannon. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
They're both above my both posters are above my bed.
That's a beautiful thing, man. What do you like about Steve Bannon?
What's not there to like? Come on. This man pretty much said he's pretty much the mastermind of getting Trump in.
Well, he's a white supremacist. Start with that.
No. Let's talk about he wants to do more for you. Tell him, Will. Tell him. Tell him. Go ahead.
Well, Jay, did you find it? Did you find it nice? Yeah, I got a good bite. Listen. Did you find it nice when Trump gave the military 1776 in their account? Did you hear about that?
Trump did that. Did you find it nice when Trump?
No, answer my question, Jay. We're not going to do that. Not a question with the question. Did you find that nice that he did that for the military? And then
when I answer your question,
later, you're going to say, I got that money. No, but I can't
answer your question. You're going to answer mine?
I will. Go ahead. Did you find that nice?
Okay. I find it nice when any president does something for the people. Yes, I found it nice that he did 1776. Did you find it nice when Trump removed transgender people from the military?
Yes. Because I was so sick of them coming into my bathroom.
Okay.
They're walking in women's bathroom. You're a fucking
That's fine. That's fine.
They're walking in women's bathroom. Hold on. So, I'm not doing or not, but you want men to walk into women's bathroom?
No, I don't agree with that. But I'm saying.
And do you agree they should be in women's sports? Like, do you agree?
No, I don't support the idea of transgenderism, period. But my
so you're on Trump's side then? So you're on Trump's side because he's not.
If he can treat these people like this, right? Which nothing they're doing is normal, but nothing they're doing is illegal. What makes you think he's not going to do anything?
With the middle of war, they got to take off the high heels.
Jay. It was Biden and Obama on video, on television, who said they are against gay marriage. Trump passed.
Who passed gay marriage?
Hold on. Trump passed
gay marriage.
Who passed it?
Who passed gay marriage?
Trump was for it.
Who passed gay marriage? Not who was for it. Who passed gay marriage? That's my question. Because now you wrangling. You're wrangling, my boy. Who passed gay marriage?
Trump.
2015. Who passed gay marriage?
Dude.
Thank you, brother, man. See, it's unethical, man. Trump didn't pass gay marriage. He doesn't support marriage. Trump is the first Jewish president to ever live in the United States of America. He's the first Jewish president. Not Jewish by genetics, not Jewish by any past, but Jewish by religion. Because he supports Baal and Moloch. And he's a Zionist.
You know what?
but you see, it's typical. So now, what's your issue with the Jews? Go ahead.
What's my issue with the Jews? What's not to have an issue with them about?
You see, you just got personal issues. You did TDS.
Yeah. You got personal issues. I hate the Jews because I hate Trump, right?
You like him for some things, though. You like him for some things.
Just because I hate Trump?
Trump did not pass no marriage law, I'll tell you that right now. He did not pass.
Thank you, Jerry.
No, what Trump did was he just called no violence towards gays.
No, sir, he didn't do that either.
He didn't do that.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Okay, I'm going to
do that.
Oh, Jerry, if I could kiss you on the mouth right now, I would.
And you're talking about gay. You're talking about the gay stuff.
Whoa. What?
This is what you have to do. You feminine people want to randomly hate you. Listen, victim.
No, I don't be on that. No.
Listen, victim. You villainize people, and you think that they hate you. Oh, I hate this guy. Must hate gays because he's against me. I never once said that I hate gays.
All right,
I love everyone. I love hate. I love everyone. Transgender people. Whatever you want to be.
I don't know why you're so angry. You see, you
I'm laughing at you.
You independent Democrats are all despicable.
I'm not. You're just making me a Democrat in your mind, so it's easier.
Let me bring up my buddy Monica.
I believe in the fucking two-party system because I'm not on your party. I'm not going to say this.
I'm just going to say this and I'm going.
All right,
the administration took steps to roll back LGBTQ rights. He has never been on the LGBTQ community side ever.
And here we have a gay black man sucking his dick. Thank you. Jerry, God bless you. Have a great night. Love you, man.
Okay. That mean you're leaving, Jay?
No, I was talking.
All right. So I'm gonna need you to mute up when I'm going, okay? Can you do that?
I mean, if you can do that while I'm having a conversation,
you're not having a conversation. You're talking about you stick to Trump, stick to MAGA Trump, okay?
Exactly what I'm doing, brother. But go ahead, you can talk. Go ahead.
All right, speaker. So once again, you haven't came up with any facts. You just came up that because you hate the man so much that you're making shit up. Talk about stuff that you can actually post facts, okay? So once again, this is stuff that can be posted, all right? Trump gave you back your black job. I can post that. I can show you there.
Show where I got a job from Trump because I had a job before Trump. I've had the same job after Trump.
You'll be getting your dividend check. Okay, that's another thing. The tariffs is gonna look at all the money we're getting from the tariffs. We're gonna be paying off this deficit. In the next, the next 50 to 100 years, we'll be paying off the deficit because of this. You understand that?
Tariffs don't work. Ask the farmers. They're hurting.
Yeah, but Bill Gates, we're going to start eating bugs anyway. You guys worry about the wrong things. We're bringing in beef from Argentina. We're bringing in beef from Argentina.
If we bring in bugs, then why isn't America first?
Go to the comments as well.
Because you're going to eat first. See, Jerry, you're thinking about it wrong.
How is America first?
Because you will be eating first. When other countries are starving, you're going to eat. That's America eating first.
We got cows over here. What we need their stuff for?
Because it's too expensive.
He said America first.
We want you to have cheaper cows.
He said America first. So why isn't he doing it?
Jerry, our cows are full of chemicals.
He is like,
do you know how we raise our
question for you, Ray?
Do you know how we raise our cattle?
Paradox.
Do you guys know how we raise our cattle in America?
He is a liar.
You see how you guys want to answer the question? So look, if y'all
JD, we're talking about Trump, not fucking cows.
If you guys want a space to bash Trump, just tell me. I will silence, and I will let you go on to 10-minute Trump bashing. But if you want to have a responsible conversation, so when I tell you, do you know that our cows, the way we raise our cows in this country, full of antibiotics and shit, the beef that we'll be getting from Argentina is nice and fresh and grass-fed and all that. That is putting America first. We're putting America's health first. Don't you understand that?
That's okay. You're doing a lot of this. We will have this.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Okay, where's the proof, man? You said
open up your phone and Google cows from Argentina and tell me what you find.
Google cows from Argentina?
Yeah.
Okay, let's Google cows from Argentina and find what I find. Let's see what I find. All right. Y'all still hear me, right? We're looking up cows from Argentina.
Wow, this is just unbelievable. You guys want America sick.
No, nobody wants America sick. It's fucking terrible how we eat the food that we eat. But you're saying that this person is going to help us when he's not. He's not going to do anything for us.
He ran as JFK in
He
power.
ran as a populist, and he's the furthest
If
thing
you put JFK in power, he won't be sticking your arm with all these vaccinations and stuff. Don't you see?
What?
Man.
He put RFK in power.
Yeah, that's why I said RFK.
You said JFK.
But RFK.
Okay, I respect that. That was probably just a slip up. But RFK is maybe the most retarded person on the whole cabinet. I'll say that even more than Trump. That nigga's fucking stupid.
It's all smart. What's that?
Argentine cattle, primarily Angus and Hereford, are world-renowned for high-quality, free-range, grass-fed beef raised in the Pampas region. These animals
Okay. So now you know that the beef is good. So now Google Trump bringing that beef over.
Trump signs executive order quadrupling beef imports from Argentina.
Boom! So what does that mean? You are going to be getting a lot more better beef. See, we're putting America first. You're going to get much better beef. Is that not putting America first, or should he continue to allow you to eat antibiotic-filled beef? And you know what? So that you guys can, make a few extra to the farm.
Either way,
you know, these farmers, they either need to start learning how to raise cattle like Argentina, or they need to get garlic. We're not with the shits anymore.
Yeah, but the whole system is rigged so that subsidized corn, the thing that they feed their cattle, which is fucking horrible for them, is the only thing they can feed them. And if they try to have grass-fed beef, it's one of the most expensive things that they can do. On top of the fact,
you see, any excuse to keep America sick. You see, you're not America first.
I don't want America to be sick.
Trump wants America to be healthy. Trump wants his McDonald's Big Mac meal to be healthy. And
we're not having a good discourse.
You know, this is just great.
We're not having a good discourse. Anyway, that wasn't my argument. That was an argument. I'm not going to this point.
All right, what's your argument?
I had a question for you, actually. What is your idea on Trump's policy, his foreign policy, with Israel, and the fact that we send billions of dollars to Israel when they're not?
I see no change in our policy when Biden was in office. I see the same thing happening.
So that's
America
for supporting Israel too.
That has always been.
Do you know what that shows you?
They're not allies. What do you expect?
They're not, because they do nothing for us. All they do is bring us into wars. They bring us into conflict and throw us in proxy wars that we have no reason to be involved with. The only reason that we were in the Middle East in Iran, the only reason that we went to Iraq, the only reason that we went to Syria and Afghanistan is because of Israel.
So your issue is with government. I got it. But you know what?
But I'm saying that Trump is not above government. Trump is not above any of these things. He's doing it.
Hey, Israel's ally.
Ideas that every president before him, besides himself, has exacted, which means he's not a fucking perfect guy. Like, you make him out to be this perfect guy, but he doesn't have your best interest at heart. He would not send your tax money to fucking Israel, and he wouldn't send your trucks to Israel.
Okay, so let me tell you this. Are you not now going to have like a Vegas in this part of Asia? You know, you only have a Vegas resort, like, you know, now you're going to go to Asia and you'll have more resort choices. Do you not think I'm going to go to Asia? I'm not going to be a place for Asia. Hey, Jeremy, you got to get up.
That's not me.
No, that's a Jeremy. Sorry about that. You can repeat.
Why the fuck would I want to go to Asia? I live in America, man.
So you don't go on vacation?
Yeah, I go to vacation in my home country. I go to vacation in America.
Damn, so you see, you're a conservative. You're MAGA. You know,
I'm a conservative. I'm not MAGA.
Vacation here. Yeah, you're right.
We shouldn't have to go to China or fucking Israel or any of that shit. But the fact that our foreign policy
you're more MAGA
is in no way as fucking golden ticket as it is with Israel is stupid, because Israel is the one ally that does nothing for us. We should have better relationship with the European Union. We should have a better relationship with the people in the South American countries. But we
we don't, and it's because of Trump that he's deteriorating our relationship with these countries.
Well, we don't need to worry about them because you know what? Eventually, we will take those countries. Don't you understand that?
Oh.
So we're not worried about them. We will wind up taking those countries.
Thank you, Jerry. I think that's a beautiful thing. Israel does nothing for us. How stupid. Quinn, can we have Quinn talk up here?
If he wants to come up.
Quinn,
You do see all the presidents thanking Trump and shaking hands with this one.
Well, come up here and I'll do 2 against 1.
No, we don't. No, you don't see no, you don't see no thing. That's a lot from the pit of hell.
I see barely three.
She does things for us.
Honestly, how many hours am I going to see that? I see barely three. Honestly, more.
So that's an issue. Not specific to Trump. That's an issue specific to just American policy. Okay, so let's stick to Trump shit.
Okay, I'll stick to Trump shit. Trump is just like every other president. He's not a populist. He's not a Republican. He's just a president. He's literally just a guy.
Right, that's what people wanted. They didn't want it. That's what we wanted. We wanted one that was more.
All right already. What is happening in here? I walk in, it's like a siren factory. I'm 1 minute. What? There's nobody.
Like 16 times. You see that Brad who could talk when he will be at 6 times. America. 6 times. Our world in a much better class. Like he
went into bankruptcy 6 times. He's not a good businessman.
No. He was just taking advantage of the American. That you can do that in America, in the United States. He's taking advantage of the rules.
Okay, you didn't see the woman gave him the Nobel Peace Prize? You didn't see that? No one saw that young touch of TV.
He stole the Peace Prize from the actual guy who deserved it, man.
No, it was a woman.
Indoctrinated.
No, it was a woman.
JD, how many wars has Trump stopped so far? It's only been a year. Is it 8 or something?
20 wars, man. 20 fucking wars.
Yeah.
Oh, there's fucking amazing. Let's go. Come on, dude. I need my back.
Yeah, fucking world peace. Let's fucking go.
Yeah. See,
how many wars has he started, man?
None. He didn't start none. What news?
He didn't start war? No. He didn't bomb Yemen? No. Take their fucking president? Regardless of whether or not it's a good thing, it's still not a war.
You don't even know what a war is. See, that's like you can't argue. You're just upset about
conflict, my nigga.
You're so upset with Trump that you don't even know what a war is. You're making shit up.
Trump, I'm upset that you're so creative.
I'm creative. Why do you think think that's a war?
It's a conflict. I'm not saying I misspoke. I didn't say, but he's not a peaceful person. He doesn't deserve the Nobel Peace Prize.
He's peaceful. You know, he just like shit happens.
He's not. He divides every country and makes
Jay, you know that there are Democrats who never voted for him literally coming up and just saying the man is doing a good job.
Okay, why does he
does what he says he's going to do?
Right. Compared to when he first got into office, why is his approval rate now 34% and he's lying and saying he has the best approval rate of all time?
That's because, Maggie, we're not voting no polls. We got better things to do. That's why it's so.
Look at that sorry.
We're not voting in no damn poll.
Yeah, you're not voting in any poll. Because the Republicans, the conservatives, the liberals, and the immigrants, everybody is voting.
JD, can I ask you a question though? Can I ask JD a question? JD, I want to ask you a question. Hey, no, you can't. No, we're doing one point at a time. JD, I don't know about you, but I am so excited to go to the new East Wing when it gets built. Are you excited for that? I'm fucking pumped now.
Ballroom, you know, for the elite. See, this is the thing. See, this is where I think you have the problem. You have such a problem with elites and the super wealthy is because you can't see them in action. But now it'll be in the public White House. You can watch the super elites in this ballroom. Things that you've never been able to see before the elites do. You know what? You can sit down at home and watch that shit now. Okay, so aren't you excited for shit like that? Big fucking things. Shit Trump is doing for the people. Okay, he's building a damn ballroom. What president's done that? Can you tell me that, Jay? What president has built a ballroom?
He's building a ballroom. And oh my gosh, you guys really love licking and kissing the boots. How is a ballroom for the elites gonna help you, JD?
Wait, I got breaking.
Networking, of course. I got breaking. He just announced on Truth Social, he ripped the NFL a new one. He said it was the worst halftime show ever.
I already read that book.
Oh, amazing. That was amazing.
That's so disgrace, Divine. That halftime show was a damn disgrace. It was a damn disgrace.
I know very few men who pray the rosary every day and who struggle with habitual sin. So, Beverly,
limited to one fucking language.
Yeah.
Educated.
In this country. Why is that so hard to get?
Everybody gets to stop them.
Period. There should not be any country up.
It's literally built on the premise that we're a melting pot. That's what America is. It's not
Everybody is limited to one language. That's the problem. That's what it is.
Everybody gets to stop us for a while.
You have a little bit more education and speak multiple languages.
Right, I speak 4 languages.
Jay, you just a little español. I'll be damned if someone's going to tell me.
JD, what happened?
Jesus, yeah. Jesus, yeah.
America, what did you say?
What is having the new ballroom, right? What is taking our taxpayer money that can go to me better?
Jesus, yeah.
It wasn't the taxpayer dollars, but the same thing you said. That what does that do? What does the Epstein file to do with him being a good president?
Very good.
I couldn't eat, and every time I tried to eat, it would pop out. I had 2 sets of productions made, and the same result.
What kind of motivated you or inspired you to finally kind of make that decision?
Not being able to eat properly, the embarrassment of not being able to respond. I've got so much.
Is a pedophile who has had sex with raped children, regardless of as a president. If he has raped children, I don't want him as my president. Why do you think he's a pedophile? That's going to prove it. He didn't go to jail for it. I'm not saying that. Yo, wait, fucking sentence, right? If he is a pedophile, If he is a pedophile, right? If he's the child sex trafficker, how does that not have to do with him being a president? Right. That's a character of our president. Wait. No. I don't want nobody to respond. I want Will to respond. How does that not have to do with him being a president?
Because he still ain't going to make sure that we don't have another 9/11.
So if he does, if he makes sure that we don't have another 9/11, it's great.
He's still going to protect this country. That's what the fuck. That's what I'm saying.
Biden did that.
The sin of their own just arrogance during the war. Palestinians suffered, but only because Israel's attacked. The problem with astrology is
Make sure that no one messes with his country. That's why I don't give a fuck. And then you gotta have facts though.
Let me tell you, but my country, 'tis of thee, sweet, oh sweet land of liberty.
between what?
That's alive from the pit of hell.
Hey, Jerry, let me tell you guys something. When
Jay, don't group me with Jerry. This nigga's fucking up my whole vibe.
Okay, no, Jerry's on your side. Jerry's a great.
I don't care. It's not no side.
All right, Jerry. Let me just talk to him, Jerry.
Jay is just on here. I don't know what. I'm gonna leave. Here we go, bro. So with this Epstein file, you know, there's something that is just so much bigger than yourself. They attack someone like that every which way. This man was attacked because they knew he was going to change the world. This is something bigger than all of us. This man was going to change the world. They came at him every which way, including these Epstein files, just making up a bunch of bullshit to try to stop.
And if it was so important, why didn't Biden bring it up? Jay did. And he did bring it up. Jay did. No, he did when? When did he bring it up?
Did he release the file?
Did he release the file? He didn't release the file. He didn't release those files. Yeah, but it was first with him. I'm not telling you, man. Anyway, JD. No, I wasn't. Hold up. JD, I'm going to get back to you on that. But Will, my ultimate question, which you still have not answered, if he's a pedophile, just because he's stopping the next 9/11 or because he's protecting his country, he deserves to be the president? A person who has raped children?
But he is the president.
Hey.
He is the president.
Yes,
You know what? Man, you wait. Hold on, Jay. I normally don't bring up the green bean, but you're not gonna be in here telling people shut up.
Hey, my nigga.
I am finally at peace. You just can't control yourself. When you
my nigga, that's what you're willing to understand.
You always start to make cold.
That was cold, JD.
You know? You guys are like on crack or something. I don't get it. Trump wants to cure your guys' body of this crack.
Trump wants to divide people.
Yeah, no, he needs to cure you guys.
You're falling for this party system. And if you don't pour, you don't pour. It's a revolution. And Trump is not going to start the revolution.
Okay, Jay, I got another one for you. No,
Will, can you answer my question though? Because I didn't hear what you said.
I did answer it. I said, show me evidence, and I can answer your question. There's no proof.
It's evidence. What is for? If the president
Evidence of him fucking with little children.
The videos? Are you gross? You want to show me videos?
No, you're not what I'm saying. Jay said,
you want to see the videos? That's nasty.
It will prove that he didn't go to the island. He did not go to the island. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You have to show me.
You went to the island, yo.
Chris Tucker went to the island.
Isn't it funny that a gay guy is sitting there screaming out that that's gross? Why do you want to see the videos? Isn't that projection? That is projection, Scotty. Hello?
I didn't want to admit it, but I went to the Epstein Island, but I was hired because I was doing some bartending at the lounge in one of his estates.
I was wearing
So there are people that work there that, weren't doing pedophile shit, but we were there serving drinks, being the staff.
Okay, I will have you come to it. You don't have an issue with Trump. Your issue is just with government. I got it. So you don't like government. So you're not really against MAGA. You're just against United States government. So I got it.
I'm against corruption because there are certain sectors of the United States government, especially on the state level, on the global level. Like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom is a great man. He's done a lot for his actual community, unlike Trump has.
Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you how confident I am in Trump. When I pray, I face Trump tower.
I understand.
That's how confident.
I understand how confident you are because you're not a real Christian, my boy. You don't believe in God.
Hold on. You got to I'm the dollar bill and you're going to say,
Wait, hold on. Let's talk about that point. Can we talk about that point for 1 second, JD? JD, have the floor, please.
Everyone's mad.
Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
JD, so here's the deal. They always talk about Trump not being Christian, okay? But none of you guys, I don't know if any of you guys, maybe you do live in New York, I don't know. But you've never been to the Trump Tower, his condo in Midtown. And guess who has? I have. Many times because I'm in this business. I didn't go to his apartment or anything. But what I do know is Trump is so anti-Christian or whatever craziness that you're talking about. He built a chapel just off the lobby of the Trump Tower. It is a gorgeous and a nod to 19th century architecture, neo-Breton. And he has beautiful pews. He has a beautiful church organ. There are prayers led by some of the greatest
preachers and pastors in there. And it's incredible service. I mean, every time I go to the service in there, I get so inspired, and I just want to run out on the streets and just, bless God. Just get on my knees and bless God to the sky.
Right.
So that's how inspiring it is.
The devil goes to church every Sunday as well. Hey, Spiritus, can I respond to you?
Sure, go ahead.
Trump could be the biggest saint. He could be the Pope himself and the most Christian person in the world. The fact that this person, JD, just said he does not pray to God, he prays on his knees and faces Trump, shows that JD is not a Christian.
Okay, Jay, I want you to know something. I want you to know something. Just between me and you. Jay, just between me and you.
I'll let you speak. Let me finish my sentence.
Oh, finish your sentence. I just want to speak real quick.
You got it, brother. JD is an idol worshiper, and that's exactly what Trump is. He wants to be like you.
No. That's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said I prayed facing Trump Tower. That's all I said.
Okay, so, all right,
worship. Who's my racial light-skinned child? Are y'all confused?
Okay, let me answer. Okay, JD, we are going to set him right. We're going to set him right. He's on the right path. But I got JD. He's coming to the services I'm going to. He's going to get right with the Lord quickly.
Hey,
that's all I'm going to say.
I don't believe in your pagan God.
Well, you need to go. You know what? If Trump started a university, I guarantee he's going to do was learn a lot. Because
I'm okay with indoctrination. I don't even believe in it.
I don't know what's wrong with you, man. You need help, bro. You need help.
Well, why are you here in America then? Why are you here in America? Go somewhere to be happy. They got the whole world out there.
I'm happy. I'm happy in America.
You can't be happy.
Education. I make good money here.
But see, you're saying that all of this you don't like about America. There are people I do respect, but I don't like America. They leave.
That's why the American people.
No, but why don't you, Jay? Why don't you leave?
I'm not gonna leave because that's what your people want. Your people want.
No, I don't. Nobody on this app knows you, Jay.
Niggers and shit like that.
Nobody wants you. Nobody knows you, Jay. What I'm saying is nobody knows you. So you are free to go somewhere else and be happy. Find your soul, inner soul, and a peaceful soul.
I bet you Jay's okay with your legal immigration.
I have financial country raised as hell. That's just how they operate.
I bet you take your American money immigration.
Well,
I don't think Americans taking your jobs, Jay.
You act like people can't talk about this country if they find bullshit. Americans
You can find bullshit.
Of America is to
Jerry, you can find bullshit about this. We all know the government here, even before Trump. We know that the government is because Trump, you still talking about what's wrong with Trump. No, it's a difference between criticizing and saying he hates everything about America. See, Jerry,
I don't like it. The systems don't serve the people because the Constitution, the whole point of a government is to govern the people, to work for its people. If it's not
there's no governor in the world, Jay. There's no governor in the world that the people is going to like, Jay. There's no governor in the world. There's no governor in the world, Jay. Are you listening? There's no governor no government in the world that the people are going to like. Okay, what you on about? So deal with it for 3 more years and you'll be all right.
There have been times where this government served its people, and this is not one of those times. And it's
70 million people thought he did. 70 million people thought he's doing a good job. How about that?
They no longer think that because they recognize that this person.
Hold on, Will, Jay. You missed a strong point. You may have a strong job. Now, that's only because Trump closed the border. There were many people crossing, getting ready to take your job. You understand that? Trump saved you. Trump saved people like you and people like you.
They let 30 million illegal immigrants into the country. He did a worse job with ICE. It was 30. Obama, in his first year, did more than Trump has done so far with ICE and deportation. I love deportation. Don't get me wrong. Immigration is a great policy. You should have the whole story. You gotta finish the whole story. Terrible thing with it. Okay, you gotta finish the whole story, Jay. Efficiently. You gotta finish the whole story, Jay. Don't stop right there. He doesn't only have immigrants killed. He has American citizens killed. American citizens that were born here. Okay, but he did a good job. And we all agree on that. He set the record. You gotta finish the. He also had 56. The cameras wasn't there. He wasn't there. They were migrants. But they were migrants, though. We should not have let Biden get off because of these crazy things that Obama did. I think they should have took over the government that day, right? Wow. Oh, Jerry, you can't stop that shot. Come on. Wow. That wasn't me and my brother. That's crazy as hell. Really, Jerry? What's crazy about it? Well, JD, I'm glad you weren't there. I'm glad you weren't there. They rioted on after the door. How was they rioting? They let them in. Yeah. They let them in. Thank you. Thank you. That's not why I say that. All I'm saying is you got videos of them breaking the windows, breaking in doors and shit like that. Jerry, they let them in front door, Jerry. That was okay. No, hold on. One night on me. One night on me. Breaking the windows. One night on me. They were one night on me. 1, 2, 3, all eyes on me. Okay, thank you. One night on me. That's crazy. No, here's what happened. They were offered to come insured. They'll get the money back. It's insured. Okay, they went in. Doesn't mean it's right. Oh, don't yell at me, sir. Just because they went in. Doesn't mean they were right. They were promised a tour of the Capitol, and they went in. Everybody hid, all the tour, and the police were being violent against them after they broke their window, which is insured. So I don't know what all the problem was about that. Jerry, you have a problem with a little insurrection. A little insurrection? You have a little insurrection on a tyrannical government. Mike Pence. You went up there with nooses. You went up there with zip cords. I mean, I went up, to be fair, I wasn't right. You said, let me finish. The reporter was saying, wait, tomorrow's going to be wild. Just wait and see. Just wait and see what we're going to do next week. This town that you have in office did not even call for peace until 2 or 3 hours later. Watching, jacking off. But Jerry, Mike Pence was a traitor. Mike Pence was a traitor to the country. He was not a traitor. He was a traitor. He did what he was supposed to do. No, he should not allow a tyrannical government. He did what he was supposed to do. Jerry, I just think you are correct. All the court said that you can't use brainwash as an argument to ever. They couldn't find anything. I'm sorry. All the court said it was about. That's the first time I said that, James. Use it if it's applicable. It's not applicable. I don't know why y'all don't let me finish. It just doesn't work. I don't know why y'all don't let me finish. Don't forget talking. I don't know why y'all don't let me finish. We're supposed to be men. We're supposed to go back and forth. Hey, Jerry, I don't know. All of the court said that it was legit. There was no evidence of it being a foul election. So Mike Pence did what he was supposed to do. No matter how you sugarcoat it, you stormed the Capitol. You killed those police officers. You busted through windows. You fucked up the place. You had your feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk and shit like that, and you were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." So Jerry, like I said, that's another line. When there's a tyrannical government about to come into place, something has to be done. That wasn't a tyrannical government. Yeah, it was a tyrannical. No, it was not. Yeah, it was. Election was rigged. What? Then what do you call this bullshit? This is saving America. What's happening right now? What saving it from what? Election was rigged. Saving it from what? Biden was destroying. What are you talking about? From the past? Well, what? 8 years? What are you saving it from? 60 years of Democratic control. Democratic. Yeah, Democratic control. Yeah. But you have no problem with this man telling you in the 70s with his daddy that he doesn't want to rent to your kind. You have no in the 80s with this man being a lot of people in the government because he wouldn't hire your kind. You have no problems with him talking about the Central Park individuals. You have no problem with him saying we need more Swedish or Norwegian.
Jerry, you know what, Jerry? I'm not through, fam.
I'm not through.
All right,
but you have no problem with him saying that. And you have no problem with him saying that, hey, these shithole countries, Nigerians and stuff like that, and everybody else lying about they're eating your cats and dogs. You have no problem with that.
All right, you gotta let it come back to something. I have to. Jerry, let me tell you something.
Let me say this so I can shut up, please.
Oh, shit.
So with that being said, he's been listed in the Epstein files more times than Christ has been listed in the Bible. That Harry Potter has been listed in his books. I'm going to tell you something. You don't go to that island for no reason at all. In other words, you don't put on a condom unless you plan to fuck. He went over there for a reason.
All right. You said a lot, brother. You got to let us begin. You said a lot. So let me tell you something. If I owned an apartment building, I wouldn't rent it to my kind either. Fuck these Negroes, okay? I wouldn't do it either. And number two, let me tell you something. A lot of people went to that island. Okay, so unless you're going to stand up here.
They're not in office. I don't give a damn.
There are a lot of them in office.
They're not in office. And if they did go to the island, get their asses in jail.
What's talking over me? People circumstance. Will, you're off mic.
Yeah, well, mute up while I'm talking. All right, let me make my statement.
You mentioned that the Windows was insured. Something else that was insured too.
Okay, let me just make my statement. Okay, the problem.
Who owned it? Because he was a Jew.
Okay, the problem that we're dealing with in this instance is that, you know, when the Trump administration wants, and I agree with them, to have more white people come over as immigrants. So you're talking about Scandinavian people. It is true, or, you know, German people, whatever, if you will. But it's true. We need, like, more of their foods. We need more smoked fish. We need pickling. We need some good hearty breads. We need more smorgasbords. We need pierogies even. I would say bratwurst. We need more of that because I'm fucking sick of having curry goat on the menu. And I'm fucking sick of having fucking Jew bagels on the menu. And I'm having just all these really disgusting foods, tacos, burritos. I don't want that shit. We need to make this more American. This is ridiculous. Have the menus in English. Come on, bro.
If you have a fucking idiot, fucking stupid MAGA shit.
Spiritus, you made a great point.
Here goes the name calling. He made a horrible point.
You see when they get mad, Quinn?
He made a horrible
Spiritus,
point.
you brought up one of the best points. This is
sounds like trouble.
Jerry, Jay, you guys sound like you want to live in a foreign country. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you guys want to live in a foreign country. So
So if there's a taco truck down your block,
it needs to be. They should at least serve American food on it too, along with the tacos. So it should be.
Why? They don't specialize in American food. What would they make American food? What the fuck for? There's American food for that. Take your ass down the street and go get it. If somebody's you, bro.
This is all they want.
All they want is their kids to go to school with they want their kids to go to school with gay kids. And they want teachers teaching gay agenda, and they want to let illegal immigrants in. That's all they want. That's exactly what we want, right? That's so what we want. Anyways,
it's crazy. You keep calling me a black MAGA because you don't want to stand up for what's right. You don't want to stand up for America.
But the amazing thing is,
you want this to be Africa.
Sandy, you mad because you ain't never had a good taco, my nigga. You actually think that they look at you as one of them. You ain't never haven't been down the hallway and listened to what they call you for that.
Who is they? Who is they?
people like Pepe and the other ones are in these hallways talking about y'all when you leave your room.
I don't have to agree with that.
They drag y'all asses left and right. Y'all actually think
When I find that part, Jerry,
didn't turn their attention to you.
if we are standing in a line, they will grab you before they grab me. Okay? So I get a little extra time because I'm more for America than you are. So I'll be here a little bit longer than you.
There is no upper or lowercase nigga.
How do you know something?
Nigga is
You don't have that bar right there.
That's what they gonna say.
That was a total mark.
Niggas
JD, can I ask you a question? JD, let me ask you a question. Okay? And don't do anything. Look right down on your shirt. Where is your American flag pinned? Is it right near your heart? I got that tattoo. Make America Great Again tattooed on my. Oh, you got that tattoo? Okay. I just have a pin. I'm like a little nervous about tattoos, so I just got a pin on mine. But the real question is, Jerry, or where are your kids, sir?
Hey, Jay, you see how mad you're getting?
Who's mad?
You see, everyone else is cordial.
Hey,
Everyone else in the room is
you are the furthest thing.
We're having a manly conversation here, and look at you with the insults.
Hey,
This is why.
I made a joke, and you're taking it to heart. You're getting butthurt. It's okay.
I'm not getting butthurt. You know what? Just if you want to be a child, go be a child.
Listen, we ain't got dick in a minute. It's cool. We understand. But you don't got it.
If you're okay with Kamala Harris teaching your kids how to be gay and teaching and letting people take your jobs, then you live in that America.
You don't want to take my job. I'm kidding.
How can they take my job?
They've been taking black jobs.
How can they take my job?
And, well, I'm trying to explain it to you. You're almost being anti-American.
I give you an example of how we can take your job.
I've heard quite a bit, and I'm flabbergasted. You know, at the level of disdain for, first of all, our leader. You know, and you've said some things here that I just absolutely do not agree with. And I don't even think you must know what you're saying.
You're entitled to your opinion, but I want to know how he's going to take my job, Janet.
I can tell you.
No. Janet said that, sir.
Okay.
I want to hear her if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
Respectfully, I would like to
Respectfully, granted.
how these people are going to take my job.
First of all, okay, these good, clean jobs that could have gone to the blacks, right? And as a black woman, I can say that, right? Have clearly been lost to people who will do it for what's not really a fair American wage.
Okay, so you're going to go pick some plums? You're going to go stand on the roofs and stuff like that? Here's the problem that I have. I have my own practice in multiple states and in multiple cities. They can't take what is mine. I chose to work for myself, so I'm still trying to figure out how they're going to take my shit.
Okay, competition, bro. Wait, can I answer that?
You go capitalism, right?
Jerry, but you gotta understand.
It's called capitalism.
Yeah, it is, but that was kind of the older way. You gotta understand.
America is built on
This country
I'm going to finish because a lot of you brothers I've been talking to left and right. I just want to finish with Miss Janet.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
All I'm saying is America is built on competition. It's called capitalism. So I don't see how to take my job.
I think so.
Another thing, if these jobs were there, I have to ask them, why didn't you get them before they come?
Jerry, how much do they pay to do that job?
Oh my God, you're talking to Miss Janet, though.
Yeah, I think, but that's literally what it's gonna say. With the clearly, right? If we can sponsor someone, or say we're sponsoring someone, and you come in and do the job for half the price that I'd have to pay someone else. I mean, that just goes without saying. But that could have been a job. That could have been
I'm happy.
First of all, that goes to a black man.
Leave me alone.
Whose fault is that? Do
we get on the
You angry?
Can I ask what kind of business are you, sir? Can I ask
you get on the employer for doing that. He's breaking the law.
Can I ask you, Jerry, what kind of
Because
business?
if you found $10 on the street, I guarantee you would take it to the police station. If you found $100 on the street, I guarantee you would take it to the police station. You get on the employer for that. You don't get on the people who are like, fuck it, I'll do it.
Jerry, can I ask you what kind of business? Because you say that you can't take your business or anything.
We don't get to get too now.
It's right there.
He takes care of a lot of people, so we put the...
No, most of these people, I'd rather just walk in the area and knock on the door. I will put a most of the actual job.
How do you go out in public like that?
No, this is nobody can touch their whole self-authority. Educated. That's the position. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh, whoa. It's clean as hell. Should I put the AP back?
The chances of you seeing this YouTube short are super low. There's over 100 million.
There are millions. This is not no small number. You're making it seem like there's just a handful of Hispanic people that have crossed over. Millions. Once they establish themselves, millions, guess what? They will undercut you. So they will create whatever business that you're in. They'll create it and they will undercut you. And people will stop going because at the end of the day, they will do it probably just as good or better, and they'll undercut whatever it is you charge, whatever it is you do. That's how they'll take you. It doesn't matter if you own your own business. Just because we say they're going to take the job, it's not like we're not just talking about 9 to 5s.
And they come into your area and they use up all the resources. They get put into hotels and they're given money. So you're okay with that, Jerry?
But with that example, Walmart did the same thing to Kroger. Amazon is doing the same thing to Walmart. Kroger was doing it to the mom and pop stores.
Is a fool?
Some
retards.
Yes.
I'm not finished.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
With that being said, that is why I have multiple practices and multiple businesses. It's not just one area.
Okay. That's a bad example, Jerry.
God damn. I thought we were brotherly men up in this motherfucker. Surely we can talk. God,
Remember, MAGA get a little...
I'm just trying to say is, I have more than one place, and I seriously...
You doubt it because you just don't know any better. So we're
assuming I don't know any better.
We're doing the knowing
that I'm dealing with right now.
I got it, but we're doing the knowing.
You don't got it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said no shit like that.
We're doing the knowing for you.
You can't do the knowing for me.
You don't know. You know not what you...
I forgot more than you will ever know.
You compare millions
of Walmart to Walmart. Ever know.
Millions of Walmart owners. Okay. I can't write it because but that's the way
rate of math. And you're going to tell me some shit?
All right, but look, Jerry,
No, thank you.
All right, but millions of Walmart owners. Okay, millions of Walmart owners did not come to America. Okay, that is capitalism. These are people that are legal in this country. What don't you get? These are people that have the opportunity to do that here because they are legal. We're talking about immigrants crossing over by the millions, and you're comparing them to Walmart. What don't you all get? Guess what? Years ago, white people owned the 7-Elevens and the Dunkin' Donuts. Now look who owns them. The immigrants have even taken over that. We have to stop that at some place. We got to make Dunkin' Donuts great again, too.
Right, and I just want to say this. I don't know what business you have, but let's say we're not going to use you, Jermaine. We're going to use JD. JD thinks he can't go out of business. But guess what?
me and my investment group, Quinn, Big Georgia, whatever investment group, we just bought JD's building where he wants his little restaurant out of. And we jacked up the rent so hard. Now he's got to go find somewhere else. So he goes over to another location, he scouts, and then what we do, we buy that building. And we charge him a crazy amount of rent. So it's never going to end because we are the ones that are in control. It's not the little guy. Just want to make you aware of that.
Bang! Excuse me.
Yeah, that's everywhere. That's everywhere. That's competition. That's going to that one, not Jerry. Left and right. That's competition. That's going to that's one more time.
Wouldn't be the competition if immigrants were in the country.
It's amazing to hear this. Do y'all have the same energy for the original illegal immigrants? I'm just all the way down. I just wonder if you have the same energy. You know what? It didn't bring us over here, but we would still be in Africa. Okay. Oh, Miss Janet,
I've been this land right here. I'm not from Africa.
Wait, are you talking about the Pilgrims?
Miss Janet, what did you say?
Hello?
I'm curious, how long have you been frequenting like this space?
I come in here quite a bit.
Come here quite a bit. Okay.
Hello?
It's almost as if this is your first time.
No, it's just
Better stay on code, bitch.
so much.
You in foreign waters, ho.
Well, you have been very much anti-American in here.
Oh shit, anti-American. That's what this room's all about.
What do you think?
I'm going to take a leap and say you did.
The stage one time. Hey, Jeremy's profile says racism is expensive. Mine has the Obamas kissing on it.
Right. No, it was the chat. Ashley, Jeremy.
In the chat as well. We're actually going back
to the front. Y'all asked. It was Jeremy in all the damn caps.
MAGA queen.
Wait, what did Ashley say? Something about Obama and something. I was like, not all of y'all ass into it. Oh my God. Jeremy, the libs hate America. Y'all are funny as shit. Funny as shit.
For a few days, and I was like, what the fuck happened in here?
And I took screenshots of all of y'all ass screenshots.
That shit was funny, Al, wasn't it? Jerry, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Jerry, I'm sorry.
No, y'all got me. Hey, y'all got it.
And where do you put is your American flag pinned close to your heart?
Oh God!
No, you know what made me laugh so hard is when Spirit said, "You need to speak American." And I was like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, if you're gonna fucking like come here and songs or whatever you're gonna do, speak fucking American.
Wait, what did Ashley say? And I damn near spit out my drink. What did her crazy ass say? Ashley, what did you say? Oh, he was a traitor. He was helping the crazy liberals. He was supposed to support King Trump. Ashley, Biden was hiding in his basement for 4 years. When you were talking about the eggs, just don't eat eggs anymore. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Crazy asses. Y'all still sounded way more articulate than the average MAGA on Clubhouse. That's where y'all fucked up. Y'all needed to ask.
This was a good exercise.
No, that's exactly how they sound.
No, y'all sounded coherent. Y'all gonna bring people to MAGA in this
Them also going to happen to us, because that's what James Baldwin even said. He said we are now in a position where we have the capacity to destroy the entire world. Like, we are not going back in time where we'll be able to fucking isolate ourselves and have our own little silo. Like, so our fates, whether we like it or not, like, they may not like me, I may not like them, but like, our fates are intertwined, and we have to figure out how to work through this shit together, even when we cussing each other out.
Take the gloves off. I mean, he's not a threat, man. He's not like some criminal. Like he's like a pussy.
Y'all can't even dodge. So what the fuck are you talking about? You guys sound so scared of other people. It's
I'm
crazy.
so worried. I'm crying in my boots right
We're losing our country, Bima.
Oh, human beings? Oh, human beings?
One single white person out there singing or dancing except for Lady Gaga.
Oh, sounds like whole demon. Wow, other human beings? Oh my God.
Those wings are brown.
There's human beings that are under demonic possession. There's lots of them. Yeah, Gaga.
Yeah.
The performance.
But there's human beings that blow planes, kill people, kill other people, rape people. Of course, that issue, you know.
That's the blood.
You're just scared about it. There's some.
Oh my God! Now this xenophobia. Oh my God! It's terrifying of human beings. Paycheck, you're full of hate.
Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. You guys had a big fight the other night.
Beaver's a horrible leftist persona.
Horrible.
Transgender.
It's so good.
That's the word. So bad.
So Beaver, I played
These
this
people
game
are just so bad.
and Beaver crashed the fuck out, bro.
Yeah, she crashed the fuck out.
Jake
She called
Lang.
me so many names. And
She like crashed the fuck out.
But wait a minute though, JJ, what did you say? Did you say anything nasty and hateful?
No, bro, I was saying, I promise. Yeah, I'm a
Did you say you wanted to kill all Muslims and like
No,
He said he wanted to wipe Gaza off and things to the planet, wipe them all out. That's what he said.
Bro, she crashed out so hard.
It was
called
so
me
bad.
So many names, and then when I was about to reply, she left because she's a fucking pussy. Like,
but if you said you want to wipe out Gaza, I mean that's pretty inflammatory, ain't it?
No. I said I want. Wait. You know what I said? I said I want the people to go to Gaza, to Egypt, so they can be with their brothers and sisters.
That's not what you said.
Yes, I did.
You lied.
And I said.
Now you're bearing for
no. I'm not lying. And I said this is what triggered her. I said if Israel wanted to delete Gaza from the map, they would have done it in October.
That's not what I said.
And that's when she got that.
Now he's just making stuff up. He's just
No. I said no.
He's a troll. Don't even listen.
Wait. Anne was in the room. She heard you cry.
Yeah, and if Anne supports that, I mean, now I know that she's not a troll too. It's not what she said too. That's not what she
I
said.
started off by saying,
That's not what she said.
Anne was in the room. I said, if Israel wanted to delete
Don't bring Anne to it. You.
No.
Don't try to support.
I'm a witness.
No. You know what you said. You know what you said, and you know what I reacted to.
I can say that you both said egregious things, but being like you did crash the fuck out, but you both did say egregious
Oh, what
things.
did I say, Anne?
I mean, you were in like fucking a different world. It was like, it was bad. You said, you guys are all.
What did I say?
You guys are pieces of shit. You guys are all fucking racist. I damn well
fucking
you know. You guys are
Oh my god, these two trolls, this is hilarious. I never said anything about racist.
You think I'm like,
Yeah, you did.
Wait, all I heard was rebuke you.
Thank you. That's what I said. I said that you're evil demons and I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. That's what I said. That's what I said. All of that hate we're talking about. We're talking about your hate.
disgusting.
You guys are nasty trolls.
You're not better than anybody.
Yes.
You're not better than.
No, I am better. I am better than another human being.
All right, let's move past this. HA, I do think you owe Dima an apology.
You should back off and stick that apology up her hole. Fuck that.
All right, Dima.
Make sure you even walk. No, that's never happened. Never happened. No fucking way.
That makes you even more
Make me
horrible.
sick.
That makes you worse. HA, you can't apologize. That makes you worse.
I'm not apologizing.
I don't think you're gonna force him to do it.
Never apologize to these animals, terrible people. Don't apologize to the member. That's how they win. They're like, oh, you're such a terrible person, but in reality, they're the worst of the worst. Never apologize to these people. Sickening.
Well, HA,
Look, I mean, I think we.
really rattled.
The only difference is
I'm not right. I'm just sick of this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's seen war. Words aren't going to rattle you. Like Dima, they may rattle Dima, but they will rattle you.
Dima is not connected to reality. We all know that.
She's just
Stop thinking it's vulnerable. You're picking on a vulnerable woman, Ajay, and it's not becoming of you, okay? It's not dignified.
Yeah, Mima still identifies as a woman, so you should apologize to her.
yeah, otherwise it's like toxic masculinity, and then God knows where that.
Well, I'm sorry on his behalf, Dima.
Yeah, I went to a restaurant a few weeks ago, and the staff person addressed me as Signore, which is Italian, it's not Spanish, but I was like, what's going on here? Like, can I just be sir in America? You know? And we see what's going on, people, and it's time to deport all of them. Italians, Romanians, Spaniards, whatever, French people, okay,
Yeah, but
they
how
all
do
gotta
we do
go.
that when they owned our stuff?
Deport the English.
Deport all the Spaniards. That's what I'm saying. Deport them.
Jason taking red pill.
No, it's true.
Thank you, mega hat, Jason. Deport all the English. Go back.
Yeah, whatever.
Hi,
You
Measy.
need to go back to to Spain, easy. Like you're native or something.
I am Native American, bro.
You are not. You bullshitter.
I am from this fucking land.
All those people are mixed. All your people are mixed, Meezy.
I'd like to hear what Infinite and Meezy. I'd like to hear what Infinite and Meezy think about the halftime show. Infinite.
I support it.
You stay. I stick around. I need you.
I feel like there should be more Latinos in main events, American main events. You guys are just mad that we're doing shit like that. Hey, I love my white people, the ones that respect my brown and indigenous people. But like this asshole, whoever was talking right now, man, go back to wherever you come from. This is my land.
So you're gonna speak Spanish.
No.
Spanish is your language.
I am Spanish Mexican, okay? My people's been around here in these lands for over 3,000 years.
Listen, everybody look at my PTR. Is this why all you white Americans mad? Is this why you white Americans are mad?
This is America.
Okay,
Is this why you honkies mad?
Yes, resistance. That's why they're mad. They're all up in it.
Is this why you honkies mad?
Yup, this is why they're all
The people of America choose the Puerto Rican over you fags. That's what it is. No one watched Chris Rock. No one cared about him. He's a heroin addict. Turning Point USA is a joke. They got a whore that fucks with white fucking Jews. No one cares about you white honkies anymore. It's finished. The land is back to the indigenous people. Too bad. Now y'all slaves again.
Donald Trump will take care of all of it. Donald Trump will
he's gonna take care of it. Yep.
He's gonna take care of all of it.
He'll die from a heart attack next year.
To make America great again.
Donald Trump was trying on X like a fucking white honky.
Don't you worry.
And we know you love it because he's gonna fuck your little baby daughter one day like the pedophile he is. So that'll be your contribution to America is great again. Let Donald Trump with Epstein and fuck your little daughter.
Let that slide talking about ass, daughter.
I mean,
that's what Donald Trump stands for. She's calling it the ball. She's gonna give her fuck your ass up. She's gonna give her a child.
Yeah. Well, we're not.
Anyone that stands with a pedophile deserves it. Anyone that stands with a pedophile deserves it. Any fucking disgusting woman that is willing to vote or stand with Donald Trump and his administration after all the disgusting vile things he says, not only about women, but he has done to young women, is a fucking savage. So they have forfeited themselves the dignity of a woman. And any chick, remember, you are a dirty African who lived in a hut for about 30 years before you came to civilization. We will make you crawl back to where you came from.
Resistance.
Always remember that. You're a slave.
You know, with these Epstein files, was Donald Trump in them at all?
Of course, he's in them hundreds of times. What do you mean?
Did we? Because I actually don't know. What did you guys read?
Well, that he partied with Epstein a lot, and there was a lot of secret emails, and there was actually women, young girls, excuse me, not women. There was young girls that made accusations against him, saying that he raped them.
And when they refer to food like pizza, they were referring to minor little girls.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, Donald Trump.
No.
The person that ate check will lick his ass
Did
in
he
the
did that too with the pizza? Wasn't that something like the pizza?
Well, listen, Diddy's just a rumor. That shit is all nonsense. Diddy, all he is a womanizing coward. He beats women, yes, we know that. He'll fuck. But the point is, those women allowed him to do that because he's filthy wealthy. But at least he had some type of decency. He did those vile things to women. Not like Trump and the rest of those white Christian and those Jews that like doing them to children. They like fucking children. They are the scum of the...
Okay, what's the best evidence for Lewis that comes from the book?
The real best evidence I believe is that he said actual women or his lab, which is he says to my daughter, I don't know what
Let Jason go.
No. I want to.
Hey, check your monkey. Go stick your tongue up the white man's ass. Yo, whip them like they were supposed to. Hey, check, you probably fucking on your own effort. Jason and then A-Check.
Yeah, look, we gotta give each other a chance to speak, okay? Otherwise, we're not gonna have a conversation. So, yeah, I mean, what you guys just said, it's like, you're like, well, Biden is a pedo just like the rest of them. And then you were like angry about people supporting Trump. And it's like, well, because he's a pedo. And it's like, well, what are our options exactly? I'm sure like dozens of people in office right now are implicated in the Epstein files. Whichever way you turn, you're supporting one of these people. And it's like not like, I mean, a vote is between alternatives. You can't get so mad at Anne because of supporting Trump when the alternatives are people who are also terrible, okay? They're obviously terrible. I mean, Trump, sure, he's terrible, right? But you don't get to choose between Trump and, Jesus Christ, okay? Obviously, then you're a bad person if you choose Trump over Jesus. But that's not what elections are.
Resistance, were you behind Kamala Harris? Do you think Kamala Harris would be a better president?
Of course not. She's a stupid bitch. She's an slave of the Jew. She's another dumb cunt just like Donald Trump is.
Preach, brother. Well, that's progress. Yeah, I mean, so ultimately you just don't vote, right? Resistance.
I don't vote when it's pedophiles and war criminals being the ones that are being held up in the helm. No. Fuck that. You don't get a vote from the civilized.
So you don't really have a or in this race, right? You're not really, you don't vote.
I do vote. I vote when the appropriate person is to vote for. These two
people we're not a vote for the appropriate person.
When we were trying to get Bernie Sanders in to be the Democratic nominee, but once again they shoved that whore, Hillary Clinton, another criminal.
He's a demon.
But he's a decent Jew.
Wait.
He's a clean Jew, right? Yes, he's a respectful man. And by the way, everyone, once you hear this guy take his tongue out of Donald Trump's ass, look at the link I put in the chat to prove to you in the Epstein file.
All right, let's let A-Check go, like I said, and then we'll take a look at your link.
Donald Trump was accused of the Epstein files. Thank you.
Terrible. No, resistance. The age of consent in Palestine is fucking 9 years of age, and you're talking to us about fucking pedophilia? Give me a fucking break. It's in your fucking name. And 50% of Palestinians are fucking inbred and fat and disgusting consuncum. Don't come here and lecture people be like, oh, well, yeah, Trump said this about his own daughter. When in Palestine, you can marry a fucking 9-year-old kid. Yahya Sinwar, the one that launched October 7, when he married his wife, she was fucking 13 years of age, you fucking filthy, loving
You stupid fucking African baboon. Y'all been fucking marrying your own daughters since they were 2 years old. You stupid fucking African fucking what? Just like in Europe, they've been married since they were 7 years old. Wasn't Queen Victoria 6 years old when she got married? Isn't in the Bible Isaac said that he married Rebecca when she was 3? You fucking ignorant piece of shit.
The second wife was fucking 12.
And in Africa, the tribes are marrying fucking girls when they're 5 and 6 years old. What are you talking about, you fucking idiot? Here in America,
consent to marriage in some states is 15 and 16. You stupid baboon. You baboon, but you wouldn't know that. You know why? You got your nose stuck up this slave master's ass. That's why. So you always want to stick your nose up to fucking Trump's ass so you can't smell the facts. That's what it is. Because it's always a stupid monkey just like you that came to America with fleas and ticks, and we think we're gonna allow you to get a boy. Look, he even try to modernize it and whatnot. He think he's taking some fucking solar system on the top of it.
Alright, do we want to talk about the halftime show, or do you want to talk about Trump and Epstein files?
He just wants to stick his tongue up Trump's ass.
What do you want?
Let's talk about how Bad Bunny did a fantastic job in the halftime.
Well, I had a question for Meezy. Meezy, I mean, I can only think of one or two Puerto Ricans that have ever played in the league, and I don't think hardly any.
But regardless if it was just one or two, that's a big impact right there. All right? And I'm just saying, man, Puerto Rican, Spanish, Mexican, Salvadorian, regardless of what it was, man, we need more Latinos to perform in each big American event. So,
You know where they're gonna deport him to? San Juan.
Look, people. I mean, Meezy, I guess, is on. Meezy is expressing this like opposition to Americanism, and it's like, why? What does he want to live in Mexico? Does he want to be governed by the Parliament of Mexico? I think the answer is no. And this like
America was
connection.
Mexico.
Shut up, Brazil.
America was
Hey, shut up, Brazil.
because of your white colonizing fucking your white colonizer fucking Americans and Europeans came here and you think that
Alright, let Jason finish. Yeah, it's this guy talking about like Mexico or whatever. Like all of that stuff is indigenous or some BS. I mean, that's all modeled on the Spanish system of government. The Spanish language is not indigenous. Nothing that this guy performed is connected to anything indigenous. And the people of those countries are all heavily intermixed with Spanish people. There are no indigenous people left. And it's just pure bullshit, Meezy. It's a fantasy. It's a nationalist fantasy.
People been here in America? How long
It's a nationalist fantasy. You'll have a chance to respond, okay? You'll have a chance to respond. Look, you guys, you guys need to intervene. Alright. Okay, you guys need to intervene here. Alright, yeah, just let Jason finish and then you can speak. It's just totally fictional what you're talking about, Meezy. Nothing of this culture or way of life is indigenous. And it's just nationalism, and it's destructive. Okay, you're inciting hatred for no reason. It will not benefit anyone. Thank you.
wait, hold on. What do you mean that you're going with him?
Meezy is next. Meezy is next.
We gotta send these crackers back to the North Pole and to the
You gotta send resistance to
send them back to the fucking pole where Auschwitz where they belong.
Okay.
We gotta send these crackers back.
If you don't mind sharing. Jared, my tribe, I'm Virginia Company. Cherokee of Choctaw.
Maisie, what's your tribe? And don't tell me it's Cherokee. Yeah, because you don't know me.
Sorry, I was doing something. I'm Mexican Cherokee, bro.
Oh, God, that's